Hello guys and welcome back. So in the previous videos we have completed our character AI, and now we have a basic waypoint system in which the AI character can move around this building in these waypoints. But this traffic AI system is not just about that. We also want a branching system in which we will give a chance to our character AIs to break and join some other path. For example, if the AI character reaches this position, then by using the branching system, we will branch our character AI to some other waypoint system. And then, for example, if we branch it from here and then we make the character AI to leave the branch right here and then join some other waypoint system which goes around this building and around, for example, all of this map. So in this video we will add the branching system to our traffic AI. For that, let's just click on the scripts folder, then traffic AI, and let's open up this waypoint script. And right here after this waypoint width, we will add a new list of waypoint, or you can say waypoints. So we will say public list. Right in here we will type waypoint, and let's name this as branches. Now after this, let's go inside the editor folder and open up the waypoint editor script. On this waypoint editor script, we will visualize our branches by the yellow color. So for that, we will say if waypoint dot branches, and if that is not equals to null, it is actually similar to the upper code, but for now this is just for the branches. So right here we will say for each, and for each waypoint branch the item will be the branch, and it is inside the waypoint dot branches. Okay, so for each of the branch we will color it as yellow. So we will say gizmos dot color, the color will be color dot yellow. After this we will say gizmos dot draw line, and we also want to draw a line for the branches as well, just as we did for the waypoint width and for the next and previous waypoint. Okay, so right here we will say waypoint dot transform dot position, then we will say branch dot transform dot position. That's it. After this, let's open up our waypoint manager window, and let's go ahead and create a button for adding the branch. So above this create waypoint, after, or actually down below, we will say if GUI layout dot button, and let's name this button as add branch waypoint, and on this button we will call a function which will be by the name of create branch. That is it. Now let's copy this name, and after the function which is create waypoint, after we will say void create branch. Right in here, first of all we will create a waypoint, so it is the same as we did for the other one, so we can just copy that line from up there and paste it down below. Then after this, let's add this as a branch to our old waypoint. So for that we will say waypoint, then let's name this as waypoint as well. This will be equals to waypoint object dot get component, and the component will be the waypoint. Then down below we will say waypoint, let's name this as branched from, and this will be equals to selection dot active game object dot get component. and let's type waypoint right here. Then after this we will say branch from dot branches dot add, and let's add the waypoint. Then we will say waypoint dot transform dot position will be equals to branch from dot transform dot position. If you notice this code and then this code right here, it is pretty much the same, but this time this is for the branches. Then right down below we will say waypoint dot transform dot forward, and then this time it will be equals to branch dot transform dot forward. Then we want to select that newly created branch, so we will say selection dot active game object, and that will be equals to waypoint dot game object. That's it. Now let's open up the waypoint script. Let's now equal this branches to new list, and in here we will say waypoint. Then right down below let's create a new float, so we will say range. The range of this will be from 0f to 1f. That is pretty much the same to the waypoint width. Okay, so public float, we will name this as branch ratio, and by default this will be 0.5f. Now let's open up the waypoint navigator script. Right here inside this if condition, let's create a bool by the name of should branch, and this will be by default equals to false. Then right down below let's check if there is a branch exist or not. So we will say if current waypoint dot branches it not equals to null, and also if the current waypoint dot branches dot count is greater than 0. So if the branch exists, then let's do a random check against the branch ratio to determine whether the branch should be taken or not. So we will say should branch equals to random dot range, then less than equals to current waypoint dot branch ratio. Then right here we will set it to true, else we will be setting it to false. If the it means that if the current waypoint dot branch ratio is less than or equals to this, then it will be true, or else it will be false. So after this, if you are choosing to branch, then let's go ahead and randomly pick a branch as the next waypoint position for the AI character. So we will say if should branch, then the current waypoint will be equals to current waypoint dot branches random dot range. The range will be from 0 to the current waypoint dot branches dot count -1. So after this, as you know that we are changing the direction of the AI character as well, and right here we don't want any issues, so let's add a else block right here, and let's move all of this code inside this else block. Now after this, inside this if condition, we will check that if the next waypoint and the previous waypoint is null, then we will assign a waypoint to it. So for that we will say if current waypoint dot next waypoint is not equals to null, then we will assign a waypoint to it. So we will say current waypoint dot next waypoint. After this we will add a else block, and as you know, in the else block it means that if it is null, then we will assign the previous waypoint instead of the next waypoint. And also we will set the direction back to 1. After this we will do the same for the else if condition. So let me copy this if else and let's remove that from there. And in here, instead of now the next waypoint, we will say that if the previous waypoint is not equals to null, then to the current waypoint we will assign the previous waypoint, and if it is null, then the current waypoint will be equals to the next waypoint, and then we will set the direction back to 0. That is it. Now let's just simply save all of this and get back to waypoint manager window. Right here, make sure that you make this W capital of that waypoint, because as you can see right here, it is capital as well in all of the names. And you guys also make sure that you don't mess up with this traffic AI. Okay, focus on the variable names. So now as you can see, everything is set up. Now let's go ahead and create a branch right here. Where is it? Right here on this crosswalk. So let me select this branch, I mean this walk point. So right here we will click on this add branch waypoint. We will move it forward like that, and then let's rotate it to the minus 180 like that, and then we will set the waypoint width to 2. Let's move it a little bit more forward, and then let's click on waypoint editor tool and create a new waypoint. Let's move it forward right there. Then click on inspector and make the width of it 2 as well, so that it matches perfectly. Then after this, let's create a branch again. Now at this end, this will be the that first one will be the start branch, and then this one will be the end branch. Okay, so right here what we will do, we will click on inspector, and now let's move it to the 90 on the y-axis, or actually minus 90. Okay, and once you do that, now let's click on waypoint editor and let's create waypoints again. So first create the first waypoint like this, and let me set it. Okay, then let's create another waypoint like that, and now let's create more waypoints and cover this whole area. So just follow this video step by step. So when you reach this point and your waypoints are then connected, your waypoints can be different. When you are done with the waypoint, then just simply select this waypoint. Okay, and we will connect these both waypoints. So let's add it right here in the next waypoint. Let's move it a little bit forward, and after this let's select the waypoint 29, and right here in the previous waypoint let's add the waypoint 55. And as you can see, like this, it will be then connected to each other, as you can see. And guys, let me tell you that your waypoint can be different from mine, so make sure that you join them correctly. Okay, so now let's select this waypoint, and right here what we will do, we will click on this waypoint editor tool, and then we will create a waypoint before, and as you can see it is created right there. So let's move it to this position like this. Okay, I don't know why it created there, but we will move it to this position like this. Okay, and then click on inspector, and right here we will make the branch ratio of this as 1, and then let's select that one. And as you can see now in the previous, it is now the waypoint which we created. Okay, now select this one, make the ratio 1 as well for this waypoint, and once you are done with that, then make sure that your waypoints are not in the way of any objects like here as you can see. So I will just simply delete that, and after this let me check the other waypoints as well. Let me move it to this side. Okay, then from here as well let me click on it and move it to this side a little bit, and the same for that one as well. Now let me just close the waypoint origin, and let's click on the console. As you can see it is showing this error, but we will ignore it. Click turn off the gizmos. Okay, and as you can see now the waypoints are gone. Now let's go ahead and play the game. The game has started. As you can see, let me change to the scene view, and let's see all of the traffic from the top. Okay, as you can see the AI characters are spawning, and as you can see they are crossing that area as well. As you can see now they are going towards their destination. If you see it from the top like this, you will notice that more character will go from this branch to the other branch. You will notice it. Hello guys and welcome back. So in the previous videos we have completed our traffic AI. Now we have the AI characters that moves around in the environment. Now from this video onwards we will start adding the vehicle AI, or you can say car AI. So basically we will be adding some vehicles, and that vehicles will move around in the environment and go to destination from destination. So for that, first of all we need some vehicles. So you can use your own vehicles. If you have some kind of cars, then you can add that as well. But if you are following me, then on the Unity asset store search for HQ racing cars, and right here I will use this car for now for the AI cars. Okay, so I will just simply click on it, and right here as you can see all of the information about this pack. Okay, this pack has these cars. This is the creator name, and this is actually a free asset on the asset store. This is the file size. And guys, let me tell you again that if you want to use some other vehicles, then you are feel free to do that as well. So I have already added this asset to my collection. If you didn't edit it, then right here it will show the button that add to assets or something like that, and once you do that it will show you this button, which is then open in Unity. So I will just simply click on it and then click on open Unity editor. After that it will automatically redirect you to the package manager window, and the package is right here as you can see. So if you didn't download it, then first of all make sure that you download it, and after downloading it, it will show you this import button. So let's click on import. Here is all of the prefabs materials. Let's import all of the things. As you can see they are imported in this folder. If you go inside now the HQ racing car models prefabs, and right here you will find all of the vehicles as you can see. So there are different vehicles in different colors as you can see. Actually the vehicle is the same, but only the colors are different. Now what we will do, from right this position, from somewhere right here, we will start our waypoints for the car AI. You can start the waypoints for somewhere else, but if you are following me, then just do the same as I am doing. So right here we can just simply drag and drop one of these cars. For example, I will drag and drop this blue car. As you can see, here it is. It looks beautiful. Let me move it down and let me click on prefab and back completely, and let me change its name to car AI1. And if we go inside the colliders, here is the colliders for this car, but let me remove the mesh collider, and you can see the other things about this car as well. But make sure that you remove the mesh colliders from this car, and after removing that, let's add a box collider. So we will say box collider. Now let's set the box collider. Let's move it up there, and then to there. The same for the back as well. Let's move out this collider from the bottom to this point. That is it. And then from the top, let's set the box collider width as well, like that. And now as you can see, it looks good. Okay, once you have added the box collider, then let's add the rigid body. So we will say rigid body. Here it is. Let's set the mass of this rigid body to 500. Then this drag will be 0. This will be also the same, and we will leave the constraint of this as empty as well. So now we have the car right here. Now in the next video we will create a script for this car, and then according to that script we will move this car in the waypoints which we will be creating for this vehicle in the upcoming videos. So with this done, catch you guys in the next one. So in the previous video we have added the vehicle. Now in this video we will create scripts for this vehicle in order to move this. So for that, in the scripts folder, let's create a new folder by the name of car AI. You can name this vehicle AI if you want as well. Then inside the car AI, let's create a new C# script by the name of car navigator script. Then let's click on the car AI1 and drag and drop this script, and make sure that you move it to the top right there. Now let's open this up. Here it is. As you can see, let me remove the start and update function, and then get back to Unity, click on traffic AI, and let me open the character navigator script, and then this waypoint navigator script as well. Now if we click on the character navigator script, let's just copy all of this code from here, get back right to the car navigator script, paste it right here, and then at the top. Now let's make some changes in this script, because this script and the character navigator script will be similar, because we want to move our car in the direction of the waypoints. So we already did that in our traffic AI section, so we don't need to type that code again and again. We can just copy it and paste it right here. Now the changing which we will be doing is, first of all, let's change this from character to car. These variable name will be the same. Then down below we need a reference to our car sensor, which will detect that if something is in front of the car or not. And if the, for example, the character AI, or if the player is in front of the vehicle, then the vehicle will stop by itself. Okay, so for that we need a reference to the sensor, and don't worry, we will be adding this sensor game object. For now, let's just focus on the script. After this, we need a detection range, that in how many range we want the car to detect the player or the character AI, and then within that range we want to stop the car. So let's name this as detection range. This will be equals to 10f. Then after this, right here we need a reference to our player script. Then now in here what we will do is to first of all change this name of this function from walk to drive, and in here everything else will be the same. Okay, just change the function name. Then right here at the top in the update function, now we will check if something is in front of the vehicle or not, and we will do that using the raycast system in Unity. So first of all we need a raycast hit type variable by the name of hit info. In this hit info we will store the information about what is in front of the vehicle, and then let's create a raycast. So we will say physics dot raycast, and we want to cast that ray from some position, and that position will be our sensor position. So we will say sensor dot transform dot position, and then in which direction we want to raycast that invisible ray, and that will be in the forward direction. So we will say sensor dot transform dot forward. And guys, this is the same code which we did for our rifles, so there is nothing complicated in this. Okay, then we want to store all of the information in our hit info variable, and we want the sensor range to be the detection range. Okay, and that range is 10f. So inside this 10f range the car will sensor the object in front of it. Okay, then in the if condition, just for testing so that we know that whatever object which is in front of the vehicle, we will check that if the vehicle is detecting that. So we want to show that detected object in our console. So for that we will say debug.log hit info.transform.name. Okay, this is just for testing it. After this we need a reference to our character navigator script, or you can say to our character AIs. So for that we will say character navigator script. Then let's name this as character NPC or non-player character. This will be then equals to hit info dot transform dot get component, and we want to get the character navigator script, so we will say character navigator script. That's it. After this we need the player script as well, so we will say player, let's name this as player body, and then hit info dot transform dot get component, and we want to get the player script. So this is just a reference to both of the script. Okay, for example, if the car detect something in front of it, then on that object this code will check that if there is the character script, okay, or if the player script. So if that two are the cases, then we will stop the vehicle. So for stopping the vehicle, what we will do, we will first check that if the character navigator script is on that object. Okay, so if the character NPC is not equals to null, then what we will do, we will set the moving speed to 0f, and then we will simply say return, because we don't want to move any further from this. Then in the else if, we will say that if there is the player script on the object which is detected, then what we will do, we will do the same, we will say moving speed 0, and then we will simply return. So if this is the case, then all of these things will happen. And if there is no character navigator script, or you can say if there is no character AI in front of the vehicle or not the player, then the vehicle or car will simply just drive. So as you know, right here we make the moving speed 0. Now we want to reset the moving speed. So whenever this drive function is called, what we will do, we will simply set the moving speed again back to 10f. Okay, this 10f will be the speed for our vehicle, and that will be it for our character. Oh, I'm sorry, I mean the car navigator script, not the character navigator script. So now with all of these changes done, now in the next video we will give the waypoint navigator script to our car AI, and after that we will add the waypoints, and then the car will simply drive between from one waypoint to the other. So with this done, I will see you guys in the next one. In the previous video we have created the car navigator script. Now in this video we will create the car waypoint navigator script, in which we will assign the next waypoint to our car AI. So right here in the car AI folder, let's create a new C# script by the name of car navigator, or we can change this to car waypoint navigator, because we already have the car navigator script right here. Name this as car waypoint navigator. Then let's just simply open this in the Visual Studio Code. Then right here let's remove the start and update function, and at the top we will add a header by the name of car AI, and in here we will be needing a reference to our car navigator script, and then to the waypoint, or you can say the current waypoint of the car. So let's say public car navigator, let's name this as car. Then we need a reference to our current waypoints. We will say public waypoint, and we will name this as current waypoint. Then let's create a awake function, in which we will set the car to the car navigator script. So we will say get component. The component will be the car navigator script. After this we will create a start function. Right here we will say car dot locate destination. Then we will say current waypoint dot get position. And guys, this is the same code which we did for the waypoint navigator script, which was for the AI character. So this is same as that one, so we don't have to explain many things right here. Now in the update function we will say that if the car dot destination reached, if we open up the car navigator script, right here you will notice that we have this destination reached variable. Okay, so right here we will say that if the car dot destination reached, it means that if the car reaches one of the destinations, then we will assign the next destination. So for assigning the next destination, we will say current waypoint equals to current waypoint dot next waypoint. Then right down below we will say car dot locate destination, and the destination will be the current waypoint dot get position, and that is it. So now after the car waypoint navigator script, let's save it, and if we check our car navigator script, as you can see its name is car navigator script, so we will copy that from there. And right here, as I told you, we need a reference to our car navigator script only, not the car waypoint navigator, because we are on the car navigator script. Okay, so right here change this to car navigator script, and right down below right here as well, car navigator script. And once you did that, get back to Unity, then click on the car AI, and let's drag and drop the car waypoint navigator script right here. Let's move it up there. Now right here, let me change this to 400, the turning speed of this car. Then it needs a sensor, so inside the car AI, let's create a new empty game object by the name of sensor. Then let's move right here. Here it is. As you can see, this is the sensor. Let me move it outside and let me move it a little bit up right there. Okay, so you can put your sensor in this position like this as well. And once you set the position of the sensor, then just simply drag and drop the sensor in there. And right here it needs the player, so drag and drop the player game object, it will automatically select the player script from it. Then right here it needs car navigator script, so drag and drop that. Then it needs the current waypoint. For now we didn't create the waypoints for our car AI, so let's just do that as well. Right here we will create an empty game object by the name of car waypoints, and let me check it. Okay, it is not on the ground, so let me move it to the ground down below. And once it is on the ground, then let's click on the waypoint editor tool and drag and drop this waypoint origin. It needs the waypoint origin, which is basically this car waypoints. Okay, so once you added that, let's click on create waypoint. Let's turn on the gizmos, and as you can see, it has created a new waypoint right here. As you can see, let's make the waypoint width as 3. Then let's click on create waypoint again. Let's move it right there and make the waypoint width of it as 3. And as you can see, they are connected with each other. Okay, so now in this way we will add all of the waypoints around the map in order for the car to move around in the map. Okay, so let me simply do that. Right here guys, create as many as waypoint as you can, because this bridge goes from downwards in the upward direction. So create as many as waypoint as you can and then place them appropriately, as you can see right here, and make sure that the width of each of the waypoint is 3. Right here, create as many as waypoint as well, because we will be going down this bridge slope. So create more and more waypoints and make sure that make waypoint just fits this area, as you can see. And when these waypoints will be completed, then I will make the width of each of the waypoint as 3. For now, let me just create all of the waypoints. So when you create all of the waypoints for the car AI, as you can see, I have covered almost all of the map, as you can see, and the bridge as well. Once all of that is done, then just focus on the last waypoint, which you create. For example, in my case, it is this waypoint 56. Let's connect this waypoint 56 to our waypoint 1. So let's select the waypoint 0 actually, and drag and drop the waypoint 56 as the previous. Okay, and then click on waypoint 56, and let's assign the next waypoint, that is the waypoint 0. So now, as you can see, they are now connected with each other. If you move the car at this side, as you can see, here it is, they are connected with each other. Now what we will do, we will assign the waypoint 0 as the current waypoint for our vehicle. Okay, let me move the vehicle back there. Then let me focus on the vehicle. Let's click on the box collider, and let's move the box collider of this vehicle up there. That's it. Now let me turn off the gizmos. Let me clear up the console, and now let's just play the game. And when the game is being played, change to the scene view, and you will notice the vehicle is moving right there, as you can see. But the vehicle is inside the ground. We don't want that, as you can see. So just stop the game, get back to the vehicle, and let's edit the box collider of it like this. Then let's play it again, change to the scene view, and now let's see how the vehicle rides. As you can see, now the vehicle is moving perfectly fine. Let me follow up the vehicle and see how the vehicle follows all of the paths, or you can say the waypoints. As you can see, there it is. As you can see, the vehicle is not moving fine right here on the bridge, so we need to move the waypoints a little bit upwards. As you can see, the vehicle can't move correctly on that waypoints. Let's check it more further when the vehicle will be going down right here. Okay, right here as you can see the vehicle is moving perfectly fine. Okay, so now as you can see the vehicle is moving again. Let's follow it. As you can see, there it is, there is the vehicle. Now let me just pause the game again. Let's focus upon the waypoints right here on the bridge. Let's turn on the gizmos, and guys, let me tell you again that create more and more waypoints right here so that the vehicle can move perfectly fine right here. Okay, so let me move it a little bit up there. Let's move the next one as well, like that. Let's select the other one, move it a little bit upwards, and this one as well. Now let me move this other one as well. So if you have the same issue as mine, then try to moving your waypoints a little bit upwards, as you can see. So now let me turn on the gizmos again, and let me play the game in the vehicle. When the vehicle reaches this point, I will show you how the vehicle will move now. So you can just move the waypoints a little bit in the upward direction, and then that will fix your issue. But now I will just leave this like this because I hope that now you guys learn how to create waypoints and how to move a vehicle inside that waypoints. And with this done, I will catch you guys in the next one. Okay, so in previous video we have added our car AI, and now this car can move between different waypoints. Now in this video we will add another car AI, and we will allow that car AI to move between the waypoints as the first one. So let me just add one more car right here. So as I told you, you can use different vehicles, but if you're following me, then I will add this police car as the next car AI inside our game. So as you can see, this is the creator name of this asset. This is a free asset on the Unity asset store by the name of police car and helicopter. The file size is 3.3 MB. Just add this to your assets, and once that is done, click on open in Unity, then open Unity editor, and it will simply open up this up. Then just simply download this package, then click on import, and then simply import all of the package inside your Unity project. Now let me close that, and if we click on police car and helicopter right here in the prefabs, we have this vehicle right here. So just drag and drop the vehicle. As you can see, here it is. Let me move it down below right there. Click on prefab, unpack completely, and then let's change this to police car AI. Let's rotate this vehicle, make the rotation Y as 90. Let me turn on the gizmos. As you can see, there is the waypoints. So what I will do right here is that I will move this vehicle to that point right there, and then let me remove the mesh collider from here and also the animator. And if you see inside the body, there is the wheels. Now it needs the scripts first of all, so let me just copy this car navigator script from the car AI, and then let's click on this vehicle and then click on paste component as new. Then let's copy the other script, so copy component, and right here we will say paste component as new. Then also copy the rigid body from there, and to the police vehicle we will say paste component as new. Now this police car needs its own sensor, so let's create an empty game object by the name of sensor. Let's move it right in front of the vehicle. Okay, there it is. Then click on police car AI, drag and drop this sensor. Everything else will be the same. Right here we need to just drag and drop the car navigator script of the police car, okay, like this, so that it catches the police car AI script. Okay, and then let's click on this waypoint 52 and click on police car, and right here in the current waypoint we will add the 52 as the current waypoint. That is it. Now let me turn off the gizmos and let me clear the console as well, and let's play the game. Let me change back to the scene view. Okay, the police car has fall down. This is because we didn't add the box collider to it. So let's add a box collider right here. As you can see, the box collider is added. Let me move it a little bit right there. That will be it. As you can see, the box collider perfectly fits the police vehicle. So now if we play the game, let's change back to the scene view, and as you can see, both of the cars are moving perfectly fine. As you can see. And guys, let me tell you one thing, that this rigid body and back box collider are not needed, but I have added this in case of any issues. So now if we try to remove both of the box collider and the rigid body from both of the vehicles, okay, you will notice that when we play the game, change back to the scene view, as you can see, both of the cars are moving perfectly fine. As you can see, so if you don't have any issue by removing the rigid body and the box collider, then just simply remove the rigid body and the box collider. Okay, and once you remove that, it will be working perfectly fine. But if your vehicle falls down to the ground, or if there are some other issues, then you can just add the box collider and the rigid body. So now with our other car AI added, let's end this video right here, and I hope you learn how to add different vehicles now to the game. Hello guys and welcome back. So now from this video onwards we will start adding the wanted level system and the police system inside our game. So as you know that in GTA 5 there is a wanted level system, in which if the first star or the second star is activated, then the police officers follow the player and try to bring him down. But if the third and fourth star is being activated, then the police officers and then the FBI officers try to chase down the player. And then if all of the 5 stars are activated, then the CIA and the military try to bring down the player. So with that same concept, we will create our own wanted level system and also the police system, which will work perfectly fine. So as you know that our wanted system will be based on the current kills of the player. For example, if the current kills is greater than 1, then the first star will be activated, and if that kills exceeds the 5 limit, then the second star will be activated. And then if the kills becomes greater than 10 kills, then we will activate the 3 and 4 stars, and if that kills exceeds the 20 limit, then all of the stars will be activated, and every type of police force will try to bring down the player or try to kill him. So first of all, we need the current kills. Okay, we need some numbers and also variables in which we will store the current kills of the player. So we will do that on the player script. Open up the player script, and right here we will create a public integer by the name of current kills. And as you know that this current kills will be increased whenever we kill any character AI, or you can say the NPCs which is inside our game. But for now we will leave this as it is, and then save the script, get back to Unity. And now if we click on our player right here, we have the current kills. We will now for now increase this manually like this, okay? And once our wanted level system and the police system completes, then we will add a code that whenever this player kills the NPCs, we will increase this current kills one by one. So now when this is done, now in the next video we will add the wanted level script. So catch you guys in the next one. Okay, so in this video we will work on our wanted level script. So right here in the scripts folder, let's create a new folder by the name of police NPC, and then inside this folder we will create a new C# script by the name of wanted level. Let's open this script, and right here we will remove the start and update function. Then first of all we need a reference to our player script, because on the player script we have the current kills integer, so we need a reference to that integer. So for that we will add a reference first of all to our player script. Then we will create a public bool by the name of level 1. In this level 1 will be the wanted level 1 star, okay? If this equals to true, then the wanted level star 1 will be set to true. Then let's do for the other 5 stars as well. So 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's name this as level 2, level 3, level 4, and then level 5. Then right down below we will create a function by the name of update, and inside this update function we will say that if the player dot current kills, okay, this is this current kills variable, we will say that if this equals to 1, okay, it means that if the player kills only one NPC, then what we will do, we will say level 1 equals to true. It means that we will simply activate the wanted level 1 star, okay? Then we will say that if the player dot current kills exceed or equals to 3, okay, it means that if it is greater than or equals to 3, then the level 2 will be set to true. Then after this we will say that if the player dot current kills is greater than or equals to 5, guys, these values can be different as well. If you want to set this to 10, then you can do that as well, but if you're following me, then just type the exact same values. Right here, when the kills exceeds the 5 limit, then we will activate the third star, in which the FBI officers will then also try to catch down the player, okay? Then after this we will say that if the player dot current kills now exceeds the 10 limit, then the level 4 of the wanted level will be activated. For now we don't have the UI in which we will show the wanted levels at the top. We just now have the backend code, so just follow me, and then when this is completed we will be also adding the wanted level UI as well. Okay, so now if the player current kills exceeds the 11 limit, then we will say that level 5 will be equals to true. So now let's just save this script, And right here if we click on the player, then just for testing, let's add the wanted level script. Okay, as you can see here it is. Let's drag and drop the player script right in here, or you can just drag and drop it like that. Okay, now let's try to play the game. As you can see right here, none of the stars are activated. Now for example, if the current kills equals to 1, it means that if the player shoot any of the NPCs right here in the environment, then what will happen, you will notice it. If we set this current kills to 1, as you can see, wanted level 1 is activated. Now if we change this to, for example, 3, as you can see, level 2 is activated. Now if we change this to 5, as you can see, the wanted level 3 is being activated. Now if we change this to, for example, 8, nothing happens. Now if we change this to 10, as you can see, level 4 is activated. And now if we make this as 50, as you can see, level 5 is now activated. So in this way our wanted level will work. Okay, but we will be not changing this current kills manually. We will be changing this current kills whenever we kill the NPC, but that is for the future. For now we will test it like this manually. Okay, so just follow me step by step, and then you will be able to create your own wanted level system and the police system. So now as you know that we have added the wanted level system, now let's just end this video right here. In the previous video we have added the wanted level system. Now in this video we will add the police force and also the animations for the police officers. So just go ahead and download this to winner file. The link will be available. Go ahead and download this, and after downloading it, extract both of the files. It will give you these two files. The first one will be the Unity package, which will contain the police officers, and the next one will be the animations folder, which will contain all of the animations. Then let's just go ahead and double click on this Unity package. After clicking on it, it will show you this import Unity package window right here. As you can see, there is all of the police officers materials, animation, controllers, etc, etc. So let's just simply click on import. And guys, let me tell you that I don't own these police officers. You can just go ahead and download this from the Unity asset store. Okay, and now as you can see, we have the police officers folder right here, which is by the name of Extreme Special Force Character Pack. Let's click on characters, then the model special force, and right here you will find all of the officers, as you can see. So these are all of the officers, and these are the animations which we will not be needing. So now once you have this folder, then just click on this animations folder, and as you can see in here it has all of the three animations. As I told you, we don't need that, so we will add our own animations. So we can just drag and drop the folder inside this animation folder, and here it is, all of the animations. And inside the controller we will be creating the character animator controller for each of the police officer. And now we have the animation set up, and also we have the characters. And if you notice right here, if you select any of the characters, make sure the animation type is humanoid. And also if we select each of our animation, as you can see, the animation type is generic, as you can see. So make sure that you do the same as I did. And now for example, if we select this animation and let's drag and drop the police officer in there, as you can see it doesn't play the animation on them. So let me just unlock that, click on animations, and then click on rig. Right here we need to change the animation type to humanoid as well, because if you see the characters, the animation type for the characters is humanoid, so we need to change it for the animations as well. So just simply select all of the animation and click on that and change it to humanoid. Click apply, and once you do that, select one of the animation. Let's lock it. As you can see, this is the animation. So now in here we will drag and drop the police officer, and now you will notice that the police officer is playing the animation, as you can see. So in this way you can add your own animations and own police characters, and then just change the animation type to humanoid if you have any problem with the animation or the character. Now with all of this added, let's end this video right here. So in the previous video we have added the police characters and also the animations for that characters. Now in this video we will add the police officer character right here in the environment, and then write down the scripts for that police character so that the police character can walk inside the map and then try to shoot down the player if he do any crimes. So for adding the police character, let's go inside the model underscore special forces folder, and from here you can select whatever character you want. For now I will just select the first one, so just drag and drop the first police character like this. Let's move it down and click on prefab, unpack completely. Then let's rename this to police officer. That's it. From this police officer we will check inside the police officers. As you can see, everything is set up, so we don't need to remove anything, and we will leave this animator as it is, because if you check this animator, the avatar is already added and also all of the other required options as well. And if you don't have the animator, then make sure that if you are using this character, then make sure that all of this avatar and other options are added, or you can just add them manually. Okay, so once you added the police officer, now let's rotate it on the y-axis. Now as you can see, the police is now facing forward, and if you turn on the gizmos from this waypoint, the police will walk forward, okay, when there is no crime done in the city. So he will move from there, okay. But for now, let's create a script for our police officers. So right here in the scripts folder, as you know, we have this police npc. Right here we will create a new C# script by the name of police officer. Then click on the police officer game object and drag and drop the script right there, and let's move it forward above the animator. And once you do that, let's open this up. Right here let's remove the start and update function, and let's add a header by the name of character info or information, or you can name this whatever you want. And first of all we will create a public float by the name of moving speed. Then after this we will create another public float by the name of running speed. Then after this we will create a private float by the name of current moving speed. Then the next float will be by the name of turning speed, which will be by default equals to 300f. Then the last one will be the stop speed, and the stop speed by default will be 1f. After this, down below we will create another header by the name of destination variable, or just var, and in here we will create a public vector3 by the name of destination, and then let's create a public bool by the name of destination reached. Then after this, the next header will be by the name of police AI, or you can name this whatever you want. Then in here we need a reference to our player layer mask, so we will say public layer mask, and let's name this as player mask or just player layer. Then we will create a public float by the name of vision radius, which will be the vision radius of the police officer. Then the next float will be the shooting radius. Then after this we will create a public bool by the name of player in vision radius. And guys, make sure that you type the exact name as mine, or else you will be caught up in many errors. After the player in vision radius, we will create another public bool by the name of player in shooting radius. Then right down below we will create another header by the name of police shooting variable, in which we will create a reference to our wanted level script, because we will be needing the wanted level variables right here on the police officer script. So let's name this as wanted level script. Then after this, right down below we will create a start function, in which we will assign the wanted level script automatically to the police officer reference right here. So for that we will simply say wanted level script, which we name it right here. So then this wanted level script will be equals to game object dot find object of type, and that type will be the wanted level. That's it. So what this code will do, this will simply check all of the game objects inside the hierarchy, and on whatever game object, if there is the wanted level script, it will basically just fetch that script from there, and it will assign that script to this wanted level script reference right here. For example, if we click on the player right here, on the player we have this wanted level script. Later in the future video we will be adding this wanted level script to some other game object, but that is for the future. For now it is on the player script, so it will just basically get the wanted level script from the player game object, and it will simply assign it to this wanted level script right here by using just this code. Now after this we will set the current moving speed of the player to the moving speed whenever the game starts. Then after this we will create the update function, and inside this update function we will say that player in vision radius will be equals to physics dot check sphere, and then in here we will say transform dot position. Then we will say vision radius and then the player layer. After this we will say player in shooting radius will be equals to physics dot check sphere, and in here we will do the same as we did up there, but right here we will only change this from the vision radius to the shooting radius. So right here we are just simply checking if the player is in vision radius or is in shooting radius, then according to that condition we will call different functions. For example, if the player is in vision radius, then we will make the police officer follow the player, and if the player is both in the vision radius and also in the shooting radius, then the police officer will simply shoot down the player. And what this physics.check sphere will do, it will basically play a noise if an object is within the sphere radius. So Right here we are creating a sphere around the police officer. As you can see, this will be the position of this sphere, which will be the police officer position. So that's why we use transform dot position, and then we give a radius to the sphere. So the radius will be the vision radius. We will be setting this vision radius inside Unity, and then after that this check sphere required the layer of that object which we want to find or which we want to detect inside this sphere. So that layer will be the player layer. So in this way we will get to know, or the police officer will get to know, that if the player is inside the vision radius or in the shooting radius, or both in the vision radius and shooting radius at the same time. So in this way this both conditions will work. And now with all of the variables set and the conditions set, now in the next video we will continue our work on the police officer. So in the previous video we have created all of the variables and we have assigned the scripts, as you can see. Now in this video we will allow the police AI to walk from one waypoint to the other. So right here at the top, first of all, we will say that if the player is not in vision radius and also the player is not in the shooting radius, and the wanted level script dot level 1 is equals to false. Also let's make the other level to false as well. So I will just simply copy this and paste it 4 times. Now the first one will be the if the level 1 is equals to false, and then we will say or if the level 2 is equals to false, then or level 3 is equals to false, and then after this or level 4 is equals to false, and then the last one will be the level 5. So we'll say or level 5. So right here we are simply saying that if the player is not in vision and shooting radius and also none of the 5 stars are activated, it means that if the player doesn't do any crime, then what we want to do. Right here we will call a function which will be by the name of walk. And now after the update function, right here let's say walk and make this a void, or actually a public void. Then, as I told you, that we will make the police AI walk from one waypoint to the other whenever the player doesn't do any crimes. So for moving the player between different waypoints, we already typed that code in our traffic AI in the character navigator script. Right here, as you can see, we have this walk function, so we can just simply copy all of this if condition from here, and then on the police officers right here we will simply paste it. And as you know that in the previous video we have typed all of the variable names for this, as you can see, destination and then destination reached. So this code will be similar to the character navigator script, and from the character navigator script we can also copy this locate destination as well. So just copy that from there, and right here we will simply paste it. And let me set the code up like this. So once you copy this if condition from the character navigator script and this function, then right here as you can see we have the variable name similar to the function names. Okay, stop speed, as you can see right here we have the stop speed because these two are similar to each other. So if you are using any name, then make sure that you type that variable names right here in here as well. For example, moving speed, stop speed, destination, and the destination reached. And once you type these two functions, then what we will do, we will create a police waypoint navigator script in which that script will tell the police game object that what will be that police current waypoint. So for this, get back to Unity, click on police NPC, and right here create a new C# script by the name of police waypoint navigator. Press enter, then click on police officer, and let's assign this police waypoint navigator script right here. Now let's open this up, and also from the traffic AI, let's open the waypoint navigator script, because the police waypoint navigator and the waypoint navigator script will be similar to each other, because as you know that we have already created the traffic AI for our game. So now for moving the police officers in waypoints, the code will be similar to our traffic AI. So now right here from this waypoint navigator, we can just copy these variables, the awake function, start function, and then this whole update function. So copy it, as you can see, copy all of this code, and then get back to the police waypoint navigator script, remove the start and update function, and right here just simply paste it. Now right here, instead of the character navigator script, we need a reference to our police officer script. So right here type police officer as well. This is the first change which we will be doing in this script, and then if we check our code, then all of the other things will be the same. So now we can just simply save the script, get back to Unity. Now if we click on police officer right here, we need to type and fill all of these variables. So the moving speed for this police officer will be 0.9, the running speed will be 2.2. Then right here we will assign the player layer right here, and then the vision radius will be 30, shooting radius will be 5. Right here it needs the wanted script, and as you know, for now the wanted script is attached to our player game object. So we can just simply drag and drop our player game object right here, and it will automatically select this wanted level script. Then it needs the police officer script, so drag and drop the police officer script in there. And now it needs the current waypoint. So for this police officer, the current waypoint will be this one, which is waypoint 42. So let's click on police officer and add the waypoint 42 right in there. And once that is done, let me close the gizmos, and if you click on police officers, as you can see, everything is set up. Now let's play the game. And now as you can see, the police waypoint is now changing. As you can see, the police officer is now going in the backward direction, because we have a code for that in which we assign different directions for each of the AI character, and that code we applied to the police officer. So that's why the police officers is now moving in this direction. As you can see, the current waypoint of the police officer is changing. Okay, it means that now the police officer is able to walk around the map, as you can see. But the police officer doesn't have the animations, but the animations is for the future. For now, you can just notice that the police officer is walking perfectly fine. So in this way you can create your own police officer AI. And with the walking of the police officer done, now in the next video we will continue our work on the police officer even further. So as you know that now the police officer can walk around in the environment from one waypoint to the other. Now in this video we will allow the police officer to chase the player if any of the wanted star is active. So in order to do that, open up your text editor and open up the police officer script, and right here first of all in the update function we will say that If the player is in vision radius and the player is not in the shooting radius, and now as I told you, if any of the wanted star is active, then we will make the police officer follow the player around in the environment. So just copy that whole line of code from up there, paste it down below, and right here just change this from false to true, because if any of the wanted star is set to true, then this police officer will simply follow the player. Okay, and once you set it to true, then down below, when this is the case, we will call a function which will be by the name of chase player. Now let's copy this function name, and after the locate destination, let's say public void, name this as chase player. And before moving any further in this function, at the top before the player layer, let's create a reference to our player game object. So we will say public game object, and let's name this as player body. Then right here in the start function, we will say player body, this will be equals to game object dot find, and we want to find the player. That's it. So what this will do, that whenever we start the game, this player body will be automatically assigned, because this will find a game object which will be by the name of player. So if we say our hierarchy, right here we have the player game object name as player. So right here, as you can see, we have assigned the player to this player body. So whenever the game starts, the player main game object will be automatically assigned. Okay, so this code will do just that. Now after this, inside the chase function, so whenever we are chasing the player, we want the police officer to move towards the player. So for that, we will say transform dot position plus equals to transform dot forward, because of course the police officer will move in the forward direction, and then the current moving speed will be multiplied by time dot delta time in order to make the movement of the police officer smoother. Then we want the police officer to look towards the player, because of course if the police officer is following the player, then we don't want the police officer to look to the left or right or to the backward. We want the police officer to look straight at the player. So for that, we will say transform dot look at, actually the a right here will be capital, and in here we want to look at the player body dot transform. Then after this, the current moving speed of the player will be equals to the running speed whenever the police officer will be chasing the player. So the current moving speed will be equals to the running speed, and as you know, the running speed for the police officer was 3, which we assigned in the previous video. So with this done, let's get back to Unity. If we click on police officer, right here we need to assign the player main game object right in there. As you can see, the running speed was, sorry, it was 2.2 not 3. So now whenever the wanted level star 1 is active, this police officer will stop walking and run towards the player. So let's go ahead and play the game and see if it works or not. So as you can see, there it is, the police officer is walking now in the forward direction. If we click on level 1, now as you can see, level 1 is activated, and as you can see, the police officer is moving to the player. As you can see, the police officer can change facing as well, and now the police officer is walking back again to the walk point. Let's play the game again. And let me move away from the police officer now, and let's click on player, activate the first 2 stars. Let's click on police officer, and as you can see, we are not in the vision radius. Okay, we are now in the vision radius of the police officer. As you can see, now we are in the shooting radius and the player is following us. As you can see, the police officer is coming towards the player position. We will fix that, don't worry. We will add some condition in which the police officer will stay away from the player. Okay, we will add a distance, but now as you can see, the police officer is following us because we have a wanted level 2 stars, as you can see. But now if we click on player and let's remove that, now as you can see, the stars are gone and the police officer is now walking towards his waypoints, as you can see. If we check out the police officer waypoint, it is 44, and as you can see, the police officer is walking towards the waypoint 44. In this way, you can create your own police officer AI, and I hope you understand how this chasing of the police officer works. And with this done, I will see you guys in the next one. In the previous video, we have adding the chasing ability to our police officer. Now in this video, we will add the animations for the police officer and also the rifle for this police officer. And then after that, we will be adding some shooting to our police officer. So for adding the animations, as I told you in the extreme special force in the previous video, right here we have added the animations in this folder, as you can see. So what we're going to do now with this is right here in the controllers folder, let's create a new animator controller by the name of police officer. Press enter, click on police officer, and then inside the animator of this police officer, drag and drop this controller. That is it. Now if we double click on it, here is the entry, then this is the any state, and this is the exact. We will move all of them right there. Then let's create a parameters for this animator controller. So first of all, we will create a bool by the name of walk. Then after this, we will create another bool by the name of run. Then the next bool will be die, and the last bool will be the shoot. So this will be the 4 parameters. Then after the parameters, let's add the animations. So the first animation should be the walking animation. So if we see the name of it, it is the death animation. This is the run. Here it is. We have the walk animation right here. So just drag and drop the walk animation like that. And guys, feel free to use your own animations if you want to use. So after the walk, we need the run animation. So here it is. We will drag and drop the run animation. Then we need the death animation. So we will drag and drop the death animation right here. And after the death, we need the shoot animation, and that will be it. Now if we click on the walk animation, and in here let's drag and drop the police officer. As you can see, this will be the animation for the police officer. So now let's get a transition from walk to run, and then from run back to walk. Select the first one right here, remove as exact time, and in the condition make the run true. Then select the other one, remove as exact time, and right here make the run false, and make the shoot false as well. Then let's make a transition from run to shoot, and then from shoot back to run. Select the first one, remove as exact time, and right here make the shoot true. Select the other one, and right here make the shoot false. Then let's make a transition from walk to shoot, and then from shoot back to walk. Select the first one, right here make the shoot true, and in the other one, as you know, make the shoot false. Then let's make a transition from walk to death, then from run to death, and from shoot to death. Select these 3 transitions, and right here make the die true. That's it. Now if we select each of it, okay, it is not added to every of the transition, so we need to do it one by one like this, and that is it. So after these all transitions and parameters, our animator for the police officer is ready. Now if we try to play the game, you will notice that by default the police officer will not play animation. Actually it is playing the animation, but it is stuck. This is because if we check the animator of the police officer, if you double click on it, as you can see, it is not set to loop time. So make sure that you set the walk animation to loop time, the run as well, and also the shoot to loop time as well. And the death will be just played once because this police officer will die once. Now if we play the game again, now as you can see, the police officer is playing the animation perfectly fine, as you can see. So with this done, now in the next video we will add the rifle to our police officer. So in this video we will add a rifle to our police officer. For that, open up your browser and on the Unity asset store search for this package, which is by the name of rifle, and this is the developer name, and just simply download this rifle from the Unity asset store. Add this to your asset. Just as you can see, it is showing this button, so I will just simply click on it and click accept. And once you added this, then it will show this button open in Unity. We will click on this open in Unity, but before this let me tell you that you can use your own rifle if you want to use. So let's go ahead and click on it. Click on open Unity editor and it will open up this package manager. Download this package, and once this is downloaded, then just simply click on import and it will give you this file. So just simply click on import again. And now if we close this, right here if we click on rifle prefab, right here we have the rifle prefab right here. Let me remove the animator from this prefab because we don't need any animator on the rifle. Now if you drag and drop it inside the environment, as you can see, there is the rifle. Now let me click on prefab, unpack completely, and then let's click on the police officer. Then let's go inside the reference, then in the spine, spine 1, spine 2, right shoulder, then right arm, right forearm, right hand, then inside the right hand we have the right thumb. Okay, we don't need to go anymore inside of the hand of the rifle, we just simply will drag and drop this inside the right hand thumb one. Once you do that, let me click on the rifle and reset the transform of it, and as you can see, there is the rifle. And what we can do with the rifle is we can decrease the rifle size to 0.8, 0.8 and then 0.8, because this rifle is a lot more bigger than the player body. We can actually make this 0.5. Yep, this will be enough, or you can change it to 0.6 if you want. These values can be different for your game, but for mine this 0.6 is enough. Okay, so once you have added the rifle to the player hand, click on the animator. Okay, or you can open up the animator controller of the police officer, and just for setting up the rifle position, duplicate the shooting animation and then click on this shooting animator and set this as the default animation. And then if we click on the police officer, let me disable both of these script so that the police officer doesn't move forward and it will just play the shooting animation. Now as you can see, the police officer is shooting the animation. Okay, if we check out the animator, as you can see right there. Now if we change back to the scene view, now let's set the rifle in the police hand. So if we expand that, click on rifle, let's rotate the rifle on that side, then on this side. Okay, for now we don't have the collider on the police officers, that's why they are passing within the body of the police officer. Okay, but once we added the collider, this will not be an issue then. For now, just focus up on the rifle and try to set the rifle in the police officer hand. I think like this it will look good. So what we can do, we can just simply click on copy component, just double copy the component, I mean the transform of the rifle, and then stop the game. And as you can see, the values are gone. Now we can just simply click on paste component values. And as you can see, the rifle is set again to the police officer hand. Now if you play the game again, and now let's walk towards the police officer. There, as you can see, the police officer is holding the rifle in his hand. So in this way you can add the rifle to the police officer. Now let me just delete that animation and set the walk animation as the default layer again. Now if we just simply play the game on the maximize window, now as you can see, the police is holding down the rifle in his hand, but the police officer is not walking because we have disabled the script. But you can notice that the rifle in the police hand is looking perfectly fine. It looks really beautiful, as you can see. Let me now stop the game and just simply activate these two scripts, and now the police officer will be able to walk again. As you can see, now the police officer is walking again. So now we have the animations ready right here for walking, running, and everything. Now in the next video we will add the shooting animation, and then we will check and test all of the animation one by one. So with this done, see you guys in the next one. Okay, so now in this video we will add some shooting to our police officer in order to kill our player. So for shooting, we will open up the police officer script, and right here at the top where we have all of the variables, inside this header, which is police shooting variable, let's create a public float by the name of give damage of, this will be the game damage which will the police give to the player. And after this we will say public float shooting range, this will be the shooting range of the player, which will be 100f. Then after this we need a reference to a point from which we will raycast a shooting ray. Okay, so we will name that as shooting raycast area. Then we need a public float by the name of time between shoot, and then we need a bool by the name of previously shoot. And then right down below the wanted level script we need a reference to our player script as well, so we will say public player script. Then right here in the start function, after this moving speed, we will equal the player to game object dot find object of type, and that type will be player. So what this will do, this will automatically assign the player script to this player reference right there. After this, in the update function, we will say if, and then let's just copy all of this line and paste it right here. And now we will say that if the player is in the vision radius and also in the shooting radius and any of the wanted level star is active, then what we will do, we will call a function which will be by the name of shoot player. You can name this function whatever you want, and after naming it, just simply copy it. Let's move down, and after the chase player, let's say public void shoot player. In here we will create a raycast hit by the name of hit. Inside this hit we will store the information of whatever that raycast hit in the environment, just as we did for the shooting when we were adding shooting to our player. Okay, so we will say physics dot raycast, and we want to raycast from the shooting area raycast from that position, and then we will say that in which direction we want to cast that ray. For that we will type transform dot forward, and whatever that raycast hit, we want to store all of that information in this hit raycast hit variable. Then we want to restrict it by the shooting range of the police officer, and we want to show whatever the police officer hit in the we want to show whatever the raycast hit in the environment. So we will say shooting, and then we will say plus hit dot transform dot name. We want to show the name of that object which the police officer will hit. Now, as you know that the police officer will only shoot down the player if he commits any crime, so we need a reference to our player script right here. But if you check our player right here, for the player we don't have any variables for the player health, as you can see, and also we don't have any function in order to damage the player. So now let's allow the police officer to damage the player. So for that we will open up the player script. Right here, after this player movement, we will create a new header by the name of player health things, and in here we will create a private float by the name of player health, and the player health by default will be equals to 200f. Then after this we will create another float by the name of present health. Then at the end, right down below in the awake function, we will say present health will be equals to the player health, which is 200f. Then if we move down after the sprint function, let's create a new function by the name of player hit damage, and this player hit damage will be requiring a take damage float, and whenever the player take the damage, then we will say present health minus equals to take damage. Okay, so for example, if this police officer give damage is 3, then if it gives that damage to the player, and then this take damage will be equals to 3, then the present health is 200, so 3 will be minus from the 200. After that we will check that if the present health is less than or equals to 0, then what we will do, we will call a function which will be by the name of player die, and let's create that player die function. So we will say private void player die. Right here, when the player die, we will unlock the cursor first of all. So we will say cursor dot block state, and it will be equals to cursor dot lock mode dot none, and then down below we will simply destroy the player game object, so we will say game object dot destroy game object, and we want to destroy that game object after 1 second, so we will say 1.0f. That is it. Now our player will be able to take damage from the police officer and any other character in the environment. Now I will show you that how this police officer will damage our player. So if we go inside the shoot player function now, right here we will add a reference to our player script now. So player script, let's name this as player body, and then this will be equals to hit dot transform dot get component, and we want to get the player script. After this we will say if this raycast hit anything that contain the player script. Okay, so for that we will just simply say player body is not equals to null. So if it is not equals to null, then we will say player body dot player hit damage. Now as you can see, it is showing us the function name which we created, player hit damage, and as you can see it needs the take damage. So right here we will pass the give damage of. Okay, and this give damage of is 3, so this 3 will be passed to this take damage. Now the take damage value will be 3, and this 3 will be minus from the present health, and as you know the present health is 200f. So give damage of, and that is it. Now after this main if condition, we will set the previously shoot to true, because when this shoot player function is called, then it means that yes, the police officer shoot. So we will set this previously shot to true, and after this we want to set it to false again in order for the player to shoot again. So in order to make that false after this shoot player function, we will create a private void by the name of active shooting, and in here we will just simply say previously shoot equals to false. Okay, now right in here what we will do, at the top we will say that if the previously shot is false, then we will allow the player to shoot again. So add a main if condition right there, and then inside this if condition all of these things will come inside of it. That is it. So if the previously shot is set to false, then we will shoot, and when we shoot we will set it to true, and then right here we will set it to false again. And after this previously shot, we want to call the active shooting whenever this previously shot is set to true. So for that we will say invoke name of, the name is shooting active, and we will activate by the time between shoot. That is it. Now at the top we want that whenever the police officer is shooting, we want to stop the police officer. So for that we will say current moving speed will be equals to 0f, and also we want the police officer to shoot in the direction of the player. So for that we will say transform dot look at, and we want to make the police officer to look at the player body dot transform. And guys, don't get confused, this player body is the reference to our player body game object, and then this player body is a reference to our player script. Okay, these two are different things. So once everything is done, just click on the police officer. Right here you can see the moving speed, everything else is assigned. You can use these same values, but it might be different for your own game, so just make sure that you set these values according to your own game and your own animations. For example, the moving animation for this police officer is a little bit slow, so that's why the moving speed I kept it as 0.9. And as I told you, you can change these values according to your own need. And then now right here it needs the shooting raycast area. So for that, in the police officer, in here let's create an empty game object by the name of shooting area. From this area, the police officer will actually shoot the raycast, and then that raycast will damage the player. And let's make the time between shoot as 1, so after every 1 second the police officer will shoot. And then make sure that your shooting area is right here. Okay, move it to this position or to your rifle, so that it gives the illusion that the police officer is firing from the rifle. Okay, and make sure that it is outside the police body, or else the raycast will be then created inside the player body and it will not pass through the player body. So like this, at the shooting area, then assign it right here. And once you do that, click on the police officer and then click on add component. Right here we will add the rigid body, and if we check our AI character rigid body, right here we can just click on copy component, then click on police officer, and right here click on paste component values. That's it. After this we will add the capsule collider to this police officer, and then we will click on edit, make the center Y value 1, make the radius 0.3, and the height will be 2. And let's move this a little bit up here. Okay, and once this is done, just click on the player. As you can see right here we have the player. For now the wanted level is not checked. Okay, and make sure that your wanted level are also not checked, and then click on the police officer. Let me open up the police officer script and change into debug mode so that we can see the police officer current moving speed. If you play the game, you will notice the current moving speed of the police officer is 0.9. It means that the police officer is walking inside the waypoints. As you can see, the police waypoints is changing right here in the police navigator. For now the current waypoint is 44, and it will now change to 45, I guess. Okay, now if we click on player and let's activate the level 1, now as you can see the police officer is coming towards the player, and as you can see now it is shooting the player, and as you can see the current moving speed is 0. And the reason the police officer is playing this animation, this is because we didn't have added the animation by script, so that's why he is playing just the walking animation for everything, for shooting and running, as you can see. But now as you can see the police officer stops away from the player and it shoots the player. Now if you click on the player, you will see the present health of the player, it is decreasing, and if you see the console it shows shooting player. So now the police officer can damage the player. Now in the next video we will set the animation for our police officer, and with this done I will see you guys in the next one. So now in this video we will connect all of the police officer animations. As you can see right here we have the parameters right here, and we have set all of the animator controller, as you can see. But now before moving forward, what we will do now right here is actually let's remove these 4 animations. So just simply select these 4 animation and delete it. And now if we click on this walk forward assault rifle right here in the motion, it shows none because we have deleted these 4 animations, as you can see. Now what we will do is just go ahead and download this Unity package file, which will be by the name of animations. Actually it will be inside this WinRAR file, so just download that WinRAR file and then extract it, and it will give you this animation Unity package. Then just simply double click on it, and when you double click on it, it will give you this window. So just simply click on import, and it will be imported inside your game. As you can see right here, it is the animations folder, and then in here we have this 4 animations. As you can see, if we check the rig of all of the animation, it is humanoid, and the avatar definition is copy from other avatar. Guys, if you are using some other animation, then make sure that your animation rig is humanoid, and also the character which you will be using, make sure that the character rig is also humanoid. But if you are just following me, then the police officer will be the same, but just go ahead and download these 4 animations. And once you download 4 of these animations, then what we will do that right here in the animations, we will just move that folder animations and paste it inside this animations. Okay, so now we have a lot of folders by the name of animations and animations, but now as you can see, we have the animations right here. Now let me expand all of these animations, and as I told you that these animations right here in the animator controller is missing the motion, so now we will add the motion. So the first one is the walking forward assault rifle, so we will drag and drop this motion in there. Then the next one is the run, so right here we have the run. Then we have the death, so we will add that one. Then we have the shoot, so drag and drop the shoot as well. Then save this. If you double click on it, it is already set to loop time, as you can see. Now after this, what we will do inside the scripts folder, and then inside the police npc, let's open up the police officer script. Right here in the destination variable header, let's create a reference to the police officer animator. So we will say public animator, and let's name this as animator as well. Then if we scroll down to the walk function right here, after this move AI, we will say animator dot set bool, and we want to set the walk to true. Then we will say animator dot set bool, and now right here we will set the shoot to false. Then after this we will say animator dot set bool, and now I will set the run to false. After this, in the chase function, we will set the run to true and the walk and shoot to false. So we will simply type animator dot set bool run true, and the walk and shoot will be false. Then right here in the shoot function, at the top we will set the shoot to true and the run and walk to false. So we will say run false, shoot will be false as well. I mean walk will be false, and then shoot will be true. That is it. You can now see all of the animations, and after adding all of these line of code in your script, just save the script. And when you save the script, let's change to the scene view, and right here click on the police officer. We need to assign the animator, so let's just drag and drop the animator in there. And once you do that, now let's play the game. Let me set the screen to maximize, and now as you can see, the police officer is walking. Okay, he is walking, as you can see. Now what we will do, for example, if we shoot someone and the first level is activated, as you can see, the police officer run towards us, and now as you can see in the console it shows shooting player, and the police officer is shooting us, as you can see. And now if you run away from the police officer, you will notice that he is running towards us. Now if you run to that direction, you will notice that he is running to us. Now let's run away from the police officer, and you will notice the police officer will get back to the waypoints again. Now if we run away from the police officer, As you can see, still following us. Now let's run and run and run. I think he will catch us because the okay, now as you can see, now the police officer is getting back to the waypoint. Now if we get closer to the police officer, so whenever he sees us, he will follow us again. As you can see, now he is running towards us again. Okay, and you can notice the car stopped when it reaches the police officer, and now the car drives again when the police officer moves away from the car. As you can see, the car is moving perfectly fine as well. So now the police officer is working perfectly fine. Now as you can see, the police officer can damage the player. As you can see, now the present health is decreasing. Now in the next video, what we will do, we will damage the police officer as well. So with this done, I will catch you guys in the next one. So now as you know that the police officer can damage us, and also the police officer has all of the animations. Now in this video we will allow the player to damage the police officer. So as you know that the player has different rifles, so now to each rifle we will add a reference to the police officer, and then the player will be able to damage the police officer, or you can say kill the police officer. So if we click on the player, as you can see, there is no such script as a rifle, so we need to click on the scripts folder. Then inside the rifles, let's open up the handgun script. Now if we scroll down right here, as you know, we can damage the object which we have created in our previous videos. Okay, now in the same way we will damage the police officer as well. But for that, first of all, we need to create the damage function for the police officers. For now, as you can see, the police officer doesn't have any function for taking the damage. So as you know, we added that code to our player in which the player take damage from the police officer. So we can just simply copy both of these functions, then get back to the police officer, and right here we will paste it. Then let me move this backward a little bit, and this as well, to set the code. Then right here, instead of the player, we will say character hit damage, and then let's change this function name to character die. And as you can see, it is changed right here as well. So now when the present health of the police officer will be decreased by the take damage, and if that present health becomes 0, the character of the police officer will simply die. So as you know, we doesn't have the present health, so let's create the health variable for the character. So right here at the top we will say private float turning speed, and the turning speed will be 300f. Then after this we will say public float. Whoops, I typed the variable name as wrong. It is actually character health. It will be 100f, and then public float, this will be present health. The present health will be then equals to the character health. So right here, whenever the game start, we will say present health equals to character health. That's it. And now here it is, the present health of the police officer. So now the police officer has both of these functions. Now whenever the police officer die, we also want to play the animation. So we will say animator dot set bool, and we want to set the die parameter to true. Then after this, we will destroy the police officer game object after every 4 seconds, and we will remove this code. So now let's save this let's get back to the handgun script. And on the handgun script right here, let's create a reference to our police officer script. So we will say police officer, and let's name this as police officer as well, but the p will be small. And then we will say hit info dot transform dot get component, and we want to get the component which is the police officer script. And once we have the script, then after this if condition we will say else if. Now if there is something which we hit and if that object has the police officer script, then what we will do, we will say police officer dot character hit damage, and we will pass the give damage. Let me check the variable name at the top. It is by the name of give damage. So we will say give damage, and that will be it. And after this we will add the effect as well. For example, for this object we played the metal effect, so now for the police officer we will play the blood effect. So for that, just go ahead and download this file and then click on extract here, and it will give you this effect. Then in the GMO asset right here we will just drag and drop it. So just drag it from there and drop it right here, and if you now add it there, as you can see, this is the blood effect. Okay, we will use this effect whenever we hit the police officer. So we have the effect now at the top. Let's create a reference to the effect. So right here we can just copy that, paste it down below, and now let's change this to blood effect. Then let's scroll down. Let me copy all of that code from here, paste it down below. Now this name will be changed from blood effect go. Right here as well, change it to blood effect go, and then right here we will type blood effect, and that will be it. So now whenever we hit the police officer, it will show this blood effect on the police officer. And also we want that whenever the police officer hit the player, we want to show the blood effect on the player body as well, so that it showed that yes, the police officer is also shooting the player. So for that we will use the same code. First of all, we will be adding this reference, so just copy this reference, get back to police officer. Let's scroll up. Right here we will paste that reference. Then from the handgun script, let's copy this, get back right here, and now whenever we give damage to the player, we will play this effect as well. So just paste it right here like this. And as you know, the names of the variables are same, so it will not be any problem with the names. Okay, so now the police officer, whenever the police officer hit us, it will also play that blood effect as well. So now after adding this code, if we get back to Unity, as you know that it shows an error on these two lines, but it shows that this hit info does not exist. So if you check the police officer right here, as you know, the raycast name is hit and not hit info, so we will change this to hit only. That is it. Now let's just save this, and now if we click on this inventory canvas, and then let's click on this weapon to use. As you know that we have added only the giving damage thing to the handgun. For now the handgun can only damage the police officer, so if you click on this, it will automatically open up this reference of the handgun. And right here, as you know, it needs the blood effect, so we will drag and drop the blood effect right there, or you can say the gore effect. Okay, we need the reference right there. And after this, if we click on the police officer, it needs the blood effect as well, so just add it right there as well. That is it. Now let's play the game. Let's pick up the handgun, let's take it out, and now let's try to shoot. Now as you can see, it shows the blood effect on the police officer, and also as you know, we have damaged the police officer as well. For now, as you know that we can't damage the AI characters, but don't worry, in the upcoming videos we will damage the AI characters as well. So now as you know that it shows the blood effect on the police officer, for now let me play the game again and click on the police officer. Let me increase his health to 400. Now let's pick up the handgun. Now let's try to shoot him. As you can see, we can shoot the police officer. Now let's take some damage from the police officer as well. Now you will notice that whenever he shoots us, as you can see, it shows the blood effect on the player body as well, and it looks really beautiful, as you can see. Just like in GTA 5, it shows the effect like this. Okay, so now the police officer can damage us as well. And now if we try to kill the police officer, let me try to kill him. Okay, the police officer is not moving as well. Now for example, if we kill the police officer, for that we will have to restart the game again. Okay, now let me just damage him again, and you will notice that the police officer still move when he die, and we actually don't want that, so we want to fix these issues. Okay, so whenever we kill the police officer, we want the police officer to just stop right there and don't do anything. Okay, so in the next video we will fix this issue, and also that issue that the police officer was not moving to its waypoint when the stars were gone. So we will fix these both issues in the next video. Okay, so let's go ahead and fix the issues with our police officer. As you know that the police officer was not stopping when we killed the police officer, so let's just go ahead and make him stop. So in the police officer script at the bottom, when the police officer dies, we will set the current moving speed of the police officer as 0f, and the shooting range of the police officer will also be equals to 0f, because we don't want the police officer to shoot when he dies. Okay, so we will make both of these things to 0, and then after 4 seconds the police officer will simply just disappear. Now let's save the script, get back to Unity. Now if we click on the police officer, let's play the game. Now let's pick up the handgun. Okay, now let's go ahead and kill him. Now as you can see, the police officer is not moving, he is still on his place, and then he dies after 4 seconds. Now if we play the game again, let's click on the player, let's make the police officer to chase us. Now as you know that we make the shooting range of the police officer 0 whenever we kill him. So now let's try to kill him. Now as you can see, the police officer cannot shoot us as well. If you remove the code, which is this one, then the police officer will be able to shoot us whenever he dies. Let's try it out. Let's play the game. If we make the level 1 haunted level true, as you can see, the police officer is shooting us. Now let's try to kill him. As you can see, the police officer is still shooting us, and we don't want that. So in order to fix that, as I told you, type this code, which is shooting range equals to 0f, and that will be it. So now we can damage the police officer can now damage us as well. Now in the next video we will damage the AI characters, and also we will make this wanted level automatically. So whenever we kill someone, this wanted level first will be set to true. And as you know, we have different if conditions on our wanted level script. If the kill exceeds the 3 limit, then the second level will be activated, and the same for the other one. So with this done, I will see you guys in the next one. Okay, so let's go ahead and damage the AI characters. For that, if you click on this AI character, let's open this character navigator script. And as you know, this character doesn't have the take damage functions. So let's click on police officer. Let's simply copy these two functions from here and let's paste it down below. Then we will move this forward like this. Now as you can see, it matches and the code is looking fine. Now at the top, first of all, let's create a private float by the name of character health, which will be equals to 100f. Then we will create a public float by the name of present health. And now if you scroll down to the function, as you know that the animator controller doesn't have the die parameter for now, and also we didn't connected these animations, so we will do that in a minute. But let's remove the shooting range from there, and that will be it. Now if we get back to the handgun script, let's create a reference to the character navigator script. Let's name this character navigator script will be equals to hit info dot transform dot get component, and we want to get the character navigator script. Now we can just copy this else if condition, paste it down below, change this from police officer to character navigator script, and right here as well character navigator script. That will be it. Now if we get back to Unity, as I told you that we didn't connect the character navigator animations, and also we don't have the variable for the animator, so that's why it shows this error. But if we focus on the second one, which is current moving speed, so if we click on character navigator, it shows that the variable name is changed, so it is actually moving speed. So we will copy that moving speed from there and paste it right here. That's it. Now let's also add the reference to the animator. So we'll say public animator. Let's name this as animator as well. Save the script, get back to Unity, and as you can see, now the error are gone. Now they all need the animator, so let's add the animator one by one. That is it. Now let's open up this first animator right here. Okay, we have already the die parameter set, and also the transition. I thought we didn't set this up, but we set it up, as you can see. Let's check the second one. Okay, right here we set it up already as well. Okay, so now we don't have any issue in that. Now this animator.setBool die will work perfectly fine. Okay, if we now click on the inventory canvas right here, let's click on shotgun so that it's open this reference, and as you can see on the handgun, actually everything else is assigned, so we can now just simply play the game. Let's pick up the handgun. Now let's try to shoot any AI character, for example this one, and as you can see the character just died, and as you can see it is now removed after 4 seconds. Now let's try to shoot him as well, and that character dies as well. So now we can just shoot the AI characters inside in our environment, and in the same way you can damage or kill any other things. Just simply copy that to function which is for the damaging and type the variable names, and then from the handgun script just add a reference to that script, and then you will be able to damage that thing by the handgun for now. But we can add that to our shotgun uses and the rocket launcher as well, but for now we will test it on the handguns. So now with this done, in the next video we will work on our wanted level. Hello guys and welcome back. So now in this video we will make the wanted level system workable. For now we are just making the wanted level active by manually, okay, by clicking it like this. Okay, we don't want that. We want that whenever we kill the AI character or the police officer, we want to active these wanted level according to the if conditions right here on the wanted level script. So before getting into that, in the previous video we have forgotten one thing, and that is we have added the animator to our AI characters which are in the hierarchy as you can see, but we forgot to add the references of the animator inside our prefab. So if we open up the AI character prefab one by one, as you can see the animator right here is missing, so we need to drag and drop the animator to the prefabs as well like this. Okay, if we select the second one, drag and drop the animator like that. Now if we select the third one, drag and drop the animator, then the fourth one, the same for the fifth one as well, and that is it. So after adding the animators, now as you can see our wanted level work on the current kills of the player. So if you check the player script right here, we have this current kills integer. So now whenever we kill the AI character, we want to increase these current kills, and as you know, when the current kills increase, this wanted level will be then activated stepwise. So let's start from the character navigator script. Right here we need a reference to our player script, so we will add a reference and then we want to attach the player script to this reference. So right here in the update function we will say player equals to game object dot find object of type, and that type will be player script. That is it. Now we have added the player script to this reference. Now if we get down to the character die function, so now whenever the character dies, we will increase the player current kills. So we will say player dot current kills plus equals to 1. That is it. Now if we save this script, get back to Unity. Now if you click on player, as you can see the player current kills is 0 and also the wanted levels are not true. And if we click on the AI character, as you know, it needs the player reference right there, but we already assigned the player script reference automatically, so whenever we start the game, as you can see the player reference will be added. Now if you click on player, as you can see there is the current kills which is 0 and the level 1 is not active as well. So now if we pick up the handgun, okay, and now let's go ahead and shoot someone, for example this AI character. As you can see when he dies, the current kills become 5 and this all things becomes equals to true. And where is the police officer? He is shooting us from there. As you can see the police officer is shooting us, as you can see. Now if we try to shoot the police officer, and as you can see when the police officer dies, he died, and you can see the wanted level 1 to 3 is active and also the kill become equals to 5. We actually want a 1 kill increase whenever we kill one of the AI character. So in order to fix this issue, as you know that on each of the AI character we have this capsule collider, and whenever we hit this capsule collider we damage the AI character. So whenever the AI character dies, we want to disable this capsule collider first so that the kills don't increase twice and thrice the value. It will increase then just by one. Okay, so whenever the moving speed of the character navigator script is become 0, it means that the character die. Right here we will simply disable the capsule collider of the AI character. So for that we will say game object dot get component. We want to get the capsule collider, so we will say capsule collider. Then we will say dot enabled equals to false. That is it. Now if we save the script, get back to Unity, let's click on the player. As you can see, current kills and wanted level is set to nothing. As you can see, now there is the police officer walking and there is the AI characters. Let's pick up that, and now let's try to shoot this AI character. As you can see, when he dies, now you can notice the player kills is now 1. It is increased by 1 and the wanted level 1 is being active. Okay, now for example, if we try to shoot this one, as you can see now 1 kill is increased whenever we kill one of the AI character, and not that error is not happening. Okay, which was the current kills were increasing one by one. Okay, double the value. Now it is increasing just by one. For example, if we kill this one, as you can see now the current kills is now 3. Now if we for example kill that one, now as you can see the current kills is 4. Now let's kill this police officer. Let me reload. Now let's try to kill him as well. Now as you can see the police officer dies as well. Okay, so now with this done, now we can damage the AI character, the police officer, and the police officer can now damage us as well. And now the wanted level works perfectly fine as well. Now in the upcoming videos we will add the other officers, the FBI officers and the CIA officers. So with this done, I will see you guys in the next one. So now as you know that our wanted level work perfectly fine. Now in this video we will add the same thing to the police officer. So whenever we kill the police officer, we will increase the current kills of the player and also the wanted levels. For now we just only have one police officer. We will be adding more, but first of all we need to type that code to this police officer. And also you will notice in most of the games, for example like in GTA 5 or anyone, if we kill someone, then by killing someone we get a money reward. So for example, if we kill any of the AI, we want to increase the player money or give him a reward, or if we kill the police officer. So let's do these two things. Right here, let's copy this code from here and open up the police officer script. Right here, whenever the police officer die, we will first of all disable its box collider so that we don't kill him twice and thrice. Okay, and after disabling the collider, we will increase the player kills. So we will increase the player kills. Okay, and then after this we want to give a money reward whenever the police is killed or the AI character is being killed by the player. So first of all, if we click on the character right here, we will say player dot player money will be plus equals to 5. So whenever we kill the character, okay, the AI character, we will give $5 to the player. And whenever we kill the police officer, we will say player dot player money plus equals to $10. We will give $10 when the player kills the police officer. That is it. Now let's just simply save the script, get back to Unity. Right here you can notice the player money and the current kills of the player. So let's play the game. Now if we try to pick this up, okay, we have now player money is 180, current kills is 0. Now let's try to kill the police officer. As you can see, the police officer dies. The current kills are 2 because we shoot that AI character back there. Okay, now as you can see, the player money also increase and the kills also increase as well. Now let's try to kill him. As you can see, the player money increased to 200 and the current kills is 3. Now let's kill that AI character. Now as you can see, the money is being increased one by one. Okay, for example, now let's kill some other player. For example, that one. As you can see, now the player money is to $10 and the current kills is 5. And you can see the wanted levels are now increasing. Now we are on wanted level 3. Now let's kill her. Let's kill him as well. And as you can see, the money is increasing. So in this way you can give reward to your player. Now with this done, I will see you guys in the next one. Hello guys and welcome back. So now in this video we will add the other type of police officer which will be more powerful than this police officer. So right here we will add that police officer. Let me turn on the gizmos. Okay, we will give that police officer this walk point just for now. So if you go inside the extreme special force folder, then characters, then model underscore special forces, right here let's choose our character. So we will gonna add this character, so just simply drag and drop him right there. Okay, as you can see, the animator is already right there. Let's click on prefab, unpack completely, then let's move him down and let's rename this to police officer 2. After adding this police officer, let's check the rego of this police officer. Okay, everything is right there. Now let's click on this folder again, and as you know, in here we have all of the animations. Okay, so now what we will do is that in the controller we will gonna just duplicate this controller, and let's rename the duplicate controller as police officer 2. Let's click on police officer 2 and let's drag and drop this controller in there. Now let's play the game. Let's think. If we see the police officer now, as you can see, the animations are working fine on this police officer, as you can see. So the police officer is playing the animations perfectly fine. Now this police officer needs the scripts. So for the scripts, what we will do, we will simply create a new script right here by the name of police officer 2, and also we will create another script which will be by the name of police 2 waypoint navigator. Now let's click on police officer. Let's add the police officer 2 script first of all right there, then the police 2 waypoint navigator script. Now let's open these two script. Okay, now let's click on police officer 2 script, and right here we will remove the start and update function, then click on the police officer, and from here let's copy these variables, the start and update function, then the walk, chase player, shoot player, and the other remaining functions. Just copy all of them like this, then get back to police officer 2 script and right here simply paste it. Okay, here is all of the things. Now let me select all of them and click on the tab button to move it. Now as you can see, the code looks perfectly fine. Now we need to do some changes in here. So the variable names will be the same. Right here we will just change this give damage of value to 5, and then let's move down. The start function will be the same as well. Then after this the update function will also be similar, but as you can see this will be a more powerful police officer, so he will come whenever the level 3 is active of the wanted level. So for that what we will do, we will simply remove the wanted level 1 and level 2 code from here. Okay, so remove it from here as well. So whenever the wanted level 3, 4, 5 is activated, then this police officer will chase the player and also shoot the player. Then if we get down to the walk, right here everything will be the same in the locate destination as well. Then in the chase player it will be the same. Then we have the shoot player. After the shoot player we have this two functions, and this will be similar to the police officer script, so we will just gonna leave this as it is. Now if we get to the police two waypoint navigator script, right here we will copy the code from the police waypoint navigator script. So let's just copy all of this code, come right here, paste it, and right here change this police officer now to police officer 2, because this navigator script is for the police officer 2. So just make sure that you change these names. And if we get back to the police officer 2 script, right here we don't need to do anything else, I think. So that will be it for that. And right here let's save this script as well. Let's get back to Unity, and now as you can see here is the scripts ready up. So now let's fill all of these things, but before filling this let's add the rigid body and the capture collider to this police officer 2. So we will copy that from there, and then we will zip paste component as new. And also let's copy the capsule collider and paste the component right here. Let's check it out. Okay, the capture collider looks good. Now in the police officer 2 script right here, let's fill out this. So the moving speed will be 0.9, the running speed will be 2.2. Then right here it needs the animator, so add the animator, then the player body, drag and drop the player body, the player layer. Then the vision radius of this one will be 35, shooting radius will be 7, and then it needs the shooting raycast area. So in here let's get empty game object by the name of shooting area. Just click on police officer 2, let's try and drop that in there. And now let's move this shooting area right here and move it further right here. That is it. Okay, the time between shoot will be 1 second. Now it needs the wanted level script. So you know the wanted level script for now is on the player game object, so drag and drop the player game object. Then right down below it needs the player, and then it needs the blood effect. So here is the blood effect, let's drag and drop that as well. Now right here it needs the police officer 2 script, so add that. And then it needs the current waypoint, so this police officer current waypoint will be 38. So let's click on police officer 2 and let's add this 38 right there. That is it. Now we can just save this. Let's click on play. Now let's check it out, and as you can see there it is, the police officer is walking perfectly fine. As you can see, he is walking perfectly fine and it looks really good. For now the police officer doesn't have the rifle, and also if we pick up the handgun, you will notice that we can't damage the police officer because we didn't add a reference to this police officer. But now let's take the 3-star wanted level and let's see if he follow us or not. Let me kill all of them. Okay, now as you can see the police officer is running towards us, and now as you can see he can damage us because the code for this police officer was similar to this one, and as you can see the present health of the player is decreasing. For now we can't damage the police officer too because we didn't have the reference. So now in the next video we will allow the player to damage this police officer too, and also we will add rifle to this police officer. So with this done, I will catch you guys in the next video. Okay, so let's go ahead and now try to damage this police officer too. For that, in the scripts rifles folder, open up the handgun script, and right here on this handgun script what we will do, we will add a reference to our police officer 2 script first of all. So we will just copy that, paste it down below, and right here we will say police officer 2 because this is the script name, and we will name this as police officer 2. And then whatever we hit contain the officer 2 script. So right here make sure that you type officer police officer 2 as well. Okay, so if there is the case, then let's copy this else if condition and paste it down below. Then we will say if the police officer is not equals to null, then we will give damage to the police officer 2, and that will be it. So now if we save this, let's play the game. Let's pick up the handgun right here now and let's take it out. Now let's try to shoot this police officer. So there he is. Now as you can see we can damage the police officer. And now let's kill this one as well. So now as you can see we can damage both of the police officers. Now with this done, in the next video we will add the FBI officer inside our game. So for that, catch you guys in the next one. Hello guys and welcome back. So now as you know that we have both of the police officer and the police officer 2. Now in this video we will add the FBI officer. So for adding that, let's go inside this folder which is by the name of Extreme Special Force Character Pack. Then go inside characters, model special forces, and in here you can add whatever officer you want, but for the FBI officer I will add this one. So just simply drag and drop this officer right there. Let's turn on the gizmos and we will give this waypoint to this FBI officer, so I will just leave him right there. Okay, now let's move him down below, click on prefab, unpack completely, and then let's name this as FBI officer. And on this FBI officer, as you know, the animator and everything is assigned. Now it needs just the script. So for adding the script right here in the scripts folder, then inside the police NPC, let's create a new C# script by the name of FBI officer. Then after this we will create another script which will be by the name of FBI Waypoint navigator. After these two scripts, let's click on the FBI officer, drag and drop the first one. Then let's drag and drop the second script. And now with both of the script added, let's open the first one. Then let's open up the second script as well. And now let me remove the start and update function from here. And if we click on the police officer 2 right here, let's just simply copy all of this code, get back to FBI officer script. From here, remove the start and update function and just simply paste all of the code. As you can see, it looks perfectly fine. Right here, change the header from police to FBI. Then the start function will be the same, and the update function we will do some changes right here. This FBI officer will only try to shoot the player if the wanted level 5 is active. So we will just simply remove these code, okay, which is for the level 3 and 4. Remove that and just leave the level 5 code right here. Now with that, I think there is nothing to be changed right in here anymore. Now let's get back to the FBI Waypoint navigator right here. We will copy and paste all of this code, so let's just copy it and paste it right here. Then right here, instead of the police officer 2, we will change this to FBI officer, and make sure that you do that change right here as well. And if you are using the Visual Studio Code, then just simply right click and click on this change all occurrence, or you can just press the Ctrl plus F2 button, and it will change the name in every occurrence. So now there is nothing to change right here as well. Okay, so now as you know that the police officer can damage our player, now we also want the player to damage the FBI officer. For now guys, as you know that we are just typing this code on the handgun script, we will be adding all of this code on our other rifles first, but for now, just for testing, we are just adding this code on the handgun. You can just simply copy all of this code from here and paste it on the shotgun script, the UZ and the rocket launcher as well, okay. But for now I will just add it right here on the handgun script. So now as you know, we have added the reference to our police officer. Now let's add it for the FBI officer as well. So we will name it as FBI officer. Then we will say hit info dot transform dot get component. Let's get the FBI officer script. After this right here, we will say else if FBI officer is not equals to null. Then we will do the same as we did for the other police officer, but instead of the police officer right here, we will type FBI officer, and that will be it. So now this handgun will be able to give damage to the FBI officer as well. So just simply save the scripts, and when you save it, get back to Unity. Now right here, let's make the moving speed as 0.9. The running speed will be 2.2. Then it needs the animator, so we will drag and drop the animator. Then it needs the player body, then the player layer. The vision radius of the FBI officer will be 40 and the shooting radius will be 8. Then it needs the shooting area raycast, so we will create an MTDM object by the name of shooting area. Let's move the shooting area right there, and let's move it in front of the FBI officer. After that, click on FBI officer. Let's drag and drop the shooting area right there. The time between shoot will be 1. It needs the wanted level script, so we'll drag and drop the player and it will automatically select the wanted level script from it. Then it needs the player script, so drag and drop the player game object and it will select the player script from there. Then it needs the blood effect, so let me just click on this gore effect. Right here we have the blood effect, so now click on FBI officer and drag and drop this blood effect right in there. Now it needs the FBI officer script, so we will add that in there. Then it needs the current waypoint. The current waypoint for the FBI officer will be 36. So let's click on FBI officer and let's drag and drop the 36 point right there. Now we have added all of this. Now it needs the animator controller. So now if you go in here, then inside the character animations, as you can see there is all of the animations, but if we open up the controller folder right here, let's duplicate this one controller and now let's rename this to FBI officer. Let's press enter. As you can see there it is, everything is assigned. So let's just simply drag and drop this inside the controller in there. And that will be it for the FBI officer. Now as you know that the FBI officer doesn't have the rifle, and also this police officer too doesn't have the rifle as well, so don't worry, we will be adding that in the next video. Okay, for now let's just test it out and see how does it looks. So let me play the game on maximize screen. As you can see the FBI officer is walking. Now let's go ahead and pick up the handgun. Let's take out the handgun, and as you can see there is the police officer too, but let's check out the FBI officer. As you can see there he is. For now the FBI officer doesn't have any collider, so let's stop the game, click on FBI officer. Let's copy the component from this police officer to the FBI officer, and also let's copy the capsule collider as well. So make sure that you add these two things as well. Okay, everything is now looking perfectly fine. Now if we just simply play the game, let me play it in the maximize screen, and now let's try to kill all of the AI characters, and also let's kill this police officer as well, and let's take the 5 stars. There is, as you can see, he dies, and there is the other officer coming in our way, and here he is, he died as well. Now let's kill this player as well. There he is, he died. Okay, let's kill him as well. Let's kill these other ones as well. And now as you can see the FBI officer is running towards us, and now as you can see he is shooting us. So now we can shoot him back as well like this, and as you can see he now died. And if we check the player health, it is now 130. So in this way you can add many more police officers, and they will just come up and try to kill the player if he commits any crime. So now with the FBI officer added, let's end this video right here. Okay, so in this video we will add the rifle to our police officer 2 and to the FBI officer. So let's start from the police officer 2. Right here, what we will do, we will go inside the police officer 2 game object. Then let's go inside the spine, and then right shoulder, right arm, right forearm, right hand, and in the right hand thumb 1, what we will do, we will add the rifle. So if we click on rifle, let's go inside prefab. Here it is, this is the rifle. And as you know that this rifle size is a lot more bigger, and as you know for the police officer 1, which is this one, we have created this rifle according to the body size of the police officer. So we can just create a prefab of this rifle. So let's just get back in the rifle folder and let's drag and drop this right there. Okay, then let's click on this prefab, unpack completely. So now we have the rifle. We can now just simply add this rifle in the right hand thumb 1. So let's just simply drag and drop that in there. As you can see, there it is, the rifle. Now if we click on police officer 2, let's click on the animator and let's duplicate this shooting animation and set this layer as the default, and then click on police officer 2 and let's disable these two scripts so that the police officer doesn't move forward. Okay, now let's just simply play the game, and after playing it, change back to the scene view, and as you can see, there it is, the rifle. Now let's set this rifle in the police officer hand. So if we focus on this rifle, let's rotate it downwards like that. Then let's move it to this side. Let's see it in the game view. Let's get closer to the police officer too and see how does the rifle look. It is a little bit on the other side. Let me check it out again. There it is. Let's rotate it on this side. Now let's check it out again, and now as you can see, it looks good in the police officer hand. So now, before closing the game, what we will do, we'll keep selecting this rifle, then click on this, then click on copy component. Let's copy it twice, copy component. Now let's close the game, and as you can see, there is the rifle. Let's click on the rifle. First of all, click on prefab, unpack completely, then let's just click on paste and paste component values. So now the rifle will be set in the position which we positioned it. Now let's check it out again, and now as you can see, it looks good in the police officer hand. So now in the same way, let's add it to our FBI officer as well. Here it is, the FBI officer. Let me just close all of these things for the police officer too, and let's open the FBI officer. Now in the right hand thumb 1, let's drag and drop this rifle in there, and let's click on prefab, unpack completely. Let me check it in the scene view, and let's see how does the rifle look in the FBI officer hand. Okay, it doesn't look good, so you can just focus on the FBI officer, and let's disable these two scripts, and also select the FBI officer and then click on animator, and it will automatically select the FBI officer animator. Or you can just go ahead and open the animator of the FBI officer which is inside the folder. Okay, then just simply duplicate the shooting animation and set it as default, and then play the game. Click on scene view, and as you can see, the rifle look doesn't good, so let's now position it correctly as well. Let me move the police officer to somewhere right here so that he doesn't get hit by the other AI characters. Let's click on the rifle. Let me click on reset. Okay, let's get back to the previous position. Okay, don't reset it. So I think the rifle looks good for the FBI officer. Let me check it out in the game view. As you can see, there is the FBI officer holding the gun. Okay, now before closing the game, let's click on the scene view. Here is the rifle. Now let's copy the component of this rifle. So click on copy component. Let's double copy it. Then let's just close the game. Click on the rifle and then click on paste component values. That is it. Now if we close all of this, let's click on the police officer 2, activate both of the scripts, click on animator, let's delete that, then click on FBI officer, let's delete that, and also let's activate the FBI officer scripts as well. Now we can just simply play the game again. Let's check it out in the maximize view, and as you can see now they are holding the rifles perfectly fine. As you can see, let's check the police officer 2, and as you can see there he is holding the rifle, and if we check the FBI officer, there he is. As you can see, he's holding the rifle perfectly fine. So now in this way you can add the rifles to your own police officer characters or to any character you want. And now with this done, let's end this video right here. Okay, so in the previous video we have added these three types of police officers, as you can see. Now in this video we will create a way in order to spawn these officers inside our whole environment, just as we spawn the AI characters, because we just can't duplicate these police officers and then add them manually, and then add the waypoints as well manually, because that will be really a hard job and it will be such a headache. So we need to spawn them at different waypoints inside our environment. So if we click on the waypoint origin, right here we already have a script which is by the name of AI spawner. So what we will do, we will first create a police officer spawner in which we will spawn only this police officer, and then we will create a different script for the police officer 2 and for the FBI officer, because as you know that the script's name is not the same. As you know, right here we just have the police officer script, then right here we have the police officer 2, and then right here we have the FBI officer. So the script's name are changed, so that's why we need to create different spawner for these different police officers. So let's start from the first police officer. Let's go inside the scripts folder, then the police npc, and in here we will create a new C# script by the name of police spawner. Now click on the waypoint origin and let's add this police spawner script right here. First of all, open up the AI spawner script and then open up the police spawner script. Now let's click on the AI spawner. Let's just simply copy all of this code from here, get back to the police officer spawner right here, paste it, and guys, let me just close these scripts so that we have more space. Okay, so here is the AI spawner, then right here we have the police spawner. Right here the two variables will be the same, also the start function, then right here in the enumerator We will change the script name from Waypoint Navigator to Police Waypoint Navigator script, because as you know that there for the police officer we have this different script which is by the name of Police Waypoint Navigator. Okay, we just need to do these changes, and also let's make the wait for seconds, let's change that to 5 so that the police officer just spawn a little bit slowly. That will be it. Now we can just save the script, get back right here. Let's change the AI prefab value to 1, and in here let's first of all create the prefabs of these three officers. So in order to make the prefab we need to click on this extreme special force, then inside the character right here let's create a folder by the name of prefab, and in here let's drag and drop our first police officer, then the second one, and then the third one. Now let's click on prefab, unpack completely, then the second one, and then the third one. That is it. Now let's click on the waypoint origin again, and right here let's drag and drop the police officer in there, not police officer 2, police officer, and then the AI to spawn will be 10. That is it. Now if we play the game you will notice that it will spawn this police officer. You will notice it in the hierarchy. As you can see, it created this police officer where he is right here. As you can see, he is walking. So let's just go ahead and check that police officer out, and first of all let's kill some AI player and let's see if he follow us or not. As you can see right there, he can follow us. As you can see, they all can now shoot us. Okay, as you can see, let me check the police officer clone. Here is the second one. Let's check the other clone. As you can see, they are all shooting the police officer, and now as you can see the player died, so the game is being paused, as you can see, and the police officers are, all of them are right here, as you can see. So in this way you can spawn your own police officer. Okay, now we did it for the police officer, this first one. Now let's do it for the second one as well. So for that let's go inside the scripts, police npc. As you know that we have created the police spawner. Now let's create another script which will be by the name of police2 spawner, and also create a script by the name of fbi spawner. You can just skip this video if you want, because if you know how to create a spawner for each of the police officer then you are good to go. But if you don't understand it yet, so just follow me step by step. So first of all let's open up this police2 spawner script, and then let's open up the fbi spawner as well. Now right here remove these two function, and then just simply copy this code from right here and paste it right here. Just change this name to police2 waypoint navigator. Make sure that you type your own script name right here. Okay, and if your script name is similar to mine then you are good to go. My script name for the police2 is this, which is police2 waypoint navigator. Let's check the the fbi officer as well. So right here it is fbi waypoint navigator. That is it. We can save the script, both of the script actually, and you can see the names right here, police2 waypoint navigator, and then we have the fbi waypoint navigator. Okay, now we can just simply click on waypoint origin right here. Let's add the police2 spawner. Where is it? Right here. Okay, police 2 spawner, and then the FBI spawner. Let's give the AI prefab value as 1. Let's open them. The AI to spawn will be 10. Here it will be 10 as well. Now let's add the prefabs. So in here, character prefab, here it is. Let's click on the waypoint origin again. Let's add the FBI prefab in there, and then the police 2 prefab in there. That is it. Now we can just simply play the game again, and you can see now the police officers are now spawning. As you can see, there is one of the police officer. Let's check the FBI officer clone. As you can see here, he is. He can walk really smoothly, as you can see. Now if we click on this player, and for example let's click on this wanted level, let's activate the 5 stars, and now as you can see, all of the police officers is now shooting the player from each direction, and as you can see now, the player simply dies. So in this way you can now spawn different police officers character, and as you know that they work perfectly fine. They can now shoot the player and they can spawn in the environment anywhere in the environment. Okay, so now we have a fully functional wanted level system, and also we have a fully functional law enforcement system, or you can say police system. Now in the upcoming videos we will remove this wanted level script from here. We will add it somewhere else, and also we will create a UI for this wanted level script so that we show to the player that how many wanted level is active. So with this done, I will see you guys in the next one. Hello guys and welcome back. So now in this video we will add the police station inside our game. So you can select anywhere inside the map to add your police station, but I will select this area because in this area we have the police station in the introductory video as well. So what you will do, just drag your player from there to this position right here, and after dragging your player, then just go ahead and download this WinRAR file, and after downloading it, click on extract here, and after extracting it will give you this your Unity package file, which is by the name of police station. So let's just double click on it, and after double clicking on it, it will show you this Unity package window. Okay, this is the whole package. So let's just simply click on import. It will take a minute to import, so just wait for it. So as you can see, it is imported. Now if you click on this Soja Exiles, then the police department folder, and then in the prefabs we have the structures, and in the structures we have these two structures, as you can see. And guys, let me tell you that I don't own this assets. This is from the Unity asset store, so just make sure that you go ahead and download this from there. And now with that clear, we can now add this first structure, because this we will be using this one. If you want, you can use the other one, but I will just simply drag and drop this one right there. And after doing that, let me rotate it. But first of all, let me click on prefab, unpack completely, and let's name this as police station, and let me put this inside the environment. Then on the rotation Y, let's make it 90. Now let me move it right there. Okay, now if we save the game, now let's play the game. Let me put it on the maximized window, and as you can see, there is the police station. Okay, now let's try to open this door, and as you can see, the door is being opened. Now let's move further to that position. Now let's try to open this door, and as you can see, when we hover our crosshair on the door lock, it opens the window. And now as you can see, we can walk in the police station. If we click on that door, as you can see, this door is opened. Okay, now let's move outside. Now let's open this door up, and as you can see, this door is opened, and right here we will be having our mission. Okay, and we will add the police officers right here. Okay, now let's try to open this door. As you can see, we can open every door in this police station, and also we can open the drawers as well, I think. Let me for example open this one up, and as you can see, we can open the drawers as well. Okay, so this whole police station is workable. Okay, and if the opening door system doesn't work for you, then let me tell you one thing about this. Let me close the game. So as you know that our player has a tag player, and it is also on the layer which is by the name of player. Okay, and now if we check this door, if we click on it, as you can see, this door has this script which is by the name of open close door. And if we now open the script, right here we have created a reference to our player transform, and then in the start function we assign the player to that transform. Okay, and then we say that if the player is in the range of the door, then we will simply open the door. Okay, this is not my script, but I have just changed this player thing. Okay, this is the creator scripts right here. Okay, I've just changed this player thing in it, because as you know that we have our player who will do everything, so I have just added a reference to our player, and then we say that if the player is near the door and then he move his crosshair to this door lock, then we will open the door lock. Okay, so make sure that your player tag is by the name of player, and also the layer is by the name of player, and then this code will work perfectly fine for your game as well. So now in this way we can open and close this door, and as you can see, it shows this debug message as well. Okay, now with this done, in the next video we will add the police officers inside our police station, and they will work everywhere inside the police station. So let's end this video right here. Okay, so let's go ahead and add the remaining police officers inside the police station. So right here at this area we will add the first police officer. So if we go inside the police officer character folder, then models, right here we have all of the officers, as you can see. So first of all we will add this officer right here. Okay, so let me just add this police officer right there, and as you can see, it has the animator. So let's go ahead and find the animation for this. It will be inside the animations folder, and let me find the typing animation. Right here we have these animations, as you can see. Let's try the animation on this character, and as you can see, this is the animation which we will be adding. So if you go inside the character, then the controllers, let's create a controller first of all. So animator controller, let's name this as police officer, or just police 1. Let me move this police officer down below, click on prefab and back completely, and let's drag and drop this in there. Double click on it. Now let's add the animation. After doing that, let's play the game. Let's change into scene view, and as you can see, here it is, the police officer is working. So what we will do right here is actually, let's click on this chair. Okay, and then let me click on this. Let's increase the size of this chair like this. Okay, now let's play the game again. Let's change into scene view, and now as you can see the police officer is sitting perfectly fine on the chair, but we just need to make it a little bit down below. So let's move it a little bit down right there. That is it. Now let's click on play button again. Let's change back into scene view, and here it is, the police officer. Now we can just simply click on our police officer. Here it is, and now let's position it correctly. Okay, we will leave her right here. That is it. You can position it more correctly, but I will just leave her as it is. And let's just copy the component before closing the game. So copy the transform of it, and then click on this police officer and simply click on paste component values. That is it. Also, let's rename this to police 1. Now after this, let's add the other police officers in different locations. So in the character, let's select some other police officer. For example, this one. Okay, let's drag and drop him right there. Okay, move him down below. Let's click on prefab, unpack completely, and let's rename this to police 2. Now let's go ahead and create a animator controller for it, so we can just duplicate this one, click on rename, and let's rename this to police 2. Click on this police 2, drag and drop him right there, and let's remove this animations. Go inside the animations folder, and this time we will add this breathing idle animation. And now let's just play the game and see how does it looks. Let's change into scene view, and as you can see here, he is standing in the idle direction and he is breathing as well, as you can see. And the only thing we want to do is, if we select the police 1, okay, let's double click on it and let's change this to loop time. Click apply, select police officer 2, double click on this and change it to loop time. That is it. Okay, so we have added these two officers. Now let's add two officers right here as well. Okay, so let me just select this chair. Okay, here it is. Let's select this other one as well. That is it. Now let's select the character. So let me change to the model view, and now let's add some other police officer right here. This time we will add this police officer, so let's put it right here. Okay, then we need to add some other officer as well. For example, this one. So let's move him right there. Okay, let's rotate him as well to this side. Now let's move both of them down below. Select both of them, click on prefab, unpack completely. Let's change the name to police 3, and then the next one will be police 4. Let's select the police 3 right here. It needs the animator controller. So if you go inside character controller, let's duplicate this one two times. Let's change this one to police officer 3 and then police officer 4. Let's select the third one, drag and drop this animator, then the fourth one, drag and drop this one, and then select the third police officer, click on his animator right here. Let's remove this animation and let's add the typing animation, then select the fourth one, remove that and add the typing animation. Okay, after adding that, let's play the game and see how does it looks. Change into scene view, and as you can see both of them are typing. So what we will do, we will position them now correctly. So let's move him a little bit down below. Okay, somewhere right here. Now we can just simply click on copy component. Let's close the game. Keep clicking on police 3 and let's click on paste component values. Then let's work on this other police officer. Change into scene view, and now let's position it correctly. Let's move it down below right here. Okay, then click on copy. Oops, right here, copy component. Then click on police 4 and click on paste component values. That is it. Now let's play the game and see how does it looks. Okay, as you can see they both will work right there. Okay, and if we see the other four, they are right here. Okay, this police officer, I don't know what happened to it, but okay, we will fix it. And guys, make sure that each of your police officer animation is set to loop time. Okay, so let's check this one. Set this to loop time. Select this one, it is on loop time. Okay, this breathing guider doesn't have a motion. I don't know what happened to it, but let's add this motion right there. And now let's check it out again. Let's change into scene view, and now as you can see he is set up. And this police officer is typing. Let's see the other two. They are typing as well, but now the motion of this police officer is missing. I don't know what is happening to it. But if we click on this, let's click on typing. Okay, as you can see the motion from the animation is missing. So let's drag and drop that in there. But here we have the motion here as well. Let's check the third one. We have the motion. In the fourth one we have the motion as well. Now everything works perfectly fine, as you can see. So with our police station completed, now we are ready to move on. So let's end this video right here. So our police station is, as you can see, completed. We have all of the police officers inside the police station. Now what we will do is let's select all of these three police officers and we will move this inside our environment and then inside our police station. So let me create, or actually let's not create any game object and then just simply drag and drop this inside the police station. That is it. And once you added these police officers inside the police station, now let's just simply play the game and see if it works or not. So let's go ahead and run towards inside the police station. As you can see from the window, the police officer is working. Let's open the gate. Okay, as you can see, they both are working. If we check this side, as you can see, they are working as well. So make sure that you move these officers inside the police station so that our hierarchy becomes a little bit clearer, as you can see now. So with this done, let's end this video right here. Hello guys and welcome back. So now from this video onwards we'll start working on our player UI. In our player UI we will be having a health bar for our player. We will show the current amount of money the player have. We will also show the wanted level stars, and at the last we will show the current amount of ammo and magazines in each of the player rifle. Just like in GTA 5 it shows all of these things. Okay, so first of all we will start from the health bar. So for adding the health bar right here in the hierarchy, let's go ahead and create a UI canvas by the name of player UI. Inside this player UI, let's go ahead and create a UI slider. Let's name this slider as health bar. And as you can see right here, this slider has the fill and the handle react. So if we open this up, in here we have the fill area and the handle slide area. Let's go ahead and click on this 2D and let's focus up on this health bar. As you can see, this is the background fill area, handle area. We actually don't need this handle area, so what we will do, we will just simply delete it. Now we just have the fill area and the background, and from here as you can see the handle react is now missing. Now what we will do, we will show the health bar of the player as in red color, because in most of the game it shows it in the red color, so we will choose the red color. You can color this whatever you want. Okay, so right here we will just simply click on this fill, then go ahead and click on this color, and in here let's color it as dark red. Now if we click on this health bar, let's scroll down, and to the value right here let's increase the value. As you can see the maximum value is 1 and the minimum is 0. So as you can see, when we make it 1, it reaches this point, it doesn't make it fully fill, as you can see. So in order to overcome this issue, just simply click on this fill area game object, okay, this one, and click on this react tool, and then just simply slide this up to this point. Okay, that is it. Now if we click on the health bar again right here, we can now just simply do this, and now as you can see it give us the visualization that yes, the health bar is working perfectly fine. As you can see, let me just zoom on this area and let's make it a little bit forward like this. So now as you can see it looks really beautiful. You can also change the background of this health bar. For example, if we click on this background, let's make the alpha value of this transparent. Okay, we will leave it like this because in this way it looks really beautiful. Now we can just simply increase and decrease the value of it like this. If we check it out in the game view, here it is. Now let's try to move it forward, backward, forward, backward. As you can see, in this way the player health will simply decrease. If we check it out on the maximize window, as you can see it looks really beautiful like that. Okay, now we can just minimize the screen, and as you can see we have a really beautiful health bar. Set it up really simply, and I hope you understand how to create your own health bar. There are some other ways. Okay, in our previous projects we use some other ways, but in this project we will use this way because this is really simple and it makes the health bar looks really beautiful, as you can see. And as you know that this is the clone of the GTA 5, so in GTA 5 the health bar is also really smaller and really thinner. Okay, so we will just leave the size of this health bar as it is like this, but we want to move this health bar to this bottom left area right here. So in order to do that, click on this health bar, then select this react transform of it, hold down the alt button and then click on this bottom left, and as you can see it has been moved to the bottom left. If you maximize the screen, it will just simply stays there, and it doesn't matter what is the screen size, it will also be on the bottom left side, as you can see. And in this way the player health will simply decrease. As you can see, it looks really beautiful right there. Now since we have the health bar for the player, now we just need a script in which this health bar will decrease according to the player present health. Okay, so with this done, I will catch you guys in the next one. Hello guys and welcome back. So now in this video we will create the script for our health bar, but let me first tell you how our health bar will work and how we will type the code for our health bar. So for example, as you know, the player health whenever the game start will be equals to this 200 value, so the present health will be 200. Okay, so we will pass that 200 to this maximum value. So whenever the game start, this max value will be equals to 200 like this. Okay, the health bar will be full. Now you can notice the names right here, the max value, minimum value and the value. So now for example, if the player takes damage of, for example, let's say 80, so now this value will be decreased to 120, so the player health bar will be shown like this. Okay, it means that 80 will be minus from this 200, so it means it is 120. So in like this the player health will decrease. And for example, if the police officer starts shooting the player, then the health of the player will be just simply decreasing like this, and when it reaches this 0, then the player will simply die. So in this way our health bar will work. Now in the scripts folder, let's go inside the player, and in here let's create a new C# script by the name of health bar. Make sure that you name it like this. Okay, health bar, the H and B will be capital. Let's click on this health bar, and right here let's assign this script up there. Now let's open this up, and in here first of all, since we will be dealing with the UI, so at the top we will say using Unity engine.ui. Then after this, let's remove the start and update function, and at the top let's create a reference to our slider component which is attached to the health bar, and let's name this slider right here in the script as health bar slider. Then down below, now we need two scripts. As I told you, whenever the game start, we will set the maximum value of the health bar to 200. So we need to assign the maximum health to the player whenever the game starts. So for that we will say public void. Let's name this function as give full health. It will be needing a float which will be by the name of health. Okay, and then we will simply say health bar slider dot max value, and the max value will be equals to the health, and then we will say health bar slider dot value will be up also equals to the health. Okay, so now what this function will do, first of all, as you know that it has this float health right here, to this float health we will assign the present health of the player. So let's just imagine that we have assigned the present health to the health float variable right here. Now as you can see, this health is equals to the maximum value and the value of the slider. So now whenever the game start, this maximum value will be equals to 200, and as you can see, when this is equals to 200, this value still remain as 0. So that's why we make this value of this health bar as 200 as well, so that it shows the health bar is full. Okay, like this. So this code will do just that. Now after this we want to decrease the player health according to the present health of the player. For example, if the police officer starts shooting the player, then as you know that the present health of the player will start decreasing. So we need a function for that in which we will decrease the health of the player, and also we will decrease the health bar slider as well. So for that we will create a function by the name of set health, in which we will be needing a float by the name of health, and as you know, this health will be equals to the present health of the player. So then right here we will say health bar slider dot value. This time only the value will be equals to this health float. Okay, because already we have set the maximum value to 200, now we don't need to set it to 200 again. We will be just simply decreasing and increasing this value. Okay, so for example, if the police officer starts shooting the player, this value will be decreasing like this. And for example, if we take the health package, then the health will be increased like this. Okay, now let's assign the present health to this health variable. For that we will be needing to open this player script, and right here in the player health things, let's create a public reference to our health bar script. So we'll say public health bar, and let's name this as health bar as well. Then first of all, as you know that we will be setting the maximum value and the value to the health. Okay, it means the present health, we will be setting the health to the fullest value, which is 200. So for that, in the awake function we will say health bar dot give full health. As you can see, this is the function name, and as I told you, it needs this health. So we will assign the present health right there. So now the present health is 200, and this health will be equals to 200 as well. So we assign the maximum value. Now we have this other function which will increase and decrease the player health. So now whenever we take damage from the police officer, right here we are taking damage. So now right here we will say health bar dot set health, and let's pass the present health. Okay, right here, as you know, the present health is decreasing, so also we will decrease the health bar as well. So now it was simple as that. Now just simply save the script, click on this health bar right here, attach this slider right there, and for now let's make this value as 1, and let's decrease it as well. Now if we play the game, you will notice these maximum value and value will be changed. Oops. Okay, we didn't attach the health bar script right there, we forgot to do that. So make sure that you attach the health bar script right there as well. Okay, and as you know, the health bar script is right here. So just simply drag and drop this health bar game object in there. That is it. Now let's click on the health bar again. Let's play the game, and now let's see the magic. As you can see, the maximum value equals to 200, and the value becomes equals to 200 as well. Now let's go ahead and commit any crime. For example, if we kill that AI character, now you will notice that the police officer will damage us, and as you can see, as he is damaging us, the value is decreasing right here automatically, and you can notice the health bar right here is decreasing. If you check it in the, whoops, okay, let me maximize the screen. I have just closed the window. Okay, now as you can see, the health bar is decreasing, and as you can see, the game is a little bit choppy. This is because the due to the police station. Okay, now as you can see, when the health becomes, the value becomes 0, the player simply dies. And guys, in order to now fix that choppy game issue, we need to for now just disable this police station inside our game. Okay, so that the game doesn't lag that much. Now if we click on the game window again, maximize, let's play the game, and as you can see, the health bar works perfectly fine. Now as you can see, the police officer is following the player. Okay, they are all coming to catch the player, and as you can see, the health bar is decreasing. So now with our beautiful health bar added. Now let's end this video right here. So in the previous video we have added our health bar and we make it fully functional. Now in this video we will show the total amount of player money right here at the top. And as you know that in our previous video we have already added our font. Okay, this is the font style just like the GTA 5 font style. Okay, so we have the font and now we just need to show the total amount of player money right here at the top. But before doing that, right here in the scripts folder, let's go ahead and create a new folder by the name of UI. And inside this UI folder we will add all of our UI scripts. So let's go inside the player folder, and from here let's drag and drop this helper script inside the UI folder. Okay, and once you do that, let's check the help bar. Okay, the script, everything is attached. Now right here in the player UI, let's create a UI legacy text. Let's name this as $sign, and let's change to the scene view. Let's go to 2D and let's focus up on this. Okay, and right here select this react transform of it, press the alt button and move it to the top right side. Okay, as you can see here it is. Now inside this $sign we will show the total amount of money, but first of all let's add the $sign. As you can see there it is. Let's change its color to white and let's select the font. As you can see there it is, this is the font. Let's make the font size as 35 and select this react transform and let's resize the height of it to 36. That is it. Now let's move it to this area. Okay, this is just the $sign. Now inside this $sign we will create a UI legacy text again, and now this will be the money amount. So let me first of all move it outside of the $sign and let's move this money amount somewhere right here. Okay, let me turn on the gizmos so that we can see the area of this. Okay, right here for example the total amount of dollar will be 200 for now. Let's select the font, let's select the font size, and now let's resize it. As you can see here it is. Let me now resize it again like this. Okay, let's change the color of it to white, and as you can see it matches the $sign perfectly fine. If you check it in the game view, as you can see there it is, but we just need to make it a little bit smaller from this side as well. Now if we check it out again, there it is. Let me move it closer to the $sign. Okay, now let's click on react tool, and that will be it. Now let's move it backward to this position. That is it. Now as you can see it shows $200, so it means that the player have $200. So it is looking perfectly fine. Okay, in the $sign we have the money amount. Now it needs the script in which we will show the uh, player total number of account balance. So let's click on project. In the UI folder let's create a new script by the name of money UI. Then click on this $sign at the top. Let's drag and drop the script. Now let's open this up, and in here at the top we will say using Unity engine.ui. Since we will be dealing with the UI, right here we move the start and update function, And at the top, first of all, we need a reference to our player script, because on the player script we have the total amount of player money stored. And then we need a reference to our money amount, okay, which is inside this dollar sign. Let me show to you this money amount text. So we will say public text money amount text. Now let's create an update function, and inside this update function we will just simply update the player money according to the situation. For example, if the player kills some character UI, we will give the bonus, so we will update the player money according to that situation. And for example, if the player buys any weapon, then we will decrease the money. So for that we just simply need to type money amount text dot text. Okay, this is the reference to the dot text is the reference to the component which is by the name of text. Okay, this text component, and inside this text component it is this text. Okay, so it is a reference to this text. So it will be equals to double quotes, then plus, then player dot player player money. Let me check out the player script. Okay, it is by the name of player money. Okay, that is it, so it is correct. Okay, now according to the situation, the player money will be increase and decrease, and also it will show that increasing and decreasing right here in our UI. So now if you click on this dollar sign, it needs the player script. Let's add the player script. Then it needs this reference, so add that text component reference right there. And once that is done, let's click on this game window and set it in the maximize. Now let's play the game, and I didn't check, but it will update the player money right there. Okay, it shows the 2 right there. I don't know why. Let me check it out again. I think we have added the wrong reference right here in the dollar sign. This should be the reference to this player amount money, okay, not this text component which is this dollar sign. Okay, in here drag and drop this player amount, which is this one. Now let's check the player total amount. It is 250, and right here we type 200, but now if we play the game it will be automatically changed to $250. As you can see, when the game started, is changed to $250. Now for example, if we buy this handgun, as you can see, it is now $180 because we have buy this handgun from the shop. Now let's take out the handgun, and now let's try to kill some UI characters. For example, this one. As you can see, the player money has increased. Now if we kill this police officer, it is now 205. Now let's kill this police officer as well. Okay, it is reloading. Let me kill him, and as you can see, the player money is increasing and decreasing according to the situation. Okay, it was already increasing and decreasing because we typed a code for that in our previous videos, but now as you can see, the UI is changing according to that situation as well. So now with this done, let's end this video right here. Hello guys, and welcome back. So as you know that we have completed the health bar and the player money amount, as you can see right here. Now after this, the next one is the wanted level. So for the wanted level right here in the player UI, let's create an empty game object, and let's name this as wanted level. Now if you click on the scene view, and let's focus upon the wanted level, here it is. Let's click on the react transform of it and make it to the top right. Okay, like that. Now let's click on it. Here it is. Let's turn on the gizmo so that we can see it perfectly fine. Okay, here it is. Now if we click on this player right here, we have attached this wanted level script right here. Let's click on copy component. Let's click on wanted level, and right here simply click on paste component as new. That is it. Now if we click on clear again, let's just simply remove this from there. And now if we check the police officers, as you can see, the wanted level is missing in here. But if we play the game, the script will be attached automatically, as you can see. So now inside this wanted level, create an empty game object again by the name of level 1. And now in here create a UI legacy image, or actually create a simple image, and let's name this image as unwanted star. Okay, now if you go to sprites, right here we have this star which is in white color, so drag and drop that in here, click on set native size. Okay, as you can see it is a lot more bigger, so let's set the width of it to 20 and the height of it to 20 as well. And now if we focus upon it, here it is. Okay, so now what we will do with it is, for now we will leave it as it is. Let's duplicate this unwanted level star, and now this time name it as wanted star, and let's remove this one from the ending. Now we have the unwanted star and wanted star. For the wanted star we will drag and drop this one, and as you can see here it is. So whenever the level 1 wanted star is active, it will show this yellow star, but if it is not, it will show this white star. Okay, so in this way it will work. Now we have the level 1 setup right here. Now what we can do with it is we will just simply move it right here and make sure that it is right down below this $200 sign right there. If we check it out, here it is. Okay, now after this, let's just simply duplicate this and move it to this side. Okay, then let's just duplicate it 3 times, then let's select the third one, move it right here, then the fourth one, move it right here, then the fifth one, let's move it right here, and that will be it. Now let's just simply rename this to level 2, then level 3, then level 4, and then we have the last level which is 5. That is it. Now as you can see, they all have the unwanted and wanted level star. Okay, so in this way it will work. Now let me just do this and let's click on wanted level. As you know, we have the script right here, so let's just open this up. Right here we need a reference to our unwanted level star. Okay, I mean not the unwanted, the wanted level star. So whenever the player kills someone, we will activate and deactivate the star like this. Okay, so we need reference to all of this wanted level stars. So let's go ahead and create a reference in our script. Before this level 1, let's say public game object, and let's name this as level 1 star. Okay, then let's just copy this, and after above this level 2 paste it, then above level 3, level 4, level 5. Okay, and now let's rename this to level 2 star, then level 3 star, then level 4 star, and at the end we have the level 5. Then whenever the level 1 equals to true, we also want to show the wanted level star, so we will say level 1 star dot set active, and let's set it to true. Okay, now we want to do the same for the other stars, so let's paste it right here, then in here, right here as well, and in the fifth one as well. Now let's rename this to level 2, then level 3, level 4, and level 5. That will be it, and make sure that at the top you type using Unity engine.ui. Now we can just simply save the script, get back to Unity. Now if we click on wanted level right here, let's attach the stars. So let's open all of them. Okay, and let's drag and drop the first one, then the second wanted level star, then the third one, then the fourth one, and at last we have the fifth one. That is it. Now let's save this. Let me turn off the gizmos. Let me clear that out. Let's click on this and let's play it on the maximize window. Now if we play the game, as you know, the player money, player health, everything is right there. Now for example, if we pick up this rifle, okay, now let's try to shoot this, and as you can see, level 1 star is activated. Now let's try to shoot some other one as well. Now as you can see, level 3 is active and they are shooting us, as you can see. Now let's try to shoot him as well, and let's shoot this one as well. Okay, the player just died, but now as you can see right there, the stars were activating one by one, and it means that our wanted level system is working perfectly fine. Now we are creating some beautiful player UI. As you can see, we now have the player money, wanted level star, health bar. Now everything is set up. Okay, and I hope you understand how you can add the wanted level star. So I hope you can now do that by yourself, or else you can just watch this video from the start. And with our wanted level done, let's end this video right here. Okay, so now in this video we will show the ammo and the magazine UI. So first of all, in the scripts folder, let's go inside the police NPC, and from here let's remove this wanted level now and move it to the UI. Then right here, let's create a new C# script as well by the name of ammo count. Then let's go ahead and first of all create the UI for it. So in the player UI, create an empty game object by the name of ammo UI, and let's move this to the bottom right side. Let's change into scene view. Let's focus on it. Here it is. Now in here, let's create a UI legacy text. Let's name this as mag text or magazine text. Then also we will create the ammo text, but let's just work on this mag text for now. Right here, as you can see, the total number of magazine will be 15. Let's change the font size to 40, and then let's select the font style. Then after this, make the width of it as 30 and the height will be, let's just say 40. Okay, now we can turn on the gizmos. Here it is. Let's actually select the whole ammo out game object and move it to this side, and then select this make text and move it right here. As you can see, this make text is inside this ammo UI. Now we can just simply duplicate this and change its name to ammo text, and the ammo text will be by the value of 35, and let's move this 35 right here. Select both of these and move it to the middle. Let's increase the width of this to 34. That is it. Now let's move it to this side a little bit, and that will be it. So now we have the magazine text. Let's change the color of it to fully black, and the ammo text will be fully white. And let's change the font size of this to 39. That is it. And if we check it in the game view, here it is. Okay, it will show the magazine right here and the total number of ammo right there. Okay, now let's minimize, and as you know, we have created the ammo count script, so let's just drag and drop this right here, and let's open this up. Right here at the top, first of all, we will say using Unity Engine UI. Then let's remove these two functions. Then at the top we will create a reference to our magazine text and our ammunition text. So we will say public text. Let's add a reference to our ammunition text, then to our magazine text, and then after this let's create a instance for this. So we will say public static ammo count instance. Then in the awake function we will say instance will be equals to this. Then down below we will say public void. Let's create a function to update our ammo. So we will say public void update ammo text. In here it will requires an integer which will be by the name of present ammunition, and then we will say ammunition text dot text will be equals to double quotes plus the present ammunition. Then after this we will say public void. Let's create a function to update our magazine as well. So update mag text, and in here we will say integer mag. Then we will say mag text dot text will be equals to double quotes plus mag. That is it. Now to this present ammunition and magazine, let's pass the ammunition and magazine from our rifles. So as you know that all of our rifles has the ammunition and the magazine. So let's start from the handgun. If we click on this handgun script, let's scroll down where we shoot. Right here as you can see we shoot. So right here before playing the muzzle spark, let's update the UI. Okay, so simply we will say ammo count dot instance dot, let's call the function which is by the name of update ammo text, and in here we will simply say present ammunition. Then we will say ammo count dot instance dot update mag text, and we will pass the magazine in here. And if you double click on it, as you can see this present ammunition is the variable right here, and also the mag is the variable right here as well at the top. Okay, so in this way you will update your UI. Now let's do the same for the other rifles. We have done it for the handgun. Now let's open up the shotgun script, then the Uzi script and the bazooka script. Now if you click on shotgun, let's scroll down to the shoot function. Here it is before the muzzle spark. Let's update our UI. Now let's do it for the Uzi. And after the Uzi, do it for the bazooka as well. So it was simple as that. Once you type all of this code in the handgun, shotgun, using the bazooka, okay, then we are ready to go. Just save the script, get back right here to Unity, and then click on ammo UI right here. It needs the ammunition text, so drag and drop that in there. Then it needs the mag text, so drag and drop that right there, and that will be it. So now if we play the game, let's play it on the maximize. As you can see, for now it shows the default values which we added inside our text. But for example, if we pick up this handgun, let's take it out as well. Now let's try to shoot. Okay, if we shoot there, as you can see, the number of magazines and ammo is updated. The number of magazines in our handgun were 10, so that's why it shows 10 right there. And now as you can see, we reloaded, and now we have the ammo and magazine showing right there. Now the total number of magazine is 8 and the ammo is 0. Now as you can see, after reload it shows the ammo right there as well. So in this way you can create your own ammo UI if you want. Okay, and this UI is similar to the GTA 5. If you see the GTA 5 game, it shows the ammo the magazine and the ammunition like in this design. Okay, so with our beautiful ammo UI now created, let's end this video right here. Hello guys and welcome back. So now from this video onwards we will start working on our gangster AI, in which we will be adding the gangster mention, and also we will add the gangster AI, or you can say the bodyguard AI, in which that bodyguard, or you can say gangster, will protect the mansion, and inside the mansion we will have the main villain, which will be the boss of that mansion and that gangsters. Okay, so we will be creating these three things. So first of all we will be adding the mansion. So if we go ahead and find some place for our mention, for example this open area, okay, you can add this mention wherever you want, but I will just simply choose this area for the mention. And once you choose your area, then just simply go ahead and download these two winner files. In the first one you will find the gangster house and the player house and the other props, and in this one you will find the main villain, or you can say the boss, and also the gangsters. So let's start from the first one. Let's click on extract here. After extracting you will find these three files. The first one will be the 3D object file, and the second one will be the Unity package file. So let's start from this Unity package file. Double click on it. In here you will find all of these things. So let's just simply click on import. So as you can see, it is imported inside the prefab folder. This is the gangster mansion, and then this is the player house, as you can see, and this will be the player house prefabs, and this is the gangster mansion prefabs, and in here you will find this bus, and in here you will find the gate of the mansion, okay, which is this one. So all of these things are right here in this prefabs folder. Now after this, let's go ahead and add this fence file as well. So we can just simply drag and drop this right here inside this prefab folder, and if we click on it, in here you will find this fence, as you can see. So I have taken this whole fence from my previous project, okay, and I am giving this to you guys as well, so in order to save our time. So if we just simply drag and drop it, it will show this whole fence, and inside this fence we will add our mention. Because we just can't add this fence one by one and then just cover this whole area, it will take a lot of time, okay. And let me tell you that this fence was inside our town folder, okay. This is not from anywhere, this is inside the town folder. Where is it? Okay, if we click on this starter asset environment, then inside this town constructor pack, if you go inside the props folder, in here you will find this fence, okay. This is the same fence which we added right here, okay, in this whole area. These are the same fences. So let's import our other file now. We have imported these two, so now let's just remove that and keep this one on the side. Now let's extract this one. As you can see, in here you will find these two .unity package file. The first one will be the rebels and the second one will be the boss. So let's double click on this boss unity package. Okay, as you can see, this will be added inside our player folder, which is this one. So let's just simply click on import, and as you can see the boss folder in here. But actually we will remove this boss folder from here. Let's drag and drop this inside the prefabs folder, okay. Now you will find the boss character right here. This character is from the maximo.com, so you can just go ahead and find this character there. And if you want to use some other character, then feel free to use your own character, but I will just simply use this one. And this is the animation for this boss character, okay. If we drag and drop the boss in there, as you can see, this will be the animation for this boss character. Now let's add the rebels, or you can say the gangsters. So if we double click on this Unity package file, as you can see right here, you will find all of the textures, materials, and then the prefabs right in here. Okay, so we can just simply click on import. So it is imported. If we see the rebels folder right here, you will find all of the gangster, as you can see. Now let's move this folder to the prefab folder as well, so that we have everything inside a single folder. Okay, so we now have the gangster mentions, we have the boss, we have the gangsters. Okay, now in the next video we will set everything up, and then we will create the gangster AI, and then everything will be set up in its place. So let's end this video right here. Hello guys and welcome back. So in the previous video we have added half of the gangster house assets. Now in this video we will add the remaining assets, and after that we will be able to create the gangster house, or you can say the gangster mansion. Okay, so as you know, we have selected this area for the mansion. So before adding the mansion, let's go ahead and open up the browser, and once you open up the browser, go to the asset store, and then on the asset store search for this free pack, which is the furniture pack. Okay, as you can see, this is the creator name of this package, and this is actually a free package. As you can see, this is the package file size. Okay, so this will be the furniture which we will be using inside the mansion. If you want, you can use some other furniture pack. Okay, if you have your own furniture pack, then just feel free to use that, but we will use this furniture pack. So just simply add this to your asset, and after adding it, it will give you this button which is open in Unity. So let's just simply click on it, then click on open Unity editor. As you can see right here, this is the package. Okay, I have already downloaded it, so I will just simply click on import. And if you didn't download it, first of all, as you know, you will have to download it, then simply click on import. It will give you this window in which there is all of the meshes, materials, and prefabs. As you can see, just simply click on import again, and it will now import all of this pack inside our game. As you can see, it has been added to our asset. If we search for the furniture folder right here, then if you go inside prefabs in here, you will find all of the prefabs. Okay, these are the different kinds of three-seater sofas. There is the cupboard and all of the other things, as you can see right here. So now we have these furniture, and guys, with this, let me tell you one thing, that if we check our prefab right here, this mention is my own asset. Okay, I have created this in the Blender, and then I exported it to Unity. So this is my own asset, and also this player house is my own asset as well. Okay, I own these, but if you want, you can use this for free. Okay, you can use this wherever you want. But the other thing, for example, this bus, these rebels, and this boss, as you know, I don't own these assets. Some of them are from the Unity asset store, and some of them are from different websites. I don't remember, but there were one website, I think, by the name of Sketchfab. Okay, I've downloaded this asset, some of them from there. Okay, it was free assets, of course. Okay, so I've got them from there. Okay, but as I told you, you can use them all for free, but if you have your own assets, then you all feel free to use your own assets as well. Okay, so now with this furniture added, now let's move to the next one. For example, this transport helicopter, we will be adding this helicopter inside the mansion. Okay, just for the designing of the mansion. Okay, if you want, you can add different vehicles, for example, and whatever you want to add. As you can see, this is the creator name, this is the package name. So go ahead and search for this. This is a free asset, and once you have this asset, then just simply click on opening Unity, open Unity editor. And as you can see, here is the helicopter. So I will first of all download this. As you can see, it has been downloaded. Now let's go ahead and click on import. Here is the helicopter material textures and the main.fbx file of the helicopter. So I will simply click on import, and let's check the folder right here, transport helicopter. Here it is, as you can see. Okay guys, if you want, just don't download these packages. As I told you, you can use your own packages, but if you want to follow me, then just follow me. And as you can see, now we have this helicopter as well. Let's try to drag and drop it. Here it is, as you can see. Okay, now after this helicopter, let's download these car pack. Okay, these two car pack. Let's start from this one. This is the package name, as you can see, and this is the creator name of this package. This is a free asset. This is the file size. Let's click on open in Unity, and as you can see, it is open. Let's click on import, and let's import all of this inside our game. These are the cards which we will be using for our player, and also right here as well for the gangster mention. Okay, so as you can see, here it is. This is the cars. Now let's just simply add these cards as well. As you can see, this is the package name. It is a free asset, so let's add this as well. This is from the same creator. So here it is. Let's click on import, then let's import all of this inside our game. And as you can see, both of these are now imported inside the same folder, because as I told you, this was from the same creator. So these are the first vehicles, and then these are the second one, as you can see. So now with all of our assets now added for the gangster mention, now in the next video we will add the gangster mention. So see you guys in the next one. Okay, so now in this video we will set up all of the gangster mentions. So for that, let's go ahead and click on prefab. Right here, as you can see, this is the gangster mention. Okay, and if you click on it, this will be the fence for the gangster mention. But if you drag and drop this fence right here, okay, and let's zoom on it, as you can see right here, this gate, okay, doesn't have any materials, and also this fence doesn't have the material, and also it is not transparent, as you can see. Okay, it looks really ugly. This is because I have exported this not in the right way. So we can just simply delete this from here, and then go ahead and download this fence window file. After downloading it, click on extract here, and once it is extracted, it will give you this Unity package file. Okay, then just double click on it, and it will open up this. Okay, this will be all of the materials and everything, but as I told you, this fence, and we already have this gate right here. Okay, so that's why it's showing this, that this material is already inside our package. We just need this fence prefab. Okay, so let's just simply click on import now, and I think yes, it is imported right here. Okay, as you can see, there is the fence and the gate, but is inside, now imported inside the player folder. So what we can do now is just simply drag and drop this prefab from here to this prefab folder. Then let's delete this folder from here. That is it. Now if you click on prefab, here it is. Okay, and now let's just drag and drop this in here. Let's drag and drop it somewhere right here. That's it. Okay, let me set this up. Okay, now if we focus on this, now as you can see, here is the gate, and then here is the fence. but it is inside the ground, so we will just simply move it out of the ground like this. And now it is on the ground. As you can see, it looks really beautiful like this. Okay, so now we have all of this fence ready, as you can see. And let me tell you guys that if you don't like this fence style like this, then just go ahead inside the starter asset environment, down, then props. In here, this is the fence. Okay, you can just drag and drop this fence inside your game and create your own fence design. Okay, and once you have your own fence design, then just simply add the mention. So right here we have this mention, so let's just drag and drop it right here. And as you can see, this mention size is a lot more bigger. So first of all, let's click on this mention and let's make the size of this mention, for example, 0.8. Click apply. As you can see, now the size of this mention is a lot more smaller now, but first of all we will check it on our player. So let me move the player closer to this mention from there. Okay, let's move him inside this fence. Let's focus upon the player, move it outside the ground. Now let's play the game and see how does the mention look. Okay, so as you can see, the game is started. Now let's get inside the mention. Whoops. Okay, we don't have the surface layer on this mention, so that's why we can't jump in this area. We can jump right there because there is the surface. Okay, now let's get inside the mention, and as you can see, everything looks perfectly fine. Let's get on top of there. As you can see, our player is not moving in the upward direction, and this is because due to the character controller height. So if we open up the character controller, let's click on the gizmos, turn it on, and then let's decrease the size, I mean the height of the player. Or actually, let's just not decrease the height of the player. Let's go ahead and click on this gangster house, and right here add the surface layer to it. After that, now if we play it again, as you can see, now we can go up like this. I don't know why the player is not moving on the stairs. Now as you can see, we are inside the mansion. I think this size for this mansion will be enough, because as you can see, according to the player body, it looks really fine. Okay, perfectly fine. The garage area is also looking beautiful, and if we check it from the outside, as you can see, it looks really beautiful. So now let me just close the game, click on this gangster house again. Okay, and let's rotate it to the other side like this. Okay, so let's make this value as 90, and then let's put it on the center like this. So now we have added the gangster house. So now if we click on this gangster house, as you can see, the gangster house is not properly on the ground. So let's move it down below like this. Okay, and actually let's move it a little bit. Okay, a little bit uh, on the ground, so that it shows the marble perfectly fine like this. Okay, Now as you can see, it is totally on the ground, as you can see. Okay, you can actually, if you want, you can remove these marbles. Okay, as you can see, this is separate from the gangster house. You can remove this if you want. Okay, but if you want to keep it, you can keep it as well. So now after doing that, what we need to do now is, let's get inside this house and let's remove this sofa, because the sofa makes the game really buggy. Okay, as you know that we have now the furniture for the mansion, so we will simply remove this furniture, because as you know, on this furniture there is no materials. Okay, as you can see, and also it makes the game laggy if the player come closer to it. You can just go ahead and test this out. Okay, so let me just delete all of these things. As you know, they are saying that first of all we need to unpack it completely. Okay, then let's remove everything one by one. So let's select this all, delete it. Okay, this is the bookshelf, move that one as well. Leave the bed right here. Okay, we will remove this bed from here. Now let's check if there is something else. Okay, let's remove this couch and that couch as well. So now, as you can see, there is nothing now left inside this mansion. We will be adding that furniture pack. Okay, now the gangster house looks now a little bit neater. Okay, now let's open up this environment, drag and drop this in there, and let's drag and drop this fence now inside this gangster house. Okay, and then inside this gangster house create an empty game object by the name of house. Okay, and then inside this house add all of these things, select all of them, and then drag and drop them inside this house game object. Okay, now as you can see, there is the fence and then this is the whole house. Okay, so now the gangster house is looking perfectly fine. Now let's go ahead and play the game. Let's move the player now. Okay, as you can see, our player cannot move. Okay, as you can see, he gets stuck on the stairs. So this is due to this slope limit of the player. Just simply select the player and right here in the character navigator, let's make this for example 70. And now as you can see, the player is moving perfectly fine, but he can't move on that one. So just make this 80, and now you will notice that the player will go perfectly fine on each of the steps. Okay, as you can see, he can move down, he can move up. Okay, as you can see, he just gets stuck right here, so we can just increase this value to 100, and now as you can see, he is moving perfectly fine. Okay, now let's move upwards. As you can see, he can move up and down perfectly fine. Okay, as you can see, and it gives that illusion that the player is going on the stairs. As you can see, he is moving step by step. Okay, so in this way you can solve this issue. Okay, if you have the issue, if the player is not moving on the stairs, then just simply increase the slope limit of the player character controller. Okay, make it 100 and it will simply solve your issue. And I hope now you understand what we did with our mansion. Now in the next video we will add the furniture and the vehicles and also that helicopter. So let's end this video right here. Okay, so let's go ahead and add the furniture first of all. So I will just simply add a few furniture things, okay, and then you can design your own furniture inside this house. Because our previous video was also a bit lengthy, so I don't want this video to be lengthy. I will just show you that how you can add furniture, and then you can add that furniture anywhere inside this mansion. Okay, as you know that we have already added the furniture, so we can just go in here. Okay, and before adding any furniture, let's go inside the gangster house. Right here, create an empty game object by the name of furniture, and now in here we will add all of the furniture which we will be using. So for example, right here outside we want to add this table, so I will just simply add this table right here. Okay, here is the table. Then in front of this table I want a sofa like this. Okay, so I will add this sofa in this direction, and then let's just simply duplicate this sofa. I don't know if this is the sofa or whatever it called, but I will just simply call this a sofa. Okay, I will just change this to minus now, and as you can see it is on the other side now. So in this way you can add different furniture, and once you added that, then just simply drag and drop it inside the furniture game object. Okay, as you can see they are added. Now for example, let's add some furniture right here as well. Right here we will add some three-seater sofa. For example, this one, let's rotate it on 180, and then in front of this let's add some table like this. Okay, and once you do that, simply drag and drop this inside the furniture, and then click on the furniture and click on prefab, unpack completely. And now as you can see the furniture is being added. So in this way you can add different furniture inside your game. Now in the boss room right here, the main villain of our game will sleep on this bed, so right here we can add some furniture as well. For example, some chairs, maybe these chairs. Okay, so let's add these chairs. Let's just duplicate this one, move it up there, and let's use the minus right here and let's move it there. Then in front of this we will add this table right there. Okay, then just simply select all of it, click on prefab, unpack completely, and then add it inside the furniture. After this, let's add the mirror. Okay, right here, let's rotate it on 90. For example, actually use minus 90, and then let's just move it closer to the wall like that. Okay, and then add it inside the furniture, and then click on prefab, unpack completely. That's it. So in this way you can add your own furniture. This furniture actually doesn't suit our mansion because our mansion seems really advanced and really modern, and this furniture looks old school, but I am just showing you that how you can add your own furniture, and I hope you understand how you can add different furniture items now. Okay, so you can just go ahead and find some other furniture pack for your game, and then just try to add that furniture inside your game like this. Okay, so with our furniture added now, let's add the vehicles now in the garage. Okay, I will just add some few vehicles and I will show you how you can add vehicles. Okay, it is really simple. Just click on this and then prefab, and for example if you want to add this vehicle, then for that, first of all, in the gangster house we will need to create a new game object by the name of cars, and now let's for example drag and drop this car. Okay, then once you add this car, add this inside the cars game object and add a component to this by the name of box collider, and then just simply resize the box collider so that it fits this car. Okay, like this. So we have added the first car. Now we can just simply click on prefab, unpack completely, and in here let's remove the mesh collider. Then we can add this black car as well if you want. So add this black one, move it up there, add it inside the cars, and click on prefab, unpack completely. Then let's add the other cars as well, these ones. So now we will add this car right there. Okay, and let's add the other one, and actually we will rotate this one on the other side. So let's make this 180. Select both of them, add this inside the cards, click on prefab, unpack completely. That is it. Okay, so in this way you can add the vehicles for the gangster. Okay, and after the vehicles now we will add the chopper, or you can say the helicopter. So if you click on it, we can just simply drag and drop this right there, and as you can see the size of it is really bigger. Okay, so we need to resize this. So if you click on it, then right here let's make the size of it as 0.2 for example. Click on apply, and now as you can see it is being resized. If you click on the chopper, let's move it down below, and let's move this chopper right here. Okay, and let's just drag and drop it inside the cars, then click on it all as well, click on prefab, unpack completely. Then you can add the vehicles right here outside of the mention. Okay, as I told you, just drag and drop them. Okay, for example, let's duplicate these two cars and let's move them outside, for example right here. That's it. Let's delete that one and let's duplicate this one. Okay, and add it right there. That is it. So in this way you can add different vehicles to the mention. Okay, now if we simply play the game again, let's check it out in the full screen. Okay, as you can see here it is, this is the chopper. I think the chopper size is a lot more smaller, so we need to resize that. Okay, but if we see the vehicles, okay, this vehicles has the mesh collider, so that's why we can't just go inside the vehicle. Okay, so you don't need to add the box collider to the vehicle, but we need to add the collider to this chopper, and also let's increase the size of it as well a little bit. So if you go inside the cards, let's click on transport chopper, delete it, add it again, click on this, and let's make the size of it as 0.5 or 0.4. Let's check the 0.3 now. Let's play the game. Let's check it out now. Okay, here it is. Now the chopper size is, I think, a lot more smaller as well. So let's just make the size of it as 0.4, and that will be it. Okay, let's just not waste any more time on this. Let's click on prefab, unpack completely, and also let's add the mesh collider to the chopper as well. Let's focus on the chopper and let's move this chopper outside of the ground like that. Okay, and also remove the animation from this chopper because we don't want the wings of this chopper to be animated. We just want it to be stopped. Now let's check it out again. As you can see, here is the chopper, and then here is the vehicles, and let's check out the chopper. Okay, we can't now just go inside the chopper. Okay, the mesh collider is being added to it. So now we have the chopper, we have these beautiful vehicles added inside the player mansion as well. I mean the gangster mansion, as you can see. Okay, and outside of the mansion as well, we have the furniture right here as well, as you can see. And if you check the first floor, where is the stairs? Okay, here it is. Let's go ahead right here at the top. Okay, here are the furniture. Okay, so now with our furniture and everything added, let's end this video right here. Hello guys and welcome back. So in the previous video we have added all of these helicopters and vehicles. Now in this video we will add the gangsters and also we will create the gangster AI. Okay, and that gangster will walk in this area, but if the player come closer to the gangsters, then the gangster will start just shooting the player, because as you know that this player will be the enemy of the gangster. Okay, so let me just move this player now outside right there, and actually let me remove this chopper from the gangster house because it looks really ugly for now. Okay, and the size of it is also a lot more bigger than we expected. Okay, so now as you know that we have these rebels in here inside the prefabs, we have these rebels. So these are the prefabs for the rebels, but if you go inside the geometry, in here you will find the meshes of the rebels, as you can see. And if you click on the rig of it, it is humanoid, as you can see. Okay, so make sure that your rebels is also set to humanoid. Okay, and after that select your own rebel. Okay, for example, if you want to add some rebel, so just first of all select it. I will add this rebel first of all, so I will simply drag and drop the rebel, or you can say the gangster, in here, and after dragging and dropping him, let's move him down below and let's click on prefab unpack completely. After that, if we click on it, let's change its name to gangster 1. Okay, and once you name it, let's check the animation on this gangster. The animation for these gangsters will be the same as for the policeman. Okay, so if we go inside the extreme special force folder, then inside characters animations, and let's select these animations. Okay, right here as you can see, this is the running animation. So if we drag and drop our gangster in it, as you can see, this will be the gangster running. And if you check this animation, as you can see, this is the shooting animation, this is the walking, and this is the death animation. Okay, so the animation for this gangster will be the same, but if you want to use your own animation and different animation, then you can add your own as well, but make sure that your animation type is set to humanoid. Okay, and also your gangster character is also set to humanoid, or else your animation will not work, or it will look a little bit funky. Okay, so now as you can see, the animator on this gangster is already added and the avatar is also added. What we need to do now is go ahead inside the scripts, and in here let's create a new folder by the name of gangsters, and in here let's create a new C# script by the name of gangster1, and also create a new C# script by the name of gangster1 waypoint navigator. Now if we click on this gangster1 right here, drag and drop this gangster1 script in the gangster1 waypoint navigator script. Let's move it to the top right there. Okay, and let's just simply open up this first one and also open up this second script as well. So as you can see, these are the two scripts which we will be using, and with that open, let's open up the police officer script, okay, which is this one, police officer script. And with this, also open up the police waypoint navigator script, which is this one. So once you open these scripts, then from the police officer script, let's just simply copy all of this code from here, okay, and click on gangster1, and let's remove the start and update function from here, and right here paste all of the code. Let me tell you guys that the AI for the police officer and the gangster will be a lot more similar, okay, I mean 90% of it will be similar, and the only changes which we will be doing, I will show you that what that changes will be, but let me first of all set the code. Okay, now as you can see, it is setted. So now if we scroll down, okay, first of all, we don't need this wanted level reference, so we will remove this wanted level reference from there, and also remove this wanted level code from this if condition. Okay, remove this one as well, and also from this one as well. Okay, we just want to say that if the player is not in the vision radius and in the shooting radius, the gangster will walk. If the player is in vision radius, the gangster will chase the player, and if the player is in the shooting radius and also is in the vision radius, then the gangster will simply shoot the player. Right here, remove this wanted level script code as well. We will leave the other code as it is. The walk function will be the same, also the chase function, and the other function will also be similar. Okay, so once you do these changes, let's go ahead and click on gangster1 waypoint navigator. Let's remove this code from there, then click on this police waypoint navigator. From here, let's just simply copy all of this code. Oops, let me do it again. Let's copy it, get back right here, paste it, and now instead of the police officer, let's click on change all occurrence and change this to gangster1. That is it. Okay, so the code will be, as I told you, 90% similar to the police officer code. Okay, we type the code in that way in which we can use this code again and again, so you can say that this code is reusable. Okay, so now we have the gangster1 script and also the gangster1 waypoint script right here. Now let's change this from police to gangster. Okay, because this is now no more the police script, this is the gangster script. So that will be it for this. Now if we get back right here, click on gangster1 right here, as you can see everything is right there. We can add the moving speed of 0.9, the running speed will be 2.2. This everything will be added automatically. It needs the animator, so let's drag and drop the animator in there. Then it needs the player body, so drag and drop the player body, then the player layer. The vision radius will be 25, shooting radius will be 15. Right here it needs the shooting raycast area. So if we go inside the gangster, let's create an empty game object by the name of shooting area. Let's click on gangster 1 and drag and drop the shooting area in there. Then this player will be added automatically because we typed the code for it. As you can see right here in the start function, it will just add that reference automatically. After this, it needs the blood effect. So if you click on the police officer, as you can see, we have added the blood effect right there. So as you can see, to open up the reference, so if you click on the gangster, let's drag and drop the blood effect in there. Now it needs the gangster 1 script, so add that. And now it needs the current waypoint. And as you can see right here, we don't have any waypoint, so we will be adding the waypoints now for our gangsters. So in order to do that, let's first of all scroll down right here to this position, and right here let's create an empty game object by the name of gangster waypoints. Let's focus on it. Okay, it is inside the ground, so let's move it outside the ground. Okay, make sure that it is on the surface like this. Okay, here it is. Now let's add the waypoints one by one. And let's just actually add the waypoints in the next video, and also we will add the animation for this gangster. Okay, so with this done, let's just end this video right here. Okay, so let's go ahead and add the waypoints. As you know, we have created the gangster waypoint main origin right here. So if we click on this waypoint editor tool, let's drag and drop this origin in there, and now we can create the waypoints. But first of all, let me turn on the gizmos so that we can see the waypoints being created. Okay, so let's create the first one. As you can see, it is created. If we check it out, as you can see, it is inside the ground, so we need to delete that, and let's move this object outside of the ground a little bit more. Okay, now it is outside of the ground. Let's create it again, create waypoint. Now as you can see, it is on the ground. Now what we will do, we will simply first of all rotate it to this side. Let me check the inspector. Let's make it on the y-axis as 90. Okay, then get back to the waypoint editor tool, and let's create the waypoints now. Okay, let's create waypoint one by one. So as you can see, we have created the waypoints around this whole mansion. Okay, you can create more waypoints if you want, but I will just create these ones. Okay, and now we have this waypoint right here. So I will now join them together. If we click on inspector now, as you can see, this waypoint 21 doesn't have the next waypoint, so we will just simply drag and drop this waypoint 0 in there. Okay, and then if we click on waypoint 0, let's drag and drop the waypoint 21 in the previous waypoint of the 0, and now as you can see, they are connected with each other. Okay, so in this way you can add your own waypoints around the whole mansion, as you can see. Okay, now if we click on this waypoint 0, okay, and let's just click on gangster 1, let's move him right there. Okay, and to this gangster 1, the current waypoint for this gangster 1 will be this waypoint 0. That is it. Now if we save the game, okay, and let's play the game, and let's see if the gangster is moving in the waypoints or not. Okay, so as you can see, the gangster is moving in the waypoints. If we click on the gangster 1, as you can see, the waypoint is being changed to this waypoint 1. Now it is waypoint 2. Okay, so he is walking inside the waypoint. He doesn't have any animation, so that's why he is moving like that. Now let's check the other function of the gangster AI, for example the player invasion radius and shooting radius, and also let's check out if the gangster shoots the player or not. So if we click on, first of all, on the gangster, okay, you will notice these two things. When we get in the vision, it will be then just get ticked, as you can see, and now we are in the shooting radius and the gangster is shooting us. Okay, now if we check the present health of the player, as you can see, it is not decreasing, and also it doesn't show the blood effect on the player. And let me tell you why this is happening. This is due to the gangster 1 shooting area, because if we double click on the shooting 1 area of the gangster 1, okay, it is right here inside there. We just need to move it up there, okay, just as we did for the policeman. Move it right here, and then let's move it outside the body of the gangster. That will be it. Now if we play it again, okay, let's click on maximize, and now let's go ahead in there. Now as you can see, the gangster changes the direction. He is now moving in the other direction. Okay, this is due to our AI. Now as you can see, the gangster is shooting us really fastly, and that is due to the gangster time between shoot. Make sure that the time between shoot of the gangster is 1. Okay, and when that is set to 1, now you will notice that the gangster will shoot every 1 second. Let's click on maximize. Now let's walk closer to the gangster again. As you can see, here he is, and now as you can see, the gangster is shooting us. Okay, and if he's shooting us, you can notice the player health is decreasing right here. Okay, for now we can't damage the gangster, but don't worry about that, we will damage the gangster. But for now, as you can see, the gangster can damage us, and if we get outside of the range of the gangster, he will start walking to the waypoints. Okay, let's walk away from the gangster, and now I hope that we are outside of his vision radius. Let me minimize it, change into scene view. Okay, here it is. This is the gangster now. Okay, I don't know why it is showing this error. Let me click on it. There is some issue with our waypoint 56. This is due to this. Okay, it doesn't need the previous waypoint, we can just simply ignore that. Okay, if we turn off the gizmos, then it will not show this error. But now you notice that the gangster can shoot us and the gangster can get back to the waypoints. Okay, and let me check it out to you guys again so that you don't have then any issues with it. Okay, so as you can see, he is moving in the waypoints. Now let's get closer to him. As you can see, now he can shoot us. If we now walk away from the gangster, You will notice now that he is now moving in the waypoints again, okay, as you can see. But now let's just get closer to the gangster, and now as you can see he is shooting us again. So now our gangster AI is working perfectly fine, and now in the next video we will add animation to our gangster AI. So with this done, let's just end this video right here. Okay, so let's go ahead and add animations to our gangster one. As you can see, you already have the animator added. Now for the animations, what we will do, if we click on this extreme special force in here, as you can see, this is the controllers for the policeman, as you can see. Okay, if we select this police officer one controller, let's duplicate this. Okay, where is it? This is the duplicate one. Let's rename this to gangster one. Okay, and we need to move this from here. So actually let's just leave this controller right here because it doesn't do anything to our game. Okay, right here in the policeman we have this controller folder, and in here we can add how many controllers we want. So name this as gangster 1. As you can see, the parameter name will be the same because we have used the same script as the policeman for our gangster. So the parameter names will be the same, and also the transition and animation are same as well. So we can just simply click on gangster 1 and drag and drop this controller right there. That is it. Now for example, if we double click on this animation in here, as you can see, the gangster can walk perfectly fine. Okay, so now let's just simply play the game and see if the animation works or not. So let's walk to the gangster. As you can see right there, the gangster is walking perfectly fine, as you can see. Now if we run closer to him, as you can see, he can run as well, and now as you can see, the gangster is shooting. Now let's run away from him. Okay, and as you can see, he can run closer to us. Okay, let me close the game. If we click on gangster 1 again, right here, the vision radius for this gangster one, let's set it to 20. Okay, and the shooting radius will be, for example, 12. Now if we play the game again, now as you can see, there is the gangster. Let's walk closer to him. Now as you can see, he is running towards us, and now he is shooting us. Okay, let's walk away from him. As you can see, he can run and shoot. Let's walk more away from him. Now as you can see, he is running, but he is running really slow. Okay, so we can increase the running of this gangster, for example, to 3. Now let's walk away from him, and as you can see, he is now running fast. Let's make it 4 now. Let's walk away from him. As you can see, now the 4 will be a good value for our gangster. Okay, so make the running of this gangster as 4. That is it. So now as you know that the animation worked perfectly fine for this gangster. Okay, we doesn't do any changes, we just duplicate this police officer animator and name it as gangster 1, and then we drag and drop it right there. And as you know, this is the duplicate of the police officer. Also the scripts are the duplicate of the police officer, so we don't need to change anything right in here. Okay, so in this way you can add your gangster animations. Okay, now as you know that we have added the animations, now this gangster needs the hand rifle. So for adding the rifle, let's go ahead and click on this rifle folder. This is the rifle. Okay, this is the prefab which we created. Let's open up this root. Then in here, let's get inside the right shoulder, right arm, right forearm, right hand thumb. As you can see, there is the weapon holder inside this gangster, so we can just drag and drop this weapon in there, and that is it. If we click on reset, okay, there is the weapon. Let me click on rifle. Let's click on prefab, unpack completely. That is it. Now if we click on the rifle again, I think the rifle size right here is a lot more bigger, so let's make it 0.6, 0.6. Okay, that will be the good size for this rifle, as you can see. And also if you click on gangster 1, the animator of the gangster will be automatically selected, but if it not, and click on gangster 1, open this animator, and right here duplicate this shooting one, set this as the default layer, click on gangster 1 again, and for now just disable these two scripts because we want to set the rifle in the gangster hand. Okay, there it is, there is the rifle. Let's now set it up in this position. Okay, so this will be 180, or let's set it to 190. So as you can see, the rifle is looking fine in the gangster arm. Let's check it out. Okay, here is the gangster. I think it looks good in the gangster arm. You can set this even more if you want, but I will just leave this as it is. Okay, now you know that how you can set the rifles. Okay, so just simply set the rifle, then before closing the game select the rifle and click on this copy component and copy it twice just for confirmation. Close the game, click on the rifle again and click on paste component values. That is it. Okay, and once you do that, let's close the gangster one, activate the scripts. After that, let's click on police officer. Okay, and from here let's copy the rigid body of the police officer and add it to this gangster, and also click on police officer and copy the capsule collider from there. Click on gangster 1 and click on paste component as new, and if you check it out, as you can see, it looks perfectly fine. Now let's just simply play the game again and see now how does the gangster character shoots. Okay, so there he is. For now he is just shooting, and this is due to the animator. If we delete that from there, whoops, I'll just click on the save button. Just don't click on the save button, and now once you deleted that animation, now as you can see, the gangster is now shooting in our direction, but the rifle doesn't look that much good in the gangster arms. Okay, we just need to work on it a little bit more, but as you can see, it doesn't look that bad, so I will just leave this as it is. Okay, if you walk away from the gangster, he can walk, I mean he can run towards us, as you can see. So now the gangster can shoot us, and the gangster can now play the animation as well. Now in the next video we will damage the gangster, so let's end this video right here. Hello guys and welcome back. So now in this video we will allow the player to damage this gangster as well. As you know that this gangster has already all of the function for taking the damage, and also this gangster has the present health as well. So now we just simply need to type the code for the player to damage the gangster. Okay, let me just move the player a little bit closer to the gangster, somewhere right there. Okay, and then let's click on this weapon shop and let's move this weapon shop closer to the player as well, because we can't run from this area to there and grab the weapon. We just leave the weapons right there closer to the player. Okay, right there, these are the rifles. Now if we double click on this player, okay, and actually for now, as I told you, we will be damaging the police officers and these gangsters just by the handgun. We will be adding that same code to our shotgun and every other rifle, but now just for testing we will be adding that code only to our handgun. So for that you will be needing to open up the handgun script. Okay, right here we have this handgun script, so let's open this up. And if we scroll down right here, let's add a reference to our gangster 1 script. Let's name this as gangster 1 as well, but the g will be small. Then this will be equals to hit info dot transform dot get component, and we want to get the gangster 1 script. So gangster 1, that is it. Now right here after this FBI officer, let's copy this, paste it down below. Instead of the FBI officer we will type gangster 1 is not equals to null. Then we will say gangster 1 dot character hit damage give damage. Okay, and that will be it. So now by using the handgun we will be able to damage the gangster as well. Let's go ahead and save the script. Let's play the game. Let's pick up the handgun. Let's take it out. As you can see, there is the handgun. There is the gangster. Okay, let's now try to damage the gangster. As you can see, now we can damage the gangster. And now as you can see, once we kill the gangster, the wanted level star is being activated. Okay, but we don't have any policemen near us, so that's why the police officers cannot come and catch us. Okay, you can remove this gangster 1 wanted level stars. Okay, because by killing the gangster we don't want the police officer to follow us. But if you want to leave this code as it is, then you can leave it. But if you want to remove this code, then on the gangster 1 script right here, just simply remove this code and it will just fix your issue. That is it. That is all you need to do. Okay, but I will just leave this as it is. And right here, if we notice our gate, there is something in our gate which is this thing. Okay, so if we select it, let's delete it actually, because we don't need this. I don't know why. What was that? So remove that from the gate. Okay, so now as you know that we can damage our gangster now. Now in the next video we will add the next type of gangster who will be just standing in one direction, and if he saw the player he will run towards the player. Okay, and we will be adding that gangster or bodyguard right here inside the mansion. Okay, and now as you know that you can add as many gangster as you want, similar to this one. Okay, but now in the next video we will add the next type of gangster. So with this done, I will see you guys in the next one. Hello guys and welcome back. So in the previous video we have added this type of gangster which will walk in the waypoints, and if the player come near him he will try to chase him, and then if the player is in shooting radius he will shoot the player. Okay, now in this video we will add the second type of bodyguard or gangster who will just rest in one place, and if the player gets in the vision radius he will chase him, and if he gets in the shooting radius then the gangster will shoot the player. So let's go ahead inside the prefabs, then rebels, And right here, as you can see, there are many rebels, so just select one of the rebel from here. For example, I will select this one, then just drag and drop him right there. Okay, let's move him down, click on prefab, unpack completely, and let's name this as gangster 2. Let's move him up there, and after this let's get inside the scripts folder, then inside the gangster folder, and right here let's create a new C# script by the name of gangster 2. And then let's open the script in the Visual Studio Code. From here we will remove the start and update function, and then from the gangster 1 script let's just simply copy all of this code and paste it right here. Then the changes which we will be doing is to, first of all, let's remove this locate destination and this walk function, and then instead of the walk function let's create a function by the name of idle. So we will say public void idle, then we will call this idle function right here as well. So if the player is not in shooting radius and not in the vision radius, then the player will be in the idle mode, or you can say he will just stand still. So in the idle function we will simply say current moving speed equals to 0f, and we will say transform dot look at, and we want to look at the player body dot transform. That is it. Now if we move up right here, let's remove these two destination variables, and also let's remove this name as well. Let's name this as animator, and after this everything else will be the same. So now we can just simply save this script, then get back to Unity, click on gangster 2. Let's attach the script right there. Let's move the script up there, and then first of all add the animator. Make the moving speed as 0.9. The running speed will be similar to gangster 1, so let me check it out. It is 4, so we will make the running speed as 4. Then in here let's attach the player body, then the player layer, then the vision radius will be 20, the shooting radius will be 15. Right here time between shoot will be 1. Then it needs the shooting area recast, so let's create an empty game object by the name of shooting area. Then let's click on gangster 2. Let's drag and drop that in there. Then it needs the blood effect, so if we click on gangster 1, then click on its blood effect, and let's attach this blood effect right there. And as you know that this player will be attached by itself when the game starts. Now let's select the shooting area and let's move it up there, and then let's move it outside the gangster body. That is it. So now he will be standing right here. Now if we play the game and see how does it looks. Okay, so as you can see he is standing right there. Let's click on the gangster 2, okay, so that we can see what is happening. Now the player is in vision radius, and as you can see he is now in the shooting radius as well. If we decrease the shooting radius to 10, now as you can see he is chasing the player, and now as you can see he can also damage the player. So if we move away from him, as you can see they both are now chasing the player and they are now shooting the player, as you can see. Okay, so in this way you can create your own gangster UI. Just follow this video and you will end up like this. Okay, now this gangster will just guard this area, and whenever he see the player he will start shooting the player. Okay, now this gangster is missing the animations, So in the next video we will add animation to this gangster. Okay, so let's go ahead and add animator to this gangster too. So if we go inside the extreme facial force, then character, then inside the controller, right here as you can see we have this gangster 1 controller. So let's duplicate it and let's change its name to gangster 2. Then click on gangster 2, drag and drop this in there. Okay, now let's double click on it. Right here remove this walk parameter, and also let's actually remove this walk animation from there. Okay, and then instead of this let's go inside the player character animations, then basic locomotion. Okay, as you can see this is the idle animation of the player. So we will be adding this animation to our gangster 2. So let's just drag and drop that in there. Let's click on set layer as default. Then from here make a transition to run, then from run back to idle, click on it. On the first transition right here make run true, and in this one when it get back from running to idle we will say that if the run is false and also the shoot is false as well, then it will go back to idle. Okay, then let's make a transition from idle to shoot, and then from shoot back to idle, and right here make the shoot true, then select this other one and right here make shoot false and make the run false as well. That is it. And if we check the other animations, the animation transition, it will be the same. Okay, and also make a transition from idle to death, and right here make the die true. Okay, that will be it. We just change the idle animation right here. We change it from walk to idle, and also we remove that one walk parameter. Okay, and then we have added these transition. So you can just watch this video again if you didn't get it. Okay, just add the transitions and you will be good to go. And also you can use some other idle animation. Okay, you just don't need to use this animation. Okay, you can just go ahead and download some other idle animation from miximo.com, or if you have your own animation then you can use that as well. But I was just showing you that how you can change this controller for this gangster 2, and as you can see it has been changed now. So now let's add this animation in our script as well. On the gangster 2 script, as you know that we have the animations right here. Okay, we have the reference as well. Right here remove this walk parameter from there, then from here as well. And if we scroll down, okay, everything else will be the same. So let's go ahead and save the script. And as you know that the animator is already applied, so we are good to go, and let's start the game and see how does it looks. So as you can see the player is in the idle mode. Okay, here he is. Now let's get closer to him. Now as you can see he was running towards us, and now as you can see he is playing the shooting animation. Now let's walk away from him. As you can see he is running and now he is shooting. Okay, let's get outside the range of this. Now as you can see we are outside the vision radius of gangster 2. Now let's check it out. As you can see here he is still walking. Okay, I mean he was still running. So in order to fix this, what we need to do now right now is we don't want the gangster to run if the player is outside the vision radius and shooting radius. We want the gangster to stop at that position, or you can say get back to the idle animation. So in order to do that, right here in the idle function just copy these two animation from there, okay, and then paste it inside the idle like this, okay, and then make the running false. I mean the run set it to false, and also the shoot make sure that it is false as well. So now whenever the gangster gets back in the idle, then the gangster player will just simply stop. If we play the game and let's test it out. So as you can see, they are running now. Now if we get outside the vision radius, now as you can see, he just stopped right there, okay. So in this way you can fix this issue with the Gangster 2, and now as you can see, every animation works on him perfectly fine. Now let's click on Gangster 1. Let's copy the rigid body from there. What is that mean? Let me click on copy component, click on Gangster 2, and then paste component as new. Then also let's copy the capsule collider from there and paste it right here as well. So now the rigid body and capsule collider is added. Now let's also damage this Gangster 2. So for that, for now, let's open up the handgun script, and if you scroll down right here after this Gangster 1, let's add Gangster 2. Okay, and also let's copy this else if condition, paste it down below, and let's make this name to Gangster 2, and right here change this to Gangster 2 as well. That would be it. Now if we get back right here, let's play the game. Let me play it on the maximize screen. Okay, now let's go ahead and pick up this. Let's take out the handgun, and now let's walk closer to the gangster. As you can see, there he is. Now let's shoot him, and now as you can see, we can also now kill the gangster 2 as well. So now with our gangster 2 added, now in the next video I will tell you how we can duplicate this gangster and add many more gangsters, okay. So we will do that in the next video. Okay, so in this video I will tell you how you can duplicate these gangsters, okay. So for that, if you want to change the whole gangster, then click on rebels and select any character which you want to duplicate. For example, this time I will choose this character, okay. Let's move this character down below. Let's click on prefab, unpack completely, and let's name this as Gangster 3, okay. Then once you duplicate this, then click on this Gangster 1, and from here let's copy this whole Gangster 1 script. Click on Gangster 3 and click on paste component as new, okay. And then right here make sure that you add this animator right there, okay, because right here this will be the animator of this Gangster 1, so we don't want these two characters to play the same animation. So that's why make sure that you add this animator right there. And once you do that, click on Gangster 1 again, and let's copy this script. Whoops. Let's click on copy component, click on Gangster 3, and then let's click on paste component as new. Let's move the script up there, and right here make sure that you drag and drop this script in there, okay, this Gangster 3 script, okay. Make sure that you drag and drop that, and then in here let's choose a waypoint for this gangster. So I will leave this gangster somewhere right there, okay. So let me choose this waypoint. It is waypoint 6. Let's click on Gangster 3. Let's add this waypoint 6 right there, okay. Once you do that, click on gangster 1 again, copy the rigid body, so click on copy component, click on gangster 3, and then let's click on paste component as new. Also let's copy the capsule collider and paste the capsule collider right here as well, and that will be it. Now it needs the controller, animator controller. So for that, if you go in here, then inside the character controllers, let's duplicate this gangster 1 controller, okay, not gangster 2, because this controller is different. Select this gangster 1 controller, duplicate it, and then rename this to gangster 3. Then let's click on gangster 3 and drag and drop this controller in there, and that will be it. Now if we play the game, as you know that the scripts are similar to gangster 1, we just change the animator controller. If we click on scene, now as you can see, this gangster is now walking inside the waypoints. As you can see, the waypoints are changing. Okay, so in this way you can duplicate any gangster you want. Okay, we can also damage this gangster because the scripts are the same. Okay, this is the same gangster 1 script, and if we check the handgun right here, we are already damaging whatever which contain the gangster 1 script. Okay, so in this way you can duplicate this gangster 1 as many times as you want. And now let's duplicate this gangster 2 as well. So first of all, select your character from right here, okay, or else you can use your own character if you want. For example, this time I will choose this character, so let's drag and drop this character right there. Then let's click on prefab, unpack completely. Let's change the name to gangster 4. Let's click on gangster 2 because gangster 2 and gangsters 4 will be the same type. So just copy, click on copy component, click on gangster 4, and then click on paste component as new. Let's move the script up there and drag and drop the animator in there. Then also it needs the animator controller, so let's create a controller. As you know that this gangster 2 controller will be same, so let's now duplicate this gangster 2 controller. Okay, and let's also rename this to gangster 4 now. Let's click on gangster 4, drag and drop that in there, and that will be it for this. But also we need to copy the rigid body, so add the rigid body right here, and also add the capsule collider as well. So now when the rigid body and capsule collider added, now if we play the game, and let's pick up the handgun, as you can see they both are standing right there now. Now as you can see they run towards us, and now we can damage them, as you can see. Okay, so now in this way you can add how many gangsters you want. Okay, if you want you can add gangster right here inside the mention. Just duplicate the gangster and add them right here, and also you can create waypoints right here. Okay, and then add the first type of gangster which walk in the waypoints, and then add that gangster right here as well. Okay, so I have shown you, and I hope now that you guys learn how you can add different gangsters. And with the gangster added, now let's quickly add the rifles to the gangsters. Okay, so as you know that on the gangster 1 we have already added the rifle. So if you go in here inside the spine, chest, right shoulder, right arm, right forearm, in here we have right hand, and then we have this weapon holder. So this is the rifle. Let's duplicate this rifle, and let's click on gangster 2. In here let's go inside the gangster and open up the rifle weapon holder as well, and from there, let's actually delete that and let's make a prefab out of that rifle. Okay, so if we go inside prefabs, let's drag and drop that rifle right here. Okay, now this is the prefab. Let's learn prefab unpack completely now. And inside this weapon holder, let's drag and drop this weapon, and as you can see, it is positioned correctly. Okay, because this rifle was in the weapon holder, so we added that weapon inside this weapon holder now, so we don't need to set position again and again because it is now already set up, as you can see. Okay, so now let's do it for the Gangster 3 as well. Let's go inside the root of this gangster, and inside the weapon holder, then just simply drag and drop this weapon. Okay, then click on prefab and pack completely. Now let's open up the Gangster 4, and inside the weapon holder, drag and drop that, and you will be now good to go. So now all of them have the weapon inside their arms, and you know now how you can add rifles to their arms. You can use different rifles if you want, but I will use the same rifle as I did right here. And now with this rifle added, I hope that now you know how you can duplicate gangsters and add rifles to them. With this done, let's end this video right here. Hello guys and welcome back. So now in this video we will add the godfather, or you can say the boss of this game. So as you know, we have added the gangsters. Now right here in this room right here, the boss will be sleeping, and then in his sleep we will kill the boss. So let's go ahead and add it. If we click on this boss folder right here, this is the character, so let's just simply drag and drop it right there. Okay, then let's move him right down below. Click on prefab, unpack completely. Let's change its name to boss. Then what we will do is inside the scripts folder, let's go inside the gangster folder. In here we will create a new C# script by the name of boss, and click on boss, and right here drag and drop this script. Now let's open this script up. In here let's remove the start and update function, and at the top we will say float boss health. The boss health will be 120f. Then let's create a public animator. This will be a reference to the boss animator. Then we also need a reference to our player script. Then after this, in the update function, we will say that if the boss health is less than 120, or it means that if we are shooting the boss, then we want to play the animation, which will be an animation in which the boss body will kind of shake, and it will show that illusion that we are shooting the boss. Okay, then down below we will say that if the boss health is less than or equals to 0, then what we will do, we will first of all pass the mission. So we will say pass mission. For now leave this as it is, and down below when we kill the boss, we will remove his body from the game. So we will say game object dot 4.0f. After 4 seconds we will remove the boss body, and when we are shooting the player we will play the animation right here as well. And after that we will say game object dot get component. We will say capsule collider dot enabled equals to false. Then after this update function, let's say public void character hit damage. In here we will pass a float which will be by the name of take damage. This is the same function as it is right here for the gangster. Okay, so in here what we will do, we'll say boss health minus equals to take damage, and this take damage will come from the rifle scripts. Okay, for example the handgun, shotgun, etc, etc. So now if we get back to the handgun script right here, let's add a reference to our boss script. So we will say boss, let's name this as boss as well. This will be equals to this line of code, and in here we will just type boss. Then down below, let's copy that, paste it down below, change this to boss, and that will be it. Now if we click on boss, as you can see the script is ready, but all it needs is the animations. So we will be adding the animation, but first of all let me check the function name. Character head damage. If you get back to Unity, it shows these two errors. So as you can see, one error is gone by changing just the name of it to boss script, but it is now showing this error which is on 236. So if we check 236 right here, as you can see right here, change the name of this to boss. Okay, make sure that the B is capital. We type the name of it as boss, in which the B was small. Okay, make sure it is capital. And when we get back right here, the issue is now fixed. Okay, now if you click on boss, it needs the animator. So let's create an animator for this. In the extreme special force, let's go inside the controllers, and in here let's create an animator controller by the name of boss. And now in here let's drag and drop these two animation, make this lying sleeping the default, and then this will be the second one. Right here let's add the parameters. The first one will be shooting, then the second one will be died. Let's make a transition from there and then back to there. Select the first one, right here make shooting true, and then select the other one, make the as exact time. Okay, and right here make the died true, and that will be it. Now if we get back to the script, as you can see we already have the reference, so let's just add the animation right here, type this, and then right here make the die true and the shooting false when the boss actually dies. Okay, that will be it. Now if we get back to Unity, click on the boss. Right here it needs the animator, so first of all let's go ahead and add animator, and in here let's add the boss controller, then drag and drop that in there, and also add the player character. Now if we play the game and click on this animation, double click on this, it is loop time and the length seizure is not in loop time. Okay, now if we click on the boss, as you can see now the boss is sleeping, as you can see. But now what we can do with the boss is move him down below and then move him back there. Okay, like this. And then before closing the game, click on copy component, then stop the game and click on boss, and let's paste the component values, that is it. Then also let's add the capsule collider to this boss and make the capsule collider on the other axis. Let me check it out. Okay, make the direction of the box collider on the z-axis. Let me play the game. Now let's set this box collider correctly like this. Okay, so as you can see, the box collider is set up correctly. Now before closing the game, let's copy the component, stop the game, and then paste component values, that is it. Now the boss will be able to take damage from the player. So if you go ahead and pick up this handgun, let's take it out and let's run towards the boss. If you now come right here, as you can see, there it is. This is the boss. Now let's try to shoot him. As you can see, it is playing the animation really perfectly, and now as you can see, the boss dies after 4 seconds. If you click on this animator and right here remove this as exact time from this line seizure, okay, that will be it. So we have added the boss now as well, and with our boss added, let's end this video now right here. Okay, so as you know that we have added the gangster mansion. Now in this video we will add the player house. Okay, so for that choose an area inside your map. For example, I will first of all select this weapon shop and player and move it right here, because right here we will be adding the player house. So let me move this player and weapon shop to this position. Okay, and after doing that, let's select these buildings, and after selecting it, let's move it a little bit right here, that is it. After the buildings, we now have this whole area for our player house. So what we can do, we can just simply drag and drop it right there, and then let's go inside the house. As you can see, there it is. This is everything. Okay, let's rotate this player house on the y axis by 180, and then let's move this house right here. As you can see, let's move it to this position, and let's move it to the ground. Now if we check it out from the inside, okay, everything is set up. This will be the ground for this player house. So now after adding the player house, let's click on play game and let's see how does it looks in the play mode. Let's walk towards the player house. So as you can see, it is really smaller, so we need to resize this house. Okay, if we click on this house, .fbx file, click on model. Let's make the scale factor to 0.7 for example, click on apply. So as you can see, it has been resized. If we now select it again, let's move it to this side. And if you notice, it doesn't fit this area really well. So what we can do with it now is actually we need to expand this area. So what we can do is let's just actually delete these buildings. Click on player house and let's move this player house right there. Okay, now like this it will look good. Okay, and also let's move this player house to the ground because as you can see it is on top of the ground, so let's move it like this. Okay, now it fits the surface. And once you do all of that, let's delete these gates from the player house. But before deleting it, let's play the game again and see now how does the size of the player house is. Now as you can see, the size of the house is really good. Okay, as you can see, we can go inside the player house like this, but this area is a lot more smaller, so we can resize this house a little bit even more. If we click on it again, let's change it to 0.8. Click apply. Now as you can see, it has been resized again. If we select it, let's move it down below like that. Then what we can do now is let's delete these gates, because with these gates the game become laggy, so we don't need these gates. But in order to remove it, first of all click on prefab, unpack completely, then select this first door, delete it. And where are the other gates? Okay, delete this one as well. And if we get in here, everything else will be, let's just leave everything else as it is. Okay, from here we will remove this bed, this thing as well, and instead of the bed, if we go inside the furniture folder, then inside prefabs, as you can see, there are all of the sofas. So right here we will add one sofa right here. Okay, and let's resize this sofa as well like this. Okay, so make sure that you resize it and then move it to this position, and that will be it. Then move this sofa inside the player house. Okay, and now as you can see, everything else looks really good. Just remove the gates from this player house and you will be good to go. Okay, so now we have this player house. Let's drag and drop it inside the environment. And once you do that, let's select the surface of this. Actually, let's first of all select the whole house, move it to this side a little bit. Okay, and then select the surface of this player house and let's increase this marble area like this. Okay, and once that is done, we are good to go. Now since we have the player house added, now inside this player house we will be saving the game right here on this sofa. Okay, and also we will be now adding the player vehicle right here. Okay, because the player will have a garage, so it will have all of the vehicles right here inside this area. Okay, so in the upcoming videos we will be adding player vehicles. But now before doing anything, let's move this weapon shop to the player house. Okay, right here all of these weapons will just be right here in front of the player house, or in the backyard of the player house, like that. Okay, you can put the player house anywhere you want, you can add these weapons anywhere you want, but I will just leave them right here. So now in the next video we will add the player vehicle, so let's just end this video right here. Hello guys and welcome back. So now in this video we will add the player car inside our game. So if you go inside the folder, this first one, in here you can select different vehicles or you can use your own vehicle. For example, I will use this vehicle for my player. So I will just simply drag and drop this inside the game like this. Okay, and then let's move it down below, click on prefab, unpack completely, and let's name this as player car. Then if we go in here, as you can see, this has this collider thing, so we need to delete this collider from here, and let's check if there is any other collider added. So as you can see, there is no more collider. Now what we will do is right here, let's create an empty game object by the name of body, and inside this body let's select all of the player car things and drag and drop them inside the body. Okay, so now as you can see, this is the body and that is the car wheels, as you can see. Okay, so these are the wheels. What we will do with them is select all of them, and then right here let's click on create empty parent. Okay, create empty parent for them, and then let's name this parent as wheels transform. Okay, so inside the wheel transform, this is all of the wheel transforms. Then let's duplicate this. Okay, and now rename this to wheels colliders, and then if we go in here, what we will do is let's remove these all things from here. Okay, which is this whole tire. So inside this back wheel, wheel back left, let's remove all of these things, delete it. We just need this empty game object, and let's open up the other three which are remaining, and let's delete the wheel as well from here as well, and delete this one as well. That is it, just leave this as empty. Okay, like this. So now we have the wheel transforms and the wheel colliders. Now if we click on this player car right here, let's add a rigid body, and inside this rigid body make the mass of it as 1000, and then leave everything as it is. After this, add a box collider, and now let's set this box collider. Let me select the whole vehicle, move it to this position for now. Okay, and let's set the box collider. So let's move box collider up there. Then move it in this position, then in the backward direction as well. And after this, set the width of the box collider as well. So now add box collider like this. Okay, and make sure that your box collider doesn't cover the whole wheels of the vehicle. Okay, make sure it is similar to mine one as well. Okay, so once you add the box collider, now the next thing is to move this vehicle, okay, and make this vehicle workable so that it moves forward, backward, left and right, and also it stops as well. And we will allow the player to sit in this car, okay, and get out of the car as well. But that is for the future, so see you guys in the next one. Okay, so now in this video we will work on our player car, and we will allow the player car to move forward, backward, and to the left and right side. But before doing that, let's go inside the vehicles wheels colliders, and in the colliders let's add the wheel colliders now. So let's start from the wheel back left. Right here add a component which is by the name of wheel collider. If you turn on the gizmos, you can see the wheel collider right here. And if you don't see this wheel collider, then make sure that you add rigid body to your player car main game object, okay, and then you will be able to see this vehicle collider. Right here let's make the radius of it as 0.3, and let's move this wheel collider a little bit to that position. Or actually let's go back, let's first of all move it up here, and that will be it. Okay, you can see the wheel collider in there. Okay, so we will leave this as it is. As you can see, this is the wheel collider. Just position it correctly to the wheel and then add it right there. Okay, the radius of it will be 0.3. Then the suspension distance will be 0.1. As you can see, it moves forward when we change that value. So now let's position it correctly again like that. Okay, then if we open this settings right here, make the spring of it as 1 lakh, so unit 10, 100,000, 10,000 lakh. Okay, make the temper as 2000. Then if we check the other things, it will be similar. Okay, now if we click on this wheel back right, okay, right here we will add the vehicle collider as well. So let's just copy component, click on this one, and then click on paste component as new. So now as you can see right here, we have added the wheel collider as well. Now let's select the other wheels as well, the front two, and right here click on paste component as new. And now as you can see, wheel colliders are added to 4 of the wheels. Okay, so now we have added the colliders. Now what we will do inside the scripts folder, let's go inside the player folder, and right here let's create a script by the name of vehicle controller. Let's click on player car, add the script right here at the top, and then let's open this up. Now in here what we will do is, first of all, we will create a reference to our vehicle colliders and vehicle transforms. So add a header at the top by the name of vehicle collider. And if we get back to Unity, let me open up this transform and colliders. And what we will do right here is move this front left and right above, and right here as well. That's it. And make sure that the wheel right is the first one, and then the front left, then the back right, and then back left. Okay, so right left like this, and make sure the front are at the top and back at the bottom. So set the wheels like this. Now get back to the script. Right here we will be creating references to our 4 wheel colliders. So for that we will simply say public wheel collider. Okay, this is the wheel collider component which we added to each of the wheel, and then we name it as front right wheel, front left wheel collider, then back right wheel, back left wheel. Okay, Then after this, let's create a reference to our wheel transforms. So for that, we will first of all give a header by the name of wheel transforms, and then in here we will create a references to each of our wheel transform. Okay, starting from the front right, then front left, then back right and back left. Then let's create a header by the name of vehicle engine, and in here let's create a public float by the name of acceleration force. This will be equals to 100f by default. Then let's create a private float by the name of present acceleration, and this will be equals to 0f. Then after this, let's create a function by the name of move vehicle, and as you know that we will be rotating the wheels by using the wheel collider. Okay, so by using the wheel collider we will move our vehicle at the front and back direction, into the left and right as well. Once we will be adding the steering, for now we are just moving the vehicle forward and backward. So for that we will say front right wheel collider dot motor torque, it will be equals to present acceleration. Then we want our vehicle to be a front wheel drive. Okay, if you know about cars, there are front wheel drive, back wheel drive and all wheel drive vehicles. So if you want your car to be front wheel drive, then just type this code for the front right and the front left, and it will just rotate the front wheels and the vehicle will move forward and backward. But if you want your vehicle to be all-wheel drive, then also add the back right and back left as well. So now our vehicle is all-wheel drive, or you can say four-wheel drive. Okay, then after this we will set the present acceleration to the acceleration force, and let's multiply that by input dot get axis, and in here we will say vertical, because on the W and S, or the forward and backward arrow, we want to move the vehicle front and at the back direction. Okay, so now this will simply move the vehicle in the front and back direction. Also right here in the update function, let's call this move vehicle function. So move vehicle, and that is it. Now if we save this, get back to Unity, if we click on player car, now as you can see it needs all of the things. So let's start from the wheel colliders. Let's add the wheel collider right side, front right, then front left, then back right and back left. In the similar way, let's add the transform, front right, front left, then back right and then back left. That is it. Now if we save this and let's play the game, let me maximize the screen. Okay, now if you press the W button, as you can see our player is moving and also the vehicle is moving. As you can see, now if you press the S button, okay, now as you can see the vehicle is moving backward. Now if you press the W button, as you can see the vehicle is moving forward, as you can see. Okay, but for now our player and vehicle are moving at the same time, and actually we don't want that. We will be fixing this issue, don't worry, because as you know that when we are driving the vehicle, of course the player will be inside the vehicle, so only the vehicle will be then moving. Okay, so don't worry about that, we will add that in our future videos. But for now, as you can see, the vehicle can move forward, backward. And now let's end this video right here, and in the next video we will continue our work on the player vehicle. Okay, so now in this video we will add steering to our vehicle. So let's open the script, and right here after this vehicle engine, let's create another header by the name of vehicle steering. In here let's create a public float by the name of wheels torque, This will be equals to 20f. Then after this, let's create a private float by the name of present run angle, which will be by default equals to 0f. Then down below, after this move vehicle, let's create a function by the name of vehicle steering. As you know that we will move the steering to the left and right on the A and D and the left and right arrow keys. So we will say present run angle equals to wheels torque, and let's multiply that by the input dot get axis, and the axis will be the horizontal axis. Then down below we will say front right wheel collider. As you know that only the front wheels will be rotate. Okay, so we will say front wheel collider dot steer angle. This will be equals to present run angle. Let's do the same from the front left wheel collider. Okay, so type dot steer angle is equals to present run angle. Now also we want to animate the wheels right here, okay, because we want the wheels to be rotate towards left and right, and also we want the wheels to rotate whenever the car is moving forward and backward. Okay, so for that, right down below, let's create a new function by the name of void steering wheels. In here it will need a wheel collider and also a transform by the name of WT or wheel transform. Okay, this function will be needing these two things. Then in here we will say vector3 position, and let's create a quaternion by the name of rotation. Then we will say wheel collider dot get world pose. Then we will say out position, then out rotation. Then down here we will say wheel transform dot position will be equals to position. Then wheel transform dot rotation will be equals to rotation. That is it. This will basically animate our wheels. Okay, if we move the vehicle in the forward direction, it will move forward, and if we move backward, it will move backward, and also to the left and right. Now right here, let's animate them correctly. So we will call this function steering wheels, and as you know, it needs the wheel collider and the wheel transform. So first of all, let's start from the front right wheel collider, then the front right wheel transform. Then in the same way we will call the front left wheel collider and front left wheel transform, then back right wheel collider and back right wheel transform, and the same for this one. Okay, so just type this, and once you do that, right here in the update function, let's call the vehicle steering function, save the script, get back to Unity. Okay, this is the vehicle. Now let's go ahead and play the game. And now if we click on maximize, now as you can see, if we move the vehicle, as you can see now the tires are rotating. If you move the vehicle backward, as you can see the tires are rotating backward. Now if we for example take a turn, now as you can see the vehicles can now take turns as well, and as you can see the tire turns with it as well. Okay, as you can see now, let's move forward. As you can see the vehicle is moving forward as well. Okay, so as you can see, it looks really good like that. Now our vehicle can turn to the left and right, and also the wheels are now animated. So with this done, in the next video we will add braking to our vehicle. Okay, so now in this video we will add braking system to our vehicle. Simply open up the script, and after this steering vehicle, let's say world, apply brakes. Then in here, as you know that in most of the game the vehicle brakes on the space button, so we will set the same button. So right here say if input dot get key, then key code dot space, then what we will do, we will say present. Actually, let's go ahead and create the variables first of all. So right here in the vehicle engine, let's create a public float by the name of braking force. This will be equals to 200f. Whoops. Then right down below, create a private float by the name of present brake force, and this will be equals to 0f. Now down below, if the space key is pressed, then the present brake force will be equals to braking force. In the else, we will say present brake force will be equals to 0f. That's it. Now right down below, as you know that we want to stop the vehicle wheels, so for that we will say front right wheel collider dot brake torque will be equals to present brake force. And in the similar way, let's do it for the front left, then back right and back left. And in this way your vehicle will be able to apply brakes on the space button. So now if we just scroll up right here after this vehicle steering, let's call this function apply brakes, and you will be good to go. So now if we get back to Unity, and now let's play the game. Let's play it on the maximize screen, and now you will notice that when we move the vehicle, as you can see the vehicle is moving. Now if you press the space button, as you can see the vehicle stops. Now if we move it backwards and let's press the space button, as you can see the vehicle stops. Okay, now let's move it forward to the left and right, and as you can see the vehicle is moving perfectly fine. Let's press the space button and the vehicle stops. So as you can see the vehicle tires stop as well. Okay, because we type a code for that. As you can see it looks really realistic. So now with our car tires, I mean our car brakes added, now what is remaining, that if we play the game you will notice. Let me change into scene view. Let's click on actually let's not maximize it. You will notice that the wheels are a little bit in the bottom direction, as you can see, and on this side the wheels are being rotated. So first of all, let's fix the suspension issue with our vehicle. So if we click on wheel colliders, here it is. Okay, we can move the vehicle colliders a little bit up there. So let's select the front left and right. Let's move them up. Let me actually select it again. If we change this value to 0.05, as you can see now it cut down. Okay, if we set it as 0.03, I think 0.03 will be a good value for this, or 0.02 as well. As you can see, if we turn on the gizmos, there it is. Also let's make the radius of it as 0.2, or actually let's just leave it as 0.3. and just change this suspension to 0.02. Okay, let's, if we stop the game now, as you can see, it is again 0.1. Let's select all of them and change this to 0.02. Now if we play it again, let's move the vehicle. Now as you can see, the vehicle looks really good. Now as you can see, the tires are not that much in the air. Okay, if we move it backward, as you can see, they can move backward. Now let's move it in the front direction. As you can see now, the tiles looks good on the vehicle, as you can see. Okay, so now the good value for this suspension will be 0.03, and with that value change, now let's fix the issue with these tiles because they rotate when we start the game. Okay, so in order to fix this, let's focus up on this wheel front left, and let me check out its position. Okay, it is right here. Okay, now what we can do with this is right here. If you notice, the rotation of this tire is on 180. So what you need to do is simply change this to 0. Okay, now as you can see, the vehicle is on the other side, and select the vehicle inner things, okay, which is inside this wheel front left. Okay, right here make the Y rotation of each of this to, for example, let's rotate them, okay, on 180. So select all of them and click on this rotation Y and make it 180. Okay, and now you will notice the tire is being rotated. Now let's set this tire up. So if we put it inside that tire like that, okay, we will be get to know the position of this tire. Okay, now let's move this tire forward, but actually let me just set this up correctly. Okay, so like this, let's move it down right here. Okay, here it is. Let's move it in the forward direction. Let's turn on this gizmo so that we can see the colliders for this tire as well. Let's move it inside this thing. Okay, let's select the whole thing now and move it in there so that it fits the tire perfectly fine. Let's check the other tire. As you can see, it is a little bit more inside, so let's put it inside like that, and as you can see now, the tire looks good. Okay, now the tire is being rotated. If we select this brake pads of the tire, let's move this brake pad right there. Okay, let's set it in there somewhere like that. Okay, so now this tire is set up. Now let's do the back tire. So if we select the back tire, let's set this to 0. Then in here, let's rotate this on 180. Then let's put this tire in there. Actually, let's move this tire to this side. And let's now position it correctly. As you can see, it positioned correctly. So now let's move it to this side like that. And now as you can see, it has been added correctly. Okay, so we have this tire right here now, and we have the front tire as well. So now with both of these added, let's check the colliders of each of the tire. As you can see, there is the collider. Let's move it a little bit upwards, and let's select the back tire collider. Okay, here it is. Let's move him down like there, or actually just leave it as it is. Now if we play the game, you can now notice that the tires are working perfectly fine. As you can see, the front tire is working perfectly fine, but there is a problem with the back tire. The back tire is not moving fine, so let's fix the back tire. I think it is the issue with the collider of the tire. If we check this one, as you can see, this one works perfectly fine, but let's check the back tire. Here it is. Let's move it down below. Let's move it inside the tire. Now if we play the game and change into scene view, here it is. This is the tire. Now let's position it correctly. Okay, like this. Also, let's select this tire and move it a little bit in the upward direction. But first of all, let's copy the component of the collider. So copy component, and right here let's click on paste component values. Now let's play the game again. Now let's move it, and now as you can see, the tile looks good. Okay, so now the vehicle of the player is now working perfectly fine. As you can see, there is some issue, still a little bit issue with this tire, but you can now just fix this issue if you have the same issue, or else you can use different car. Okay, I'm just using this one. This car has some issues with the tire, but you can use different car. Okay, and your car will not have any tire issues. Okay, so now with our player vehicle added, now in the next video we will add the other feature in which the player will sit inside this vehicle. Hello guys and welcome back. So now in this video we will add the entering and exiting the car function. For that, if we focus up on the player car right here, first of all we need to add a camera to this car, okay, which will show the car view like this whenever we sit inside the vehicle. So in here let's create a camera, and as you can see this camera view right here. Okay, now we can just simply move this camera outside of the vehicle like this. Let's move it a little bit back right here. Okay, like this. Then move it up there and rotate it a little bit down below. Then move it even more backward like that. Okay, so now if you check the scene view, as you can see, whenever the player sits in this car, the view will be like this. So in this way you can set a camera for your own vehicle like this as well. And once you add the camera, then go ahead and open up the vehicle controller script. Then right here in the vehicle engine, let's add a reference to this camera which we created. So public game object, we are using the game object right here because we will be enabling and disabling this camera. We will enable it when the player sits in it, and we will disable it when the player get out of the vehicle. Okay, so that's why we are using game object, because if we use the camera word right here, then it will not work, because the dot set active true and false doesn't work for the camera. Okay, so make sure that you create this car camera as a game object. Then right down below, let's create a new header by the name of vehicle security. In here we need a reference to our player script, so we will say player script, and let's name this as player. Then right down below, create a private float by the name of radius, and this radius will be equals to 3f. This will be a radius along the player vehicle, so if the player gets inside this radius, then the player will be able to sit inside the vehicle. Okay, then after this, let's say private bool, and let's name this as is open. This will be a bool in which we will say that if the car door is opened or not. Okay, or you can say if the player is sitting inside the vehicle or not. So this will be the variables for that purpose. Then right down below, let's create a new header by the name of disable things. And now inside this disable things, we will create a references to our aim camera, third person camera, and to our player character. Okay, because when we sit inside the vehicle, then we will activate the player car camera, and we will deactivate the aim camera and the third person camera, and also we will be only showing the car. Okay, so that's why we will disable the player character as well. So let's go ahead and create a first reference to our aim camera. Then after this, let's create a reference to our crosshair as well, because we don't want to show the crosshair when we are in the vehicle. So let's name this as crosshair. Then down below, we will add a reference to our third person camera as well. So third person cam, make the P capital right there. Then down below, let's say public game object, and let's name this as player character. Now if we move down inside the update function, first of all we will check that if the player is inside this radius or not, and if the player is inside the radius, we will allow the player to sit inside the vehicle and also exit the vehicle, or you can say move out of the vehicle. Okay, so for doing that, we will say if vector3 dot distance, then we will say transform dot position. Okay, this will be the position of the player vehicle. Then we will say player dot transform dot position. Okay, if that is less than the radius, it means that if the player is inside the radius, then what we will do, we will allow the player to sit in the car. And as you know, in most of the game, the player sits using the enter button or the F button. Okay, so we will be using the F button. So for that, we will just simply say input dot get key down, and the key code for this will be F. So we will say dot F. And as you know, if the player press this button, then we will set the is open to true, that yes, the player opened the door. Okay, then we will set the radius to 5000 F. Okay, then also when the player sits in the car, we will disable the player character. So we will say player character dot set active, and let's set it to false. Then now right down below, we will say else if. Now we will type a code for making the player exit the vehicle. So for exiting the vehicle, we will say input dot get key down, and the key will be, if that key is the G key, then what we will do, we will say player dot transform dot position will be equals to the vehicle door position, because whenever the player gets out of the vehicle, we want the position of it to be the vehicle door position. So we will say vehicle door. For now we don't have any reference to the vehicle door, so first of all let's go ahead and create a reference to vehicle door. For now just ignore these errors, okay, and right here inside this player car, let's create a game object by the name of vehicle door. Okay, and if we change into scene view, as you can see, there it is, this is the vehicle, and as you know, this area will be the vehicle door. Yes, somewhere right there. So make sure that you create a vehicle door like this as well, okay, and then let's just click on this player. Okay, there is the player, and there is the vehicle door. Okay, everything else is just fine. I think just move this vehicle door to the ground like that. Okay, make sure that it is on the ground, and once that is on the ground, now let's go ahead and create a reference to this vehicle door. So right here in the wheel transform, you will say public transform, let's name this as vehicle door. Okay, then right down below you will say vehicle door dot transform dot position. Okay, so the player will be just simply spawn there when he gets out of the vehicle. Then we will set the is open to false. It means that now the player exits the vehicle, and we will set the radius of it to 5f again, and also we will activate the player characters. We will say player character dot set active, and let's set it to true. Then after this main if condition, we will say that if the is opened is equals to true. Okay, it means that if the player is inside the vehicle, then what we will do, we will deactivate the third person camera. So we will say third person camera dot set active false. We will also deactivate the aim camera, so we will say aim cam dot set active, let's set it to false. We also want to disable the crosshairs, we will say crosshair dot set active false, and we want to enable the car camera, so we will say car camera dot set active true. Okay, and when the player is inside the vehicle, then we want these three functions to work. Okay, so we will just add this inside this if condition. Then right down below we will say else if is opened is equals to false. That means that now if the player exits the vehicle, then we will do the opposite of what we did right here. So just copy that, paste it down below. The third person camera will be activated, aim camera as well, crosshair as well, and we will deactivate the car camera, and that will be it. So now let's save all of this, then click on player car. Right here it needs the player car camera, so drag and drop that camera. Then it needs the player script, so in here just drag and drop the player, it will automatically select the player script. Then it's need the aim camera, so right here we have this aim cinemachine, then the crosshair canvas, then third person camera, and then it needs the player character, so drag and drop the player in there. And right here it needs the vehicle door, so drag and drop the vehicle door right there. That is it. Okay, so now if we play the game on the full screen, as you can see from here, now if we press the F button, as you can see, it doesn't work because we are away from the player car. Okay, as you can see, the F button doesn't work. But now if we get into the range of the vehicle. Now if we press the F button, and as you can see, the car camera is activated and the player character and other things are deactivated, as you can see. Okay, so now we can drive around in the city, as you can see. Okay, we can brake right here, and as you can see, when the vehicle stop, now let's go ahead and exit the vehicle, and as you can see, we exited the vehicle and the player is spawned right here on the vehicle door game object, as you can see. Okay, now we can sit again back in the car. Now let's drive the car again. Okay, and as you can see, we can drive the car perfectly fine. Okay, you can work on this player car suspensions even more if you want, but now as you can see, our player car drives perfectly fine and we can get out of the vehicle and also sit inside the vehicle. Okay, so now with all of this done, let's end this video right here. Hello guys and welcome back. So now in this video we will add the missions functionality. Okay, as you know that in this game we just only have 4 missions, but if you want you can extend these missions, okay, and add your own missions. But I will tell you how you can add these 4 missions, and once you learn that, you will be able to add your own missions, okay, and how many you want. So for adding the missions, first of all, right here inside the scripts folder, let's go ahead and create a new folder by the name of missions. Okay, then inside this missions folder, let's create a C# script by the name of missions. And once you created the script, in right here in the hierarchy, create an empty game object by the name of missions and simply attach the script to it, okay, like this. Then let's open this script up in Visual Studio Code, and right here let me just remove these other scripts. Just leave the boss script right there, then remove the start and update function, and at the top you will see using Unity engine.ui, because on this script we will be dealing with the UI, so that's why we need that at the top. Then after that we will create a public bool by the name of mission1, and by default this will be equals to false. Then we will create another bool by the name of mission2, and this will be equals to false. Then public bool mission3 equals to false. Then actually let me just copy that, paste it 2 times and change this to mission4 and mission5, or actually we have 4 missions, so just leave it till the mission4. Then for now, you know that we don't have any UI to show to the player that this is your mission, that for example locate your house and save game. We don't have that UI, so for now we will not be focusing up on that. Okay, so just create a update function, and inside this update function just say that if mission1 is equals to false, okay, then and mission2 is equals to false, then and let me just copy this from here to this false, paste it right here. Okay, then this will be for mission 2, mission 3 and mission 4. Okay, then let's change the name of it accordingly, so 3 and 4. Let me remove this one, so 1 2 3 4. Okay, now it means that if the player doesn't complete any of the mission, then in the UI we will show the mission text that, for example, our first mission was to locate your house and save game, so we will show this text to the user on the UI. But for now we don't have the UI, so we will just leave a comment, and just for testing purposes we will say debug.log, and in the console we will show this text which will be locate your house and save game. Okay, then in the same way let's copy this, paste it down below 3 times, so 1 2 3. Okay, Then in the second one we will say that if mission 1 is completed and the 2 3 4 is not completed, then it means that mission 2 is remaining. And as you know from the intro video, the mission 2 was to meet Frank in the police station, so we will show this text in the console. Okay, then in the third one we will say that if mission 1 is completed and then also mission 2 is being completed, then our third mission will be simply find weapons at home. Okay, then we will say that if mission 1, 2 and 3 is completed and mission 4 is remaining, then we will change this text to find Gonzalez and take revenge. Okay, and when this mission is done, then now let's just copy this and paste it down below and set the mission 4 to true. So if all of the missions are completed, then in the console for now we will say all missions completed successfully, and that will be it. Okay, so now we have the missions logic right here. Okay, now we need to just pass these missions one by one. For example, the first one is locate your house and save game. So whenever we save the game, we want to complete the first mission, and then the next one is meet Frank in the police station. So whenever we go to the jail section in the police station, we will pass this mission too. Okay, so in the next video we will pass all of these missions, okay, one by one. So now with our missions logic completed, see you guys in the next one. So now in this video we will complete all of our missions, but first of all let me tell you that in the previous video we forgot to add the semicolon signs right here, so make sure that you add these signs if you have any issues. Okay, and once you added that, then it will show you these errors, and this is due to we didn't add the double equal sign. Okay, so make sure that you add double equal sign, okay, right here. Okay, so let me just add these double signs, and once that is added, let's save the script now, and you will notice all of the issues are now gone. And if you click on missions right here, we have mission 1 2 3 4. Okay, so right here the first mission is locate your house and save game. So let's add this mission. Okay, so if you go inside the player house right here, as I told you that we have added this sofa right here, and on this sofa we will save the mission. Okay, so let's go inside the player house, and inside the player house let's create an empty game object. Let's name this empty game object as save area, and where is it? Right there. Let's move it inside the house. Okay, like this. It is inside the ground, so let's move it to the top like this. Then let's move it closer to the sofa. So here it is. Okay, now what we will do with this is, in most of the GTA 5 games you will notice that there were the save icon, or there was some light, and if you go inside that light, then it shows the game save option. Okay, so we will also do the same. So if you click on edit component, let's add a light component. Okay, as you can see here it is, this is the light. Now make the range of it as 1. Let's change the color of it to something like green. The mood of it will be baked, and in the render mode actually it will be auto, and the culling mask will be everything. Now this is the light. As you can see we can't see anything, so now if we click on this draw hello, as you can see now we have this beautiful light. Okay, this goal, I mean like a ball, it is round as you can see. Okay, not like a goal, I mean like a ball. Okay, So it looks good as you can see, so we can just leave this somewhere right here, okay, closer to the sofa like that. And then on this slide let's add a sphere collider, and as you can see the sphere collider matches this whole circle, okay. That's it. So after adding the sphere collider, make sure that you set this is triggered to true. That is it. Now it needs a script. So right here in the scripts folder, let's create a folder by the name of serialization. And inside this serialization, let's create a C# script by the name of save glow. Inside this serialization, we will be adding our saving system scripts as well, but for now we just need this save glow script. So we will create that inside this folder and add the script to this save area. Then if we open the script, in here what we will do, we will remove the start and update function, and at the top we will create a reference to our player. Then also we will create a reference to our mission script. So we will say mission, and let's name this as missions as well. Then right down below we will create a on trigger enter function, so create that function. And then as you know that we already have the sphere collider on our save glow area, so whenever our player collides with the save glow area, then what we want to pass the first mission. So we will say if mission 2, but before the mission 2 we need to type missions dot mission 2, because on the mission script we have this mission 1 2 3 4, okay. So missions dot mission 2 is equals to false, okay. First we want to check that if the mission 2 3 4 is not completed, okay. So missions dot mission 3 is equals to false, and then missions dot mission 4 is equals to false. So if this is the case, if none of the 2 3 and 4 missions are completed, then we will complete the missions dot mission 1 equals to true. And also when the player passes any mission, we will give him a money reward. So we will say player dot player money equals to plus equals to $400. So now this is a really protected way to pass the missions, okay. If the mission 2 3 4 is not completed, then we will pass the mission 1. But if the mission 2 3 and 4s are already completed, then this mission 1 will be also completed, okay. So there is no gap in our game now, that for example if we pass the mission 2 first of all, then the mission 1 will be already passed, okay. There is no way for that anymore, okay. So this will simply pass the mission 1, and as you can see that when the mission 1 is passed, it will then show the mission 2 text. But if none of the mission is passed, then it will show this locate your house and save game. So when it saves the game, then it will be time for mission 2, okay. So in this way this all will work, okay. So now if we just simply save the script, get back to the save area, now right here it needs the player. But let me tell you one thing, that if we select this house everything, okay, till this portal right here, let's create a empty parent for all of this, okay. And let's do that, okay, so that it doesn't fill all of the hierarchy. So now all of the house is inside this game object, and let's name this as house as well if you want. So now we have the house and the safe area right here. So now in this safe area on the script it needs the players, so let's drag and drop the player, and then let's drag and drop the missions script as well, okay. And if we click on this mission 1 script and then let's play the game, you will see in the console that it shows that locate your house and save game. Okay, so now if we go ahead and go inside the player house and let's just simply save the game, and you will notice mission 1 will be then set to true. As you can see now, mission 1 is set to true, and now it shows meet Frank in police station. So it means that we can now pass the mission as well, and with our first mission passed we also get the player money as well. Okay, you saw at the top. So now let's type a code in order to pass all of the other 3 missions. So we have completed this one. Now the next one is meet Frank in the police station. So for that, if we click on our police station, let's focus upon the police station. Here it is. This police station is, I think, a little bit heavier, or it is not baked properly. So if you notice that whenever we comes inside the police station, it gets really laggy. Okay, the screen lags. I don't know why, but if you want you can use some other police station as well. Okay, so right here we will complete our second mission. So inside this police station, let's create empty game object by the name of mission 2. Okay, and let's click on this object and move it to this area. There it is. Let's move it up here. Okay, so this is now the mission 2. When we come right here, there will be Franklin will be standing right there. Okay, so we will simply pass the mission. Let me move it down below to this point, and let's click on mission 2, and inside this mission 2 let's add an empty game object. Okay, you can name this if you want, but on this empty game object we will add a light component, and then we can open up the player house, click on this save area, then we can copy this component, okay, from the player house and click on this, and right here we can just say paste component values. So now whenever the player walks in this, we will pass the second mission. So for that, change its color to something like blue. Okay, and make the intensity of it as 2 so that it sees clear to the player. Okay, so now when the player comes inside this area, then we will pass the mission 2. Okay, so now if we click on mission 2 game object, right here on this game object we will add a sphere collider. Okay, if we click on it, as you can see there is this sphere collider. Let's now fit this whole thing inside the sphere collider like that. Okay, that is it. So now we have added the sphere collider to this mission 2. Now it needs a script. So if we go inside the missions folder right here, let's create a new C# script by the name of mission 2, then click on this mission 2 and just simply drag and drop the script. Now let's open the script, and right here we can just copy all of this code from right here, paste it on this mission 2, and right here let me just cut this for now. And first of all, let's add a if condition, and in this if condition we will say if other dot game object dot tag is equals to player. So it means that if the player collides with the sphere collider, then what we will do, we will pass the mission. So now we can just add this if condition, and in here we will first check that if our mission 1 is passed, okay, and our mission 3 and 4 is not passed, okay, then what we will do, we will pass the mission 2. Okay, but in order to pass the mission 2, the mission 1 should be passed as well. Okay, and the 3rd and 4th should not be passed. So right here we will pass the mission 2, and we will now increase the dollars. Okay, the reward for the player, it will be now $60. Okay, so in this way our second mission will be passed. Now if we check the script, the third one is finding weapons at home and find Gonzalez and take revenge. So if we get back to Unity now, click on mission 2 right here, drag and drop the player and then the mission script. That is it. Okay, and let me now remove that. Click on weapon shop. Here is the weapons. Okay, and if you click on weapon 1, this is the pickup script. So let's open up the pickup script. And on the pickup script, whenever we pick up the handgun, shotgun, Uzi or bazooka, we want to pass our third mission, which is to find rifles at home. Okay, so at the top we will add a if condition. Whoops, let me actually remove this if condition. Let's just simply copy the code from the save glow. Actually, let's copy this and right here paste it. Okay, and then we will say that if mission 1 is passed and also mission 2 is passed and mission 4 is not passed, then we will pass the mission 3, and also we will now this time give $80, $800 I mean. Okay, that is it. This is for the mission 3. Now the mission 4 is find Gonzalez and take revenge. So for this we need the boss script, okay, which is already opened. And right here we added a comment as well for ourselves, which is past mission. So now we can just copy all of this from there, this if condition, and paste it right here. And then we will say if mission 1 is passed and mission 2 is passed and also mission 3 is passed, then we will pass the mission 4. Okay, and we will now give him $2,000. That is it. And also we didn't add a reference to our mission script on the pickup item and boss script, so let's add a reference to our mission script and player script. Right here, this is the reference to the player script, okay, which is already being added because we use the player right here while picking the handgun, but we need a reference to our mission script, so we can just add it down below. We will say public missions and let's name this as missions as well. Let's copy this from here, save the script, get back right here and add this reference right here as well. That is it. Now we already have completed the mission 1 and 2. Now let's complete the mission 3. So that is inside the weapon shop. If you click on this weapon, now it needs the mission script, okay, right here in the weapon 2, 3, 4, because all of these 4 rifles have the pickup item. Okay, so right here let's add the mission script like that. Okay, select all of them and then just simply drag and drop the mission script, and in all of them the mission script will be added. Okay, after the weapons, let's go ahead and click on boss and drag and drop the mission script in the boss as well. That is it. Okay, so now in this video we will test out all of our missions and see if they completes or not. But before playing the game, if we click on this police station right here, inside the police station we have this mission 2. So right here on this mission 2, make sure that the sphere collider is set to is triggered. Okay, and once you do that, then open up the pickup item script. Right here we forgot to set this to true, because if mission 1 and 2 is passed, then we will pass the mission 3. Okay, but we forgot to change this from false to true, so make sure that you set it to true. And on the boss script, let me check it out. Okay, true to true, and then we will true the last mission. Okay, and the mission 2 and the mission 1 is already being added, as you can see. So now we are good to go, and let's test out our missions. So now if we focus upon the player, let's go ahead and play the game. Let me put this to the maximize, and right here as you can see it shows the first mission, which is locate your house and save game. So if we go ahead and locate our house, and now let's save the game. If we walk in there, as you can see our money increases. It is now $650, and now it shows mid frank in police station. So let me just pause this video right here and let me approach the police station. So now I am inside the police station. Now if we walk in there, our mission 2 will also be completed and our money will be increased. So let's walk in there. Now as you can see, it shows find weapon at home. If we check it out, as you can see, it shows mid Franklin in the police station. We open the police station doors, that's why it shows this one. Now as you can see, the next mission which is active, as you can see, it is find weapon at home. So let's go ahead and find the weapons at home. So let me approach the home and then I will show it to you. And guys, before passing this third mission, let me show you. If we click on this missions right here, as you can see, mission 1 and 2 is completed. And now if we go ahead and find the weapons at home, okay, right here we have this weapon. We can pick whatever weapon we want, for example the handgun. So let's pick it up, and as you can see, mission 3 is being completed, and now we have a total number of dollars 1980. It seems like a date, okay, a year, but okay, we have completed our third mission. Now we have this handgun, okay, and as you can see, mission 3 is being completed. Now let me just maximize this, and as you know that our third mission is to find Gonzalez and kill him. So let me approach the mansion of the Gonzalez and let me kill him in order to complete this mission, okay, which is find Gonzalez and take revenge. So as you can see, we are at the mansion of the Gonzalez. We have the handgun. So let's take out the handgun and let's go ahead and kill the Gonzalez guards. As you can see, there are the guards. Let's kill them one by one. So this is the first one. Okay, this is now the second one. Let's kill him as well. Whoops, we are reloading. Let me kill him now. The third guy is being killed. Now as you can see, this guard is right here. Let's kill him as well. Okay, he's dead now. Now let's go ahead and quickly kill Gonzalez. If we get up there, okay, and as you can see, Gonzalez is sleeping right there. So now if we kill him, okay, as you can see, now the Gonzalez dies. Okay, there he is. Now after 4 seconds his body will disappear. Okay, but if we close this, whoop, we close the game, but you noticed right here that I think our mission 4 didn't pass. Okay, so for now, if we click on these missions, let me pass all of these 3 missions and let's go ahead and complete our 4th one. So now if we kill Gonzalez, let's shoot him, and as you can see, mission 4 is being increased. I mean, it is being completed, and as you can see, we have now a lot of money, as you can see right there. Okay, hello guys and welcome back. So now in this video we will create our minimap using render textures. So as you know that this is our whole environment, okay, and we want to show this environment inside our minimap. So if we focus up on the player right here, we have this player game object. Now in order to create the minimap, first of all, let me just select all of these gangsters with the boss and let's click on create empty parent, and let's name this parent as gangsters. Okay, now we have some space in the hierarchy. So now for the minimap, let's create a camera and let's name this as minimap camera, and make sure that this minimap camera is at the same position as your player. So we can just click on the player, copy the transform of the player and click on then the minimap camera and click on paste component values. That's it. Now after this, let's make the minimap camera position Y as 15 and then let's rotate it on the x-axis by 90 like this. So now as you can see the minimap camera right here. And after this, from the minimap camera, remove any other components than the camera component. Okay, now after this, we want our minimap camera to render this whole scene just like our main camera. Okay, so if we select the main camera, let's copy this whole camera component and click on Minimap camera, and right here click on paste component values. Then let's click on this projection and change this to orthographic. As you can see right here, now if we click on this game view, as you can see, it shows everything as flat. Okay, if we change it back to perspective, it shows a little bit 3D, but if we change it to orthographic, as you can see, it now shows as a flat 2D scene, as you can see. Now after this, you can choose the size of your zoom like this. Okay, if you want the camera to be zoomed in this position. Okay, if you want to show the whole map, then you can show the whole map, but if you want to show some part of the section, then you can do that as well. So I will just simply leave this as 10, and also right here make the clipping plane near to 0. Now after this, let's create a UI canvas. Let's name this canvas as Minimap canvas. Then in here, let's create a UI raw image, because we don't want to show our minimap like this on our entire screen. Okay, we want to show this minimap in some section area. Okay, just as you saw in the introductory video, right here we showed the minimap. Okay, so let's name this raw image as minimap. And right here, the difference between an image and raw image, that in the raw image it needs a textures instead of a sprite. Okay, in the image it needs the sprite right here. And the reason we are using this textures is because we will render our minimap. Okay, we will create a texture for it, and then we will show that texture right here on this minimap. Now let's change back to the scene view. Let's go into 2D mode, and right here let's focus up on the minimap. Okay, as you can see right here we have this minimap. So now you can show this minimap anywhere you want, but I will show my minimap right here. So let me turn on the gizmos. As you can see right here, we are showing the health bar as well. Okay, and with the health bar we will show the minimap as well. So let's make the minimap react transform to bottom left, and if you check our game view, as you can see, there it is. Now what we can do with it is, let's move it a little bit up there, and that will be it. If you check it in the game view, as you can see, here is our minimap. After this, let's make the width of our minimap camera as 400 by 300. Okay, and now we can position this again somewhere right here. Okay, so now if we check it out in the game view, as you can see, here is our minimap. You can actually decrease the size of your minimap, okay, if you want, but I will leave my minimap like this. And guys, as I told you that we will render our whole scene, okay, and then we will show that whole scene right here on the minimap. Okay, so it is actually called render texture. So for that, let's go inside our assets folder, and right here let's create a render texture, and let's name this as minimap render texture. And if you select this minimap render textures right here, you will see all of these options. Now the only changes which we will be doing right here is to change the size according to our minimap width and height. So it is 400 by 300. So if we click on our minimap render texture right here, type 400 by 300. So after doing this, now if we click on our minimap camera right here, as you can see, it needs the render textures right here. Okay, inside this target texture. So now if we drag and drop our texture in there, and if we click on our game view, now as you can see, the minimap camera is no more now rendering. Okay, it is now showing our main camera, and whatever this minimap camera is capturing, it is now passing it to this minimap render texture right here. As you can see, if you see in the preview right here, you can see what it is being capturing. Okay, Now in order to show this minimap right here, okay, on this minimap, then just simply select the minimap, and right here it needs a texture, so let's drag and drop our minimap in there. And now as you can see, we have this beautiful minimap right here. So now if we turn off the gizmos, okay, let's make this maximize and let's play the game. And if you notice now in our minimap, as you can see, the player is now moving, as you can see, okay. So our minimap is working perfectly fine, as you can see, but for now, as you can see, our minimap is not following the player. So that is a big issue. We want this minimap to follow our player. So now we have this minimap. Now in the next video we will allow the minimap to follow our player around. Okay, so let's end this video right here. Hello guys and welcome back. So now in this video we will design our minimap. So if you go inside this minimap canvas, let's create a UI image and let's name this as minimap border. Let's click on the minimap, let's copy the component of it, then let's click on minimap border and then let's click on paste component values. So now as you can see, the minimap border and the minimap is of the same width and height and also the same position, but the minimap width and height is 400 and 300. We will increase the minimap border width and height, but first let me move this above the minimap, okay, and then let me make the minimap as a child of the minimap border, okay, like this. And then the minimap border is on the left bottom, and then select the minimap right here, make sure that it is in the middle center, okay. Then click on minimap border, make the width of it as 410 and make the height of it as 310. So now as you can see, our minimap has now a beautiful border. If we maximize it, you can notice it right here. But now if we select this whole minimap, let's change into scene view, and actually let's move this a little bit above right there, okay, so that our health bar doesn't get blocked right there, okay. Now as you can see, we have the health bar right here, the minimap right above there. You can change the color of the background of the minimap like this, okay. If you want, I will leave this as black. And guys, let me tell you that you can redesign this minimap to a circle, okay. If you want, just add a beautiful source image right here, okay, a round image, and also to this minimap as well, okay, and then your map will be in a circle. So you can design this minimap to whatever design you want, but I will just leave this as it is. And with our minimap now designed, let's end this video right here. Hello and welcome back. So now in this video we will allow this minimap to follow our player around the whole map. So for that, inside the scripts folder, let's go inside the UI folder, okay, and right here let's create a C# script by the name of minimap script. Let's press enter, and then let's go ahead and select the minimap camera, and let's attach the script right here. Then let's go ahead and open this up. Right here let's remove the start and update function, and at the top let's create a reference to our player transform. So we will say public transform, and let's name this transform as player. Then after this, let's create a late update function, and in here we will create a vector 3 by the name of new position. Then this new position will be equals to player dot position, okay. Then we will say new position dot y will be equals to transform dot position dot y, which is the minimap position. And then we will say transform dot position will be equals to the new position. It means that the minimap position will be equals to the player position. Then let's go ahead and save this. Get back to Unity. Now if we click on this minimap camera right here, let's drag and drop our player transform in there. Okay, then let's save this Unity as well, and let's make this on maximize. Now if we play the game, now you can notice that the minimap is now following our player, as you can see. So wherever our player goes, as you can see, it follows the player. Okay, so in this way you can add your own minimap. Okay, now right here it shows the other characters inside our map as well. So the minimap looks really beautiful, as you can see. Okay, it shows all of the player and whatever is in front and at the backward and to the left and right of the player. Okay, so in this way you can add your own minimap, but as you can see that the minimap doesn't rotate according to the player. So now let's rotate our minimap as well. So back in the script we will say transform.rotation, which is the minimap rotation, and that will be equals to quaternion dot Euler. Let's rotate it on the 90th. Then we need the player dot Euler angles dot y, and then for the z we will use 0f. That is it. Now if we save this, get back to Unity, let's go ahead and play the game. Now you will notice that when we move, as you can see now, the minimap rotates according to the player. Okay, as you can see now the minimap rotates. Okay, and due to our police station being active, our game is a little bit laggy. So if you open up the environment, let me just disable the police station, and if we play it again, let's put it on the maximize. Now as you can see our game doesn't lag, it works perfectly fine. So now as you can see our minimap rotates and follow up the player, as you can see. Okay, so you can do many more things with your minimap. Okay, if you want to stop the rotation of the minimap you can do that. Okay, but as you can see the minimap rotates the player. So with our minimap completed, let's end this video right here. Hello guys and welcome back. So now in this video we will add the minimap icons. Okay, in most of the game it shows the icons on different buildings and houses. So for adding the minimap icons, first of all make sure that you have installed the 2D package inside your game. If it is already installed, then it will show you an option right here by the name of 2D object. But if it is not, as you can see in my case, there is no option for adding 2D objects. Okay, so I will just simply go in Windows, then click on Package Manager, and then I will click on Unity Registry. And once you click on Unity Registry, at the top the first package is the 2D package. As you can see right here, it has all of these package, which is the 2D sprite, sprite shape, time, tile map editor, etc, etc. Okay, or if you didn't find it at the top, then you can just simply search for it as just type 2D and it will show you all of these things. Okay, so let me just install this whole package. Click on this install button, and now in a few minutes or seconds it will be installed. So as you can see, this whole package is now installed. We can now just simply close that. And now if we click right here, now as you can see, we have this option which is by the name of 2D object. And if you go inside sprites, now we have this whole different type of sprites. Okay, so now if we change into scene view, double click on the player. Okay, right here we have the player. First of all we will show the player icon. So for that, inside the player, click on the player, then click on 2D object, then sprites, and let's add a square. Now if we focus up right here, as you can see, there is the square. Okay, it has the sprite render. Now if we just move the square up here, for example, then in the sprite, what we will do, we'll go on inside the sprites, and as you can see, this will be the icon for our player, so just drag and drop that in there. So now as you can see, this is the icon for the player. Now let's rotate it on -90. If we check the game view now, as you can see on the minimap, you can see this icon right there. Okay, now also we want to rotate it in the forward direction where the player is facing, so let's say -90, and now as you can see it is facing in the same direction where the player is facing, as you can see right there. Okay, so now it has been set. Okay, if you check it out now on the minimap, let's click on maximize, you can see it right there. And now we have added the player icon. Now after the player icon we can add many more icons in the same way, but first of all let me select this minimap camera and let's set the size of it to 15 for example, and let me play the game and see now how does the icon looks. Okay, so we have played the game. Now you can see the icon is moving perfectly fine. Okay, you can notice it. Okay, so in this way you can add your own icon to the player. Now after this, let's add this player house icon. Okay, so if we get right here, let's open up the environment, let's click on player house, and inside this player house let's create a 2D sprite which will be by the square size. Okay, let's select this square, here it is, let's move it up there. Okay, now let's rotate it all on -90, then let's drag and drop the sprite in there. Okay, there it is. Now let's rotate it on -90 as well, and if we check the game view, there it is, there is the icon. Let me change into scene view. Okay, and let me move the player there so that we can see it. Oops, let's just move the player back right there. Okay, don't move it. But now as you can see, we have this home icon right here. Okay, we can actually move this home icon right here. Okay, so now if we click on game view, let's put it on maximize, let's play the game. Okay, so as you can see now, there you can see the icon of the home and on the minimap as well. Okay, so this is the player house. And guys, if you want to hide these icons when we are in the game mode, okay, or when the game is being played, then you can do that as well. Let me show you how you will do that. Is simply select the camera, but actually let's first select the square which is the icon of the player house, and also select this other square as well which is the player icon. Okay, and let's add a layer to it, so add layer, and let's name this layer as icons. Okay, then click on square and this square as well, and let's add a layer by the name of icon. Okay, so now as you can see, they are being gone, and you will be saying that where that goes. So if we click on our main camera, as you can see right here, it just render the things which are on this layers. Okay, which is on the player layer, UI layer, and surface layer, and these other layers. So if you want to show it in the game view, you can just select that and it will show it, but if you don't want to show it, then remove the tick from the icon layer and it will be removed. But we want to show that on the minimap, so let's select the minimap camera, and right here click on that, and we want to show the icons just on the minimap. So now as you can see in the game view, it doesn't show it, but on the minimap it shows the icon. So in this way you can show the icons on just the minimap like this. Okay, so now we have added the house icon. Now let's add the mention icon, okay, which is this G sign, or you can say Gonzalez or gangster. So if we come right here, Let's open up the environment, click on gangster house. This is the gangster house. In here let's create a 2D sprite by the name of square. Okay, it is a square, so let me move it up here, change the rotation to -90, then this one to -90 as well. Click on this, add the sprite there. Now there is the G sign. Let me put the G sign perfectly fine. Okay, like that, and then we need to rotate it like that. Okay, so now as you can see it is the G sign, so this should be -270, this should be 0 I think, and then this should be 270. That's it. Okay, so now let's just move this right here, and then let's move it down below. Okay, so now we will show the G sign right there. If we change into scene view, okay, I mean game view, let's select the minimap camera right here. Let's make the size of it as 1000. Okay, we can't see it, let's make it 500, but you can see the G sign right here. Okay, so the G sign is being showing as well. Now let's add the police station icon or sign if you say so. If we select this police station, let's focus upon the police station. Here it is. Now inside the police station let's add a 2D sprite square, move the square up here, make it on 90. Okay, here it is. Let's add this police sign right there, and actually we want to rotate it like that, then like this. So make this -270 and this to 180, and that is it. Okay, now let's move it down below. Okay, like that. That is it. So now we have the police sign as well, and in this way you can add many more minimap icons. Okay, and once you added all of your icon, then make sure that you select that icon, for example the police station icon, and make sure that you add it to the icons layer. Okay, and also let's open up the gangster house and let's add this to the icons layer as well. Okay, and now if we play the game, let me put it on maximize. Now we can't see the icons in our game view, okay, but we can only see it in the minimap view. So when we come near to the police station, you can see the view or the minimap icon right here as well. And also for the gangster, let's walk towards the gangster house. Now as you can see the cars as well. And if we come near right here, okay, we actually can't see the sign of the gangster. I don't know why, but if we leave this in the game view, let's click on that, then let's go inside environment gangster house. Okay, let's select the square. Here it is. Let's move it a little bit down below. Now check it out. Now as you can see, the gangster sign was above the minimap camera, so make sure that all of your icons are right down below the minimap camera. Okay, so now we can just move it down below like that, and it will show this icon then. So now with all of the icons added, the minimap icons, now you can add many more icons if you want. Now you know how you can add these icons, and now with this done, let's end this video right here. Hello guys and welcome back. In this video we will work on our save and load system in Unity. So basically there are many ways to create save and load system. For example, one of the way is by using the player prefs. We use player pref in our game. If you see the course in which we created that mobile racing game. In that course we use the player pref. But now in this video we will be creating our save and load system using binary formatters, because we don't want any player to cheat in the game. So that's why we will be using binary formatters, because they are very hard to read since they are in binary 0 and 1, which make it more secure. So creating binary formatter save load system is really simple, and the good thing about this is that it works on PC and mobile. Now let me explain it to you how our binary system will work, okay, for the save and load system. So first of all, we start by creating a class in Unity that contain the data we want as public variables. For example, public string, public float, public integer, and public bool. Keep in mind that the data types specific to Unity like vector3 or color aren't serializable. This is not a problem since these classes can often represent it using the 4 based data types. For example, a vector3 can be stored in a float array with 3 elements. It means that, for example, if you want to store the player position, and as you know that the player position can be stored in vector3 because vector3 has the x, y, z values. So as I told you, we can't use vector3 in binary operators. So for that purpose we use public float, in which we make this float an array with 3 elements. So the first one will be for the x value, the second one will be for the y value, and the third one will be for the z value. So when we have the variables to store, we mark the class as serializable. So now after all of that, the next step is to use binary formatter. The goal of the binary formatter is to read the data of any class, we feed it to and turn it into binary, okay, which is 0 and 1. Then we create a new file on the system through code where the binary formatter can put this data, and when we want to load the data back into our game, we simply open up the file, have the binary formatter convert it back from binary and put it into a Unity class, and in this way our binary formatter works. Okay, we just feed our class data to the binary formatter, it just convert it to a binary file of 0 and 1, and when we want that data back, then by using the binary formatter we just convert it back from binary and we simply put it in the Unity class. So I hope you understand how this system will work, and with this done, in the next video we will start working on our save and load system. Okay, so first of all, let's go ahead inside the scripts folder, and right here click on player, then open up the player script. And as you know that we will be storing the player money and also the number of weapons the player have and also the number of missions the player completed. So we will be storing that. So right here on the player script, let's go ahead and create a header by the name of player inventory, and in here we will create a reference to our inventory script. So we will say public inventory, and let's name this as inventory as well. Then we need a reference to our mission script, so we will say public missions, and let's name this as missions as well. So basically we will be storing the player money and these two things. And for example, if you want to store some other things, then first of all call whatever you are storing right here, okay, and once you do that, get back to Unity, click on this serialization folder, and as you know, in here we have this save glow script. Right here we will also create another script by the name of player data, and with this script let's create another script which will be by the name of save system. Now let's open these both script, then click on player data. Right here we will remove the start and update function, and from the top we will remove this mono behavior, and then we will type system dot serializable. Then in here we will be creating the variables for data to store. Okay, so first of all, we will create a public integer by the name of player money because we will be storing the player money. Then also we want to store the player position, okay, because the player will save the game in the player home. Okay, so we don't want that whenever we load the game the player stands outside of the player home. Okay, we want it to be inside the player home. So for that reason we will store the player position. But as I told you in the previous video, we can't vector 3. Okay, we can't use vector 3, so we will create a float array, and inside this float array it will take 3 elements, which will be the position, x, y, z coordinates. Okay, so let's name this as position. Then after this we want to store if the player has the weapons or not. Okay, if the player pick up the first weapon, second weapon, third and fourth weapon. Okay, we also want to store the weapon, or you can say that we want to keep a trace that whatever is inside the player weapons inventory. Okay, so first of all we will say bool, public bool, weapon 1 picked. And guys, let me tell you that we will name this as similar as we name it in the inventory script. If we open up the inventory script right here, okay, we have this weapon is weapon 1 picked. Okay, we will name this the same right here as well. And if you want you can name this differently. Okay, it doesn't matter, but I will just name this as similar to that because that will be really easy for us. Now after this we also want to check for the weapon 2, so we will say is weapon 2 picked. Okay, then we will create another bool which will be by the name of is weapon 3 picked. Okay, and then the last one will be is weapon 4 picked. And then also we want to store our mission. We want to store that if the player completes the first mission, second mission, third and fourth. Okay, so we need a reference for all of that, so I will create a bool by the name of mission 1, then public bool mission 2, and the name will be similar to our mission script bools. Okay, these bools are different and these bools are different. Okay, so just don't get confused in it, we are just naming them similar. Okay, so then we will say public bool mission 3, then public bool mission 4. That is it. We will be storing this data. Okay, if you want you can add even more data to it if you want to store any more data. And once you defined all of your data which you want to store, after this we still need to tell the class how to get this from the player. Okay, from this player script. So to do that we will be needing to create a constructor for our class. Okay, for this player data class. And if you don't know about constructors, then the simple definition for constructor is that they act as a setup function for our class. So let's create a constructor. Okay, let's say public player data, and in here we will create a player by the name of player. Okay, or you can say that we are calling the player script in here. Okay, then when we call the script right here, we are ready to take data from our player script and store it right here. Okay, as you can see on the player script we have the player money, the inventory and the missions. Okay, so now we can store all of that right here. So first of all let's start from the player money. So we will type this integer name. Okay, so we will say player money is equals to player dot player money. Okay, this player dot player money is this integer which is on the player script. Okay, and this player money is this integer. So it means that now we have stored the player money. Then now after this we want to store the player position. So for the position we will say position equals to new float, and it will take 3 elements as I told you. the first one will be position 0, okay, or you can say position x of the player. So this will be equals to player dot transform dot position dot x, okay. Then we can just simply copy this, paste it 2 times, change this to position 1, position 2, and change this to position dot y and position dot z. And in this way we will store the player position. And as you know that we use player dot transform dot position, and as you know that the player script will be attached to our player game object. So by using that script we will get the player transform, okay. Now with our player position right here, now the next thing is to store the weapons, okay. So we will say is weapon 1 picked, okay. This is this bool is weapon 1 picked. So this will be equals to player dot inventory dot is weapon 1 picked. And you will be saying that on the player script we just have a reference to our inventory script, then where did this is weapon 1 picked come from? As you know that we have a reference right here, and right here on this player data we first of all added a reference to our player script. Then as you know on the player script we have this inventory script reference, so we use that reference, and then on the inventory script as you know we have this weapon 1 picked. So we can just simply get it like this, okay. Then we can just copy this, paste it 3 times, and now let's change this to is weapon 2 picked, is weapon 3 picked, is weapon 4 picked. And also right here change this to 2, 3 and 4, okay. Now after the weapons, now we need a reference to our missions as well. So mission 1, which is this bool, will be equals to player dot missions dot mission 1. And if we check the mission script right here, we have this mission 1 bool right there, okay. So in this way we can add reference to this, okay. But for that you must be first add a reference to inventory and mission script on the player script, okay. So once you added the reference to mission 1, then let's do it for the mission 2, 3, 4, and right here change this to 2, then 3, and then 4. And also we want to show some text in our console so that we know that if our game saved or not. So we will simply debug a message by the name of save, okay. So now once you take all of the data from the player script and save it right here on the player data, now let's open up the save system script, and right here let's remove the start and update function, and at the top we will say using, I think it is system.io. This system.io is I think for the mobile phones, okay. And then after this we will say using system dot runtime, make sure the t right here is small, okay. And then dot serialization dot formatter, it is formatters, then dot binary, okay. So system dot runtime dot serialization dot formatters dot binary. I, I know that it is a little bit long, but you don't need to remember it, just type it as it is, and then if you need it in your some other project, then you can just check it out from here or from the Unity website. That's it. And right here we will remove this mono behavior and make this a static class, because on the save system we will be just saving and storing the player data, okay, which we did right here. So now this video is already too lengthy, so we will just end this video right here, and in the next video we will now save the data and then load that data as well. So let's end this right here. Hello and welcome back. So now let's work on our saving and loading data. Right here let's create a public static function by the name of save player, and this function is going to take in a player, and let's call this as player as well. Then inside this function we will create a binary formatter for us to use, so we will say binary formatter. Let's name this as formatter as well, and this will be equals to new binary formatter. Now the next thing which we will be doing is to create a file to save our data in, and also we need a path for that file to be saved in. Okay, so for that we will say string, let's name this path, and this will be equals to a path. So you can set the path like this, that C, and then for example inside the system folder you can do that as well. But as you know that we will run this game on the mobile phones, okay, so also if you want to run this game on the mobile phones, then we need a persistent data path for saving the file. So for that we will say application dot persistent data path, and then we will use the plus attribute right here. Then we will say, or we will type the file name right here. So as I told you that we will be creating our own specific binary file, so we can just name this whatever you want, for example player dot lol or something like that. You can just name this whatever you want, but let's be serious right here, so we will just use the dot save right here. Okay, you can just name this file whatever you want. As I told you, you can name this as gta dot fun or whatever you want. Okay, but I will just leave this as player dot save. Okay, I mean name this as player dot save. So now as you can see that we have created a file, and since we will be working with a file, we use this concept of a file stream. A file stream is a stream of data contained in a file, and we use a particular file stream to read and write from it. So now in order to create a file stream for this, we will simply say file stream, and let's name this as stream as well. Then this will be equals to new file stream. Okay, we will pass the path, and then we will say file mode. And as you know that right here we are creating a file, so we will use the dot create attribute right here. Okay, then after this we will say player data, and let's name this as data, and this will be equals to new player data, and in here let's pass the player. Now let's insert all of the player data into a file, so we will say formatter dot serialize, we will pass the string and then the data, and right here this dot serialize means we are going to write data to the file. Okay, then when we are done adding data to the file, we want to close this stream, so we will just simply say stream dot close. So now this function will simply save our data. Now after this we need a function for loading the data, so let's create a function for loading data. Right after this we will say public static player data, and let's name this as load player, and then in here the first thing which we will be doing right here is that to get a path similar to what we did up here, okay, which is this string path equals to application dot persistent data path. Okay, so we can just copy that from there and paste it down below. Then after this let's check that if a file exists in this path or not, so we will say if file dot exist inside the path, and then let's add a else block as well. And in the else block, as you know that if the path doesn't exist, then we will print out a message. Okay, so we will say debug dot log error, and we will say save file not found in the path. Okay, then we will say return null. That is it. And now if the path exists, then right here we will do the same thing as we did up here. First we will call a binary formatter, so we can just simply copy that from there and paste it right here. So binary formatter equals to new binary formatter. Then after this let's call a file stream, so we will say file stream, let's name this as stream, and this will be equals to new file stream. In here let's pass the path, and then we will say file mode dot open. Okay, because we want to open up the file. Right here we say file mode dot create because we will creating a file. Then right here we are opening the file, so we will say file mode dot open. Then let's change that file which we open right here from binary to the normal readable format. So we will say player data equals to formatter dot deserialize. We will pass the stream as player data. Right here this formatter dot deserialize will change data from binary to normal readable format. Okay, and once we convert it back from binary, we will then close the stream, so we will say stream dot close, and right here we will simply return the data. Okay, right here we are returning null. Then right here if the file exists, then we will simply return that data. That is it. So now once all of these things are completed, after this get back to the player script, and on the player script we will create two functions. The first one will be public void save player. Okay, and in the save player we will call the save system save player function. Okay, as you can see this is not a mono behavior script, and also this is static, so that's why we need to call this on this player script, and then from this player script we will call it on our buttons or wherever you want to call this save and load system. Okay, so we will say save system dot save player, and then we will say this. Now after this let's create another function public void load player. And guys, also let me tell you that these save system script can be only called on this player script because right here we added a player reference right there. Okay, so it will only work on this player script. Okay, now let's create a load function. So for that we will say player data, let's name this as data as well, then this will be equals to the save system dot load player function. Okay, then now down below this integer which is this player money, so player money will be now equals to data dot player money. Okay, and basically this will be equals to this player money which is on the player data. Okay, then now after this we want to load the player position as well, so we will say vector3, let's create it by the name of position, and in here the position dot x of the player will be then equals to data dot position 0, then the position dot y of the player will be equals to data dot position 1. Okay, and then the position dot z of the player will be equals to data dot position, and we will say 2. Now after the position we will set the transform dot position of the player to the position vector 3. That is it. Now we also load the inventory as well, so we will say inventory dot Okay, this is this inventory reference. Now inventory dot is weapon 1 picked. Okay, this is the variable on the inventory script, and then this will be equals to is data dot is weapon 1 picked. Okay, which is this one is weapon 1 picked on the player data. And as you know, player data script is by the name of data. Now in the same way we can do it for the weapon 2 3 4. Then down below let's do it for the missions. So you will say mission dot mission 1 is equals to data dot mission 1, and then in the same way let's do it for the mission 2 3 and 4. That is it. So now we have the save player and load player function. If we check our scripts, okay, everything is now perfectly fine. Now we can just save all of these scripts and then get back to Unity. As you can see, we don't have any errors. Now if we change into scene view, and as you know that inside our player house, whenever we touch this green light, okay, we want to save our game. So we will call this save player function whenever we touches that light. And as you know, on that light we have attached this save glow script. So now on this script, whenever right here, whenever we collide with it, what we will do, we pass the mission, and also now we will save the game as well. So we will say if other dot game object dot tag equals to player. Okay, we just want the player, whenever the player collides with it we want to save the game, so that's why we will say other dot game object dot tag equals to player. And if it is the player, then we will say player. Okay, we already have a reference to our player script, and on the player script we need this save player, so we will say player dot save player, and that is it. And whenever this happens, we want to show in the console that game saved. We will also be showing a UI right here to the player, but that is for the future. For now we will just show it in the console. Okay, so now whenever we touch with the save glow, it will save our game. Now we don't have a button for loading the game. Okay, for now we will just create a simple button on our screen right here somewhere. Okay, and by using that button we will load our game, because for loading the game we have a button on our main menu. Okay, but for now we don't have the main menu, so we will just do it right here. Okay, we will create a simple button. So for example, in the minimap canvas, let's go ahead and create a legacy button. As you can see, there it is. Let's name this as load button, and right here this has this button component, and then we have this on click. So if we click on this to add a list, then in here we will drag and drop the player, and it will select the player game object. Then inside the player script, let's call this load player function. That is it. Now by using this button it will simply load the game, and let me change its name right here to load as well. And if we change into scene view 2D mode, let's focus upon this button, and let's move this button to bottom center. Okay, so we will select bottom center, and as you can see, there it is. Now we are ready to test this game now. So if we play the game, and let me put this on the maximize, and as you can see right here, it shows our first mission, which is locate your house and save game. Okay, so now let's complete our mission first of all, and it will basically save our game as well. So if we get inside the light now, and as you can see, it gives us this error and it stopped the game. This is because if we click on this and click on the save area, the reason it is showing that error, that right here, or if we open up the player script right here, we have added these two references, which is the inventory and missions. And if we click on our player, as you know that we didn't edit the inventory and mission script references right here. Okay, so now we need to add the inventory script. So the inventory script is right here on the inventory canvas. So if you click on player, let's drag and drop the inventory canvas right there, and for the missions, let's drag and drop this missions game object, and it will select the missions from there. That is it. It was due to that because we didn't add a references. Now if we play the game again, let's maximize the screen. Now let's go ahead and locate your house and save game. So if we save it, now as you can see the mission updated, also the player money updated, and if we see the console, let me show it to you, it shows that save and then game saved. Okay, so it means that it has saved our game. Now for example, if we buy some weapon, for now our inventory is empty. Okay, and also we have completed our first mission. Okay, and our player money, now you can notice the player money is 580. Okay, we have one weapon in the inventory and we have passed the mission. So now if we go ahead and save the game again, okay, now you will notice that if we check the console, it shows game saved again. Okay, now we have saved the game. Okay, now if we go ahead and buy some other weapon, okay, and didn't save the game, for example this rocket launcher, now we have two weapons in the inventory. So now if we load the game, okay, for now I think we will be not able to load the game because for that we need to unlock our cursor. Okay, but as you know that we have now saved the game. Okay, now let's stop the game. Okay, it means that if you just close your game and then you want to play the game tomorrow, then if you play it and if you then click on this load button, it will work. But first of all, on the player right here, let me create a update function, and in here we just simply want to unlock the cursor. So we will say that if input.getKey down, and if we press the P key, okay, we will unlock the cursor. Okay, this is just for now, okay, just for testing, because we want to press this load button when we are playing the game. Okay, we want to test it out. Okay, so let's go ahead and play the game now. And as you know that we have saved the game in which we had one weapon in our inventory and we have some more dollars than 250, and also our mission 1 was completed. Okay, so now if we lock the cursor, okay, and let's unlock it again. Now if you click on load player, and now as you can see, it now shows that meet Frank in the police station. It means that now mission 1 is being passed and it has given the $580. And if we check the inventory, okay, we can't see our inventory for now. I mean, we can't see the weapons in our inventory. But if we press the one button, as you can see, it gives us the handgun. Okay, because in the previous in when we saved the game we picked up the handgun, so that's why it is giving us the handgun we can shoot. Okay, but it don't show it in the inventory, and we actually don't want that. So now if we go ahead and for example pick up the bazooka this time, okay, and go ahead and save the game again and then try to load it back in. Okay, so now before saving the game, notice the $330 and we have the bazooka in our inventory as well. So now if we save it, okay, we saved the game. Now if we get back right here, unlock the cursor, let's click on load. Now as you can see, our dollars are back to 330 and we don't have the shotgun and use it, but if we press the 4 button it will give us the bazooka. Okay, for now the player location is not loading and also it didn't show the bazooka in the inventory. I don't know why, what is the reason behind this, but for now as you can see the save and load function work, and in the next video we will fix the other issues. Hello guys and welcome back. So in the previous video, as you saw that whenever we click on the load button, our rifle doesn't show right here in the inventory, but it does show right here whenever we take it out. Okay, for now if we go ahead and buy some weapon, okay, let's go ahead and for example buy this handgun. As you can see, handgun is showing, and also we can take out the handgun like this as well. Okay, now if we go ahead and save the game, okay, let's go ahead and save it. So now you can notice $180 and we have a handgun in our inventory. So now if we save this game, as you can see, now it shows a meet Frank in the police station because we have passed our first mission, and also as you can see the game has been saved as well. Now if we simply close the game, now let's play the game again. And now as you can see it still shows the first mission, okay, and the dollars are 250, and if we click on 1 2 3 4 buttons we don't have any weapon. So now if we click on load, now as you can see our dollars 180 is right here, and also if we check out our inventory, our handgun doesn't show, but if we press on the one button, as you can see we have our weapon right here. Okay, so there are now two problems. The first one, when we press the load button, our player location doesn't reset to the save point, and the second one is the rifle is not showing in the inventory. So now, first of all, let's fix the first issue, which is the weapons are not showing in the inventory. So for that, if we simply open up the inventory script, okay, and let me tell you that these are not problems, okay. For this we just need to type some extra code and then it will be working perfectly fine. Okay, so now if you scroll down right here to this else if block, and right here whenever we press the tab button, okay, we show the inventory, and also we hide the inventory on the tab button as well. So now whenever we show the inventory, then before showing the inventory we will add some if else condition. Okay, we will say that if the weapon 1 is picked, then we will show the weapon 1 in our inventory. Okay, and you guys will be saying that we already typed that code right here. Okay, whenever we picked up the weapon 1, then as you know we show the weapon 1 in our inventory, and if it is the weapon 2 we show it in the inventory. Okay, but this code was for the when we are buying the weapon. Okay, note that when we already have the weapon. Okay, so now when we already have the weapon, okay, or you can say if we buy that weapon and save the game and then we play the game again, then we also want to show the weapons in our inventory. So we will say that if is weapon 1 is picked set to true, then before showing the inventory we want to show the weapon in our inventory. Okay, so we will say weapon 1 set active and let's set it to true. Then in the same way we can do it for the other three weapons. So let's paste it 3 times, and now let's change this to weapon 2. Okay, and then change this to weapon 2 as well. Then this will be changed to weapon 3, and then weapon 4 and weapon 4 right there as well. So in this way it will show the weapons to us whenever we load the game. Okay, it will show it in the inventory, and make sure that at the end you call the show inventory function. Okay, don't forget to add that. So now just simply save the script after typing all of this. Okay, get back to Unity, and now if we click on the play button, okay, now as you can see if we check our inventory there is no rifle in our inventory. Okay, and also if we press the 1 2 3 4 button nothing shows up. But as you know that in the before saving the game we picked up the handgun. So now if we try to press on this load button, and as you can see our money is being given to us, and also if we press on the tab button, as you can see now it is showing the handgun whenever we load the game, and also we can take out the handgun as you can see. Okay, so our first issue is being fixed, which was showing the rifles in the inventory whenever we load the game. So as you can see it is showing the rifle in the inventory. Now the next thing is to change the player location whenever we load the game. As you know that we type a code for that whenever we save the game anywhere in the map, then when the player plays the game again we want to start the game from that place. Okay, for example, in our case, our place is this one, okay, for saving the game. So whenever we save the game right here, okay, now as you can see the mission updates as well and the money as well. So now whenever, if we want to load the game again, then we want the player position to be exact that position where we save the game. Okay, for now if we click on load, as you can see our money and everything just loaded back in, and as you can see it also loaded the mission back. Okay, meet Frank in the police station, but our position doesn't change. So now in the next video we will make sure to change back the player position whenever we load the game. So with this done, I will see you guys in the next one. Hello guys and welcome back. So now in this video we will fix the issue with the player location. So as you know that in most of the games, whenever we restart that game, okay, or we play the game, it gives us a main menu first of all. Okay, it doesn't start the game directly. Of course it shows the menu, and from the menu we can start a new game or we can continue where we left our game. Okay, so if you saw the introductory video, in the introductory video we also have that menu. We can continue our game from where we left, or also we can start the game again. So the issue with our player in which the player location doesn't reset whenever we load the game or continue the game, this issue will be fixed when we will be creating our main menu. Okay, or you can say that when we will come from our main menu to this game scene. Okay, then our player location will be the player house. Okay, whenever we load the game, so by creating the main menu it will simply fix this issue. Okay, so for the main menu, if we go ahead inside this scene folder, right here we have this sample scene. Okay, and let's just simply rename this scene to main menu. Click on reload, and right here on this scene we will be creating our main menu, but as you know that this section is for the save and load function, so that's why we will not be focusing on the UI in this video. We just want to fix the issue with our player location. Okay, so right here if we go ahead and create a UI legacy button, right here let's name this button as continue, and if we click on this transform of this button, let's make it middle center, and if we check the game view, right here we have this button. Okay, we can also change the text inside of this button to continue. Okay, now on this continue we will load our game, okay, where we left. So now if we get back to the scripts folder, right here in the UI, let's go ahead and create a new C# script by the name of main menu. And now on this canvas we will drag and drop the main menu script. Now let's go ahead and open this up, and inside the script we will type all of our functions, okay, for continuing the game, for starting the game, or for the quitting the game. But for now we just have the continue button, so we will use just that function, but we will type the code for the other buttons as well in this video. So if we go ahead right here at the top, first of all we need to add a package which is Unity engine dot scene management. Then down below let's create a public pool by the name of continue game, and let's by default equal this to false. Okay, and then after this let's create a public static main menu, and let's name this as instance. This will be an instance for our main menu. Then in the awake function, let's first of all unlock the cursor, because if we are on the main menu we want the cursor to be unlocked. So we'll say cursor dot lock state, and this will be equals to cursor lock mode dot none. Then down below we will say instance equals to this, and let's just simply create a function for continuing the game. Okay, let's just leave the start and quit button function for now, because we will do that in our upcoming videos when we will be working on our main menu. Okay, so let's create a function by the name of on continue button, and right here First of all, we will debug a message by the name of continue so that we know that yes, the game is continuing, and then we will set the continue bool to true because yes, the game is continuing. And then we will say scene manager dot load scene, and let's call this scene which is by the name of town. Okay, this is our scene in which we have our old game. Make sure that you type your own scene name right here, but if you name it as town, then it will be a good thing. Now this will be a function for continuing the game. Now if we get back to Unity, first of all let me show you the scene name, okay, so that you don't get confused. If we see our town right here, in this town scene we have our own game. Okay, now before doing anything, click on build settings, and right here, as you know, whenever the game start, we will first show the main menu. So if you click on the scene, let's drag and drop the main menu in there. Then after the main menu, we will drag and drop the town, because after the menu we will show the town. Okay, so just add your scene one by one right there. And now open up the scripts and open up the player script. Right here, let's create a reference to our player script, because on the player script we can save, we can call the save player function and also the load player function. Okay, so we'll add a reference to that. Then as you know that we have added a reference, we have created an instance for our main menu. So now right here inside the awake function, we will say that if main menu dot instance dot continue game, and the continue game bool is set to true. Okay, then we want to call the load player function. Okay, so we will say player dot load player. Okay, and if we check the player script right here, we have this load player function, and we have already created a reference to our player script. So what this means, that it means that if the continue game is set to true on the main menu, then we will simply load the game. And as you know that whenever we press on this continue button, we will set the continue game to true, and it means that yes, we are continuing our game where we left it. So it will simply continue our game. Now just simply save that, get back to Unity. If we click on the canvas, we have the main menu script right there. Okay, now if we click on this continue button right here, let's add a on click event and drag and drop our canvas right there, and then go inside the main menu and select the on continue function on this button. Okay, and now whenever we click on this button, it will simply play our game. So now let me click on maximize. Okay, and now let's play the game. But actually, before playing the game, let's get back to our town scene. Right here on the town scene, if we click on player and then player script right here, make sure that you drag and drop your player script. Okay, or else it will give you an error. Okay, so make sure that you add the script right there, and then after adding the script, get back to the main menu. Now let's maximize it again, and then let's play the game. Okay, so the game is being running now. Let's click on continue button. Okay, now you will notice that it will continue our game right here. As you can see, we have our own money, which is $580. Okay, and if we check the missions right here, as you know, we have completed our first mission, okay, in our previous videos. So it is showing that meet Frank in the police station, which is our second mission. So it means that yes, our first mission is being completed. And if we check our inventory, as you can see, we have the handgun right here. Okay, we can take out the handgun, we can shoot some bullets if you want, as you can see. So now our mission is being loaded successfully back in. We have our money right there, and we have the weapons. And as you know, if when we load our game, it start the game from where we save it. So in this way you can now create your own main menu, and then from the main menu it will just perfectly fine work, as you saw right here, just like a miracle. Okay, so in this way you can fix your issue in which the player doesn't get back to where we save the game. So as you can see, that issues is being fixed and the mission has been loaded back in, the money as well, the player location and the weapons as well. Okay, so with this done, our save and load system works perfectly fine. Okay, and let me test it out to you one more time again. If we click on maximize, let's play the game. Okay, as you know, the game is being played. Let's click on continue. As you know, the game is being continued. We have now, as you can see, the same amount of money, and we have the second mission right here. Okay, and we have the weapon in the inventory, as you can see. So now our save and load system is working perfectly fine, and I hope it works for you too. Okay, and if you have any problems, then feel free to ask me. Okay, I will help you in it. But as you can see, everything worked just like a miracle, and with this done, I will catch you guys in the next one. Hello guys, and welcome back. So with our save and load system completed, now from this video onwards we will start work on our main menus. So as you know, on this main menu scene right here, we will create our main menu for our game. So if we click on sprites right here, we will use this image as our main menu background. Okay, if you want, you can create your own main menu in your own design, but if you want to follow me, then just follow me step by step. Okay, so right here, as you can see, we have created this canvas, and on the canvas we have this continue button. So we will just simply delete that continue button now, and let's name this as main menu canvas. Then inside this main menu canvas, let's create a UI panel. You can notice the panel. Okay, and then on this panel, let's drag and drop our image right in there. Then select this and let's make the a value, or you can say the alpha value, to its fullest, which is 255. And now as you can see, we have this panel right here. Okay, so it looks good. Now let's click on this panel and make sure that it is on the middle center. Okay, as you can see, it is on the middle center now. And if you click on it again, let's click on this alt button and then click on that, so that it stretch on the full screen like that. Okay, so now inside this panel, let's go ahead and click on UI, then create another panel, and now let's name this as main menu panel, and let me click on the scene view. Okay, now change into 2D mode. Let's click on this main menu canvas, then we have this panel, then we have this main menu panel. Okay, now we will simply resize this. So let's select the main menu panel and resize it till this point, then right here, then right here, and let me select it from the bottom as well to this point. Okay, let me scroll in. Okay, so now if we check it in the game view, as you can see, it looks good right here. We will be having our continue, start and quit button. Okay, let me just make this a little bit smaller even more, and click on this and then click on middle left. Okay, and when you do the transform of it to middle left, then move it right here, or actually right here, and then move it up there. Okay, and now if you check it in the game view, here it is. Okay, we need to now resize it again. Designing this UI in Unity is, I know, a little bit hard. Okay, so now I think it looks good, as you can see, but we can resize this even more. like this. Okay, now if we check it out again, okay, now it looks good. Okay, now with this main menu, now let's inside this main menu, let's create a legacy button. Let's name this first button as continue button, and then in there change the text to continue. Okay, and for the font select this price DOW or whatever it is named, then make the text color white, and if we click on continue button right here, make this as transparent. Okay, make the color image transparent, or you can actually just remove this component from there if you want. Okay, but you can transparent it as well. And once you do that, select this whole button, click on it and make sure it is in the middle center. Okay, and then select the text of this button, make it 50, then select the button, make the width of it as 300 and height to 50. Now as you can see, it looks good like that. We can actually change into scene view now and turn on the gizmos. As you can see, this is our whole button, so we will move it right here. Let's check it in the game view. Okay, let's move it a little bit down below to that point. Now it looks good right there. And now with our continue button added, let's change the highlight color of this button to something like gray. Okay, light gray, and when it is pressed we will make it even more gray, or actually black, like that. Okay, and the select color will be a little bit gray. Okay, and then if you go inside the text, inside the text of this button we will be needing to add a component which is by the name of shadow. And once you add the shadow component, make the X 5. As you can see, now there is a shadow behind the text, and make the Y as -5. And now as you can see the shadow right there. Okay, you can change these values and set the shadow according to your own design. Okay, now we have a shadow right there, and we have the fully continue button. Now we can just duplicate this button, move it down below to this point, then let's name this button as start button. Then go inside this button, change the text to start, like that. Okay, and that is it. Now after this start, let's duplicate this and let's name this as quit button. Let me change this to quit button. Okay, then let's move this quit button down below like that. Okay, and then inside the quit button, let's change the text to quit. That is it. And now as you can see, we have a beautiful continue, start and quit button. But now let's just make sure that they are in the middle of this whole thing. So let's move it to this point, and if we check it in the game, you know, as you can see, they are on the middle. Okay, so we have a beautiful continue, start and quit button. And as you know that in our previous videos we have created this main menu script, so now in the next video we will make this button workable. So with this done, I will see you guys in the next one. Okay, so now in this video we will work on our main menu script, but before doing anything, you guys just make sure that you click on build settings and make sure that you have added the main menu scene right there first of all, then the down scene, okay, right there. And once you check that, and let me tell you that we already did that in our previous video, so if you skip that part, then make sure that you add it right now. And with that added, open up the main menu script. Now right here in our previous videos we have created a function for continuing the game. Okay, and we have the variable, everything set up for that. Now let's create our start function, okay, for starting the game from the start, okay, from the beginning. So for that, right here at the top we will say public bool start game, and let's set this to false by default. And then down below we will say public void on start button, on start button, what we will do, let me just copy that, paste it down below, change this to starting, and right here change the start game to true, and right here instead of the town, actually we will again load the town scene because we are starting the game, so of course we will be starting from the town scene. Okay, and then let's create a function for quitting the game as well. So you will say public void, let's name this similar to the other one, so on quit game, on quit button. Right here we will simply say debug.log quitting game, and then we will say application.quit. And quitting game doesn't work in Unity. Okay, when we are testing, of course in Unity we test our game, okay, we create and test our game, but this application.quit will work when we export our game. Okay, it will work when we export our game, and when we click on the quit button, it will just simply shut down the, it will simply quit the game. Okay, that's what I all mean by that. Okay, so now with our functions created, we can just get back to Unity by saving the script. And okay, now if we click on this main menu canvas, as you can see we already attached the script. We can now just simply open up the buttons, click on continue button, right here add a on click event, and actually select the start and quit button as well, and add the event. Okay, and in these three buttons drag and drop the main menu canvas, then select the quit button right here, click on main menu, and then select the on continue button function, and select the start button right here, go inside main menu, then select on start button function, then for this one we will select on quit button function. That is it. So now these buttons will work just perfectly fine. So if we now save this, okay, and let's play the game again. Let me click on maximize. Now if we click on start, you will notice that in a few seconds it will start the game from the start. As you can see, we have $250 and we have everything right here. Okay, we don't have any weapons. Okay, if we press the 1 2 3 buttons, we don't have any weapons in the inventory, and it shows the first mission, which is locate your house and save game. Don't worry, we will be creating a UI for showing the missions, but that is for the future. But for now, as you can see, it starts the game from the start. Okay, because in our town scene we leave our player right there at that position from where it started the game. Now if we play the game again, okay, and as you know that we have saved the game before, okay, in our previous video. So now if you click on continue, whoops, I think we are in the scene view. Let me close the game again, okay, and change to the game view actually, then maximize it, play the game. Now if we click on continue, it will continue our game from the player home, and we will have our own money which we saved on it. As you can see, $580. And if we check the inventory, we have the rifle right there, and it shows the mission that we have completed mission 1, and now the mission 2 is meet Frank in the police station. As you can see, this mission is active. Okay, so now we can continue our game, we can start the game from the start as well. Okay, and also the quit button works as well. Okay, we don't need to check that. So now with our main menu created, now in the next video what we will do, we will simply create the missions UI. So with this done, I will see you guys in the next one. Okay, so now in this video we will create a UI for showing the missions to the player. For now, as you can see, we don't have any UI for showing the missions to the player or give him updates about the missions. Okay, so before adding the missions, let me remove this load button now from here, because we have the load button on our main menu now. So it is right here, just simply delete it. Okay, then right here let's create a UI canvas by the name of save canvas. In here we will be creating our save game UI and also our mission UI. Okay, so I will just simply name this as save canvas. You can name this whatever you want. Then in here we will create a UI panel, and let's name this panel as mission panel or missions panel. Then let's change into scene view 2D mode. Then click on save canvas, and right here now we have this mission panel. So what we're gonna do, we will just simply move it to this point, then up there like that. And let me turn on the gizmos so that we can see the canvas and mission panel. Okay, now what we will do right here is first of all resize it, then click on that and move it to the top left side. Okay, like that, so it stays right here on the top left. And if you click on game view, as you can see here it is. Now if we get back right here again, let me just move it up there a little bit, and then let's increase the width of it to 500 and the height will be 100. Now as you can see it looks like that, but let me just increase its height a little bit more, and as you can see it looks really good now. So if you click on the mission panel, let me change the color of it to a little bit dark. Okay, like that. Then in here let's add a UI legacy text, and let's name this as heading. The heading will be mission. Okay, let's move this to top side. Okay, then let's make the alignment in the center, make the font size 30, and make the width of it as 165, and the height will be 40 maybe. Then let's move it a little bit right there. Then select the font, and let's change the color of it to something like green. Okay, like that. Okay, so now as you can see it looks really good. You can increase the font size according to your own style, but I will now leave this on 32, and as you can see it looks really good like that. Now after the heading, let's create a UI legacy text again, and this time this will be the mission information. Okay, in here we will show the mission information, so leave it on the middle center, and then let's move it a little bit down below. And if you go ahead and open up the script, then missions, and open up the mission script right here, as you can see this will be all of our missions. But for now let me just copy this mission and click on mission information, and just let me paste it right in there. Okay, just for testing. Then make the font size 30, make the width 400, and the height will be 70, and actually we can increase the width of it to the fullest like that. Okay, and now as you can see it is in one line. Okay, move it to the center and then down below like that. Then keep select the text right here, select the font size. As you can see now it looks even more good. Right here make the color white, and if we check it now, as you can see it now looks really beautiful. Okay, the UI looks really beautiful now. So with our missions UI now added, now in the next video we will change this text according to the mission information. So with this done, I will catch you guys in the next one. Okay, so now let's go ahead and change this text according to the mission information. For that, simply open up the mission script. Then as you know that we have this mission information text, so we need to add a reference to this mission information text. So after these bools, let's create a public text, and let's name this as mission text. Then right down below, as you can see, we leave a comment for our UI. Okay, so now we will remove this debug.log because we don't now no need to show the mission information text in the console. We will now show it in the UI. So just remove the debug.log, and instead of that type mission text dot text and it will be equals to this text. Okay, remove the brackets from there and then just leave it as it is. Okay, so if none of the missions are completed, then it will show the first mission like that. Okay, the mission.text will be changed to this. Okay, now let's just simply copy this from there. Instead of the debug.log, paste it right here as well. Just select this debug.log, and if you are using Visual Studio Code, click on this change all occurrence and paste it, and everywhere it will change it. Okay, like that. Now let's add an equal sign right here as well, and here as well, and right here, and also then remove these brackets. Okay, so remove all of these brackets one by one, and make sure that you don't do any mistake right here, or else it will give you out an error. So now if none of the mission is completed, then the mission information will show that locate your house and save game, and when we completed this, then it will show this, then this, and then the last mission, and after that it will show this all mission completed successfully. And as you know, just for testing, we type this all mission completed successfully right here in the mission information, but when now we play the game, this text will be changed. Okay, so now we can get back to scene view. Let me just do that. Then let's get out of the 2D mode. Let's focus upon the player. That's it. Now actually let me open that up and let's click on missions, and now as you can see on the missions right here, we have this mission script. So just drag and drop the mission information right there. Okay, and now this text will change automatically when we play the game. You will notice it will show the first mission text. So when we play the game, as you can see, now it shows locate your house and save game. Let me see the console, what is happening. Let's click on player. Okay, let's just move out from there, and now we need to start the game from the start. Okay, we can't now start this game from here, so we need to just go back to the scene view, click on main menu. Now let's start our game from here. Okay, click on maximize. Let's now play the game, change to the game view, and as you can see right here, we have this game view. Now if we click on continue, it will continue our game, but if we click on start, okay, now let's play the game from the start. And as you can see, when the game starts, you can notice the mission text right here. It shows locate your house and save game. So now let's go ahead and save the game. You can notice the money, we don't have any rifles. Okay, so now if you play the save the game, it will show the money and everything like that. Okay, so now let's save it, and as you can see, the game is being saved and it shows meet Frank in the police station now. So that is now our next mission. So it means that now everything works perfectly fine, and the mission UI changes according to the mission. Okay, so with this done, now in the next video we will work on our save UI. Okay, so whenever we save the game, you want to show to the player that yes, the game is being saved. Okay, so now let's just end this video right here. Okay, so let's go ahead and create the save UI as well. So if we go inside our town scene again, now let's focus upon the player, and inside the save canvas, let's go ahead and create a UI panel by the name of save panel, and then inside the save panel, let's create a legacy text by the name of save text, and let's change into 2D mode. Let's focus upon the save panel. Okay, so here it is. Now inside the text, we will type your game has been saved, as you can see right there. Let's make the font size 40. Let's select the font as well, and then right here make the width of it as 600 and the height of it as 100. And now as you can see, there it is. Let's move it to the middle center like that. Okay, now if you check it out in the game view, here it is. okay, but it is not in the center. So if we click on the save panel, let's move the save panel to the center as well. Now if we expand it, okay, here it is, this is the panel. And actually what we will do with the panel is just make the a value 0 so that it is transparent, then select this save text. And I don't know why it is not moving to the center. It is right here. Let me change the text color to white, and then let's click on save panel. Here it is, then this is the text. I don't know why it is not moving to the center, but okay, let's move it like that. Okay, so I think now it is still not on the center. Let's check out. Okay, now as you can see it is in the center. Okay, just decrease the save panel size. Okay, I mean the text size. Okay, just decrease like that. Okay, and now as you can see it is in the center. Your game has been saved, but we don't want to show this like this. Okay, we want this to be hide, and whenever we save the game, then it should show that. Let's open up the save glow script. Inside the serialization we have this save glow. Now from here, now we will show the UI. As you can see, we left a comment for the UI right here. Okay, so first of all we need a reference to our save UI, so we'll say public game object save UI game object. Then down below after this on trigger, let's create a enumerator type function, and let's name this function as save UI. Then in here what we will do is first we will activate the save UI game object. Okay, whenever the player save the game, so we will set that to true, and we will show this for some seconds. So we will say yield return new wait for seconds, and the wait will be 2 seconds. Then after that we will deactivate the save UI game object. So let's now this time set it to false. That is it. Now right here, instead of the debug, what we will do now, we will say start coroutine. I don't know how to spell it, but it is same as that. Then in here we will call the save UI function like this, and that will be it. Now if we save this and get back to Unity, now make sure that it is deactivated like this. Okay, then inside our player house, go inside the save area, and right here we have the save below script. So right here what we will do, we will drag and drop our save panel. So if you click on save area, then drag and drop the save panel right there. That is it. Okay, so now if we do that, let's move this as well. Click on scene, open up the main menu scene, and now let's test this out as well. So if we click on start, okay, here it is. Now let's go ahead and save the game, and you will notice the UI. Okay, here it is. Now as you can see, it shows your game has been saved for 2 seconds, and it has been saved because you can see the debug message save right there. Okay, if we save it again, as you can see, it shows the UI again, your game has been saved. So now we can see the save game UI as well, perfectly fine. Now the only thing which is now remaining is the cutscenes. Okay, whenever we start the game, we want to show the start cutscene, and we also show the cutscene in the police station. Okay, so we have two cutscenes. I will explain you step by step how to create a cutscene, and I hope you will then understand how to create your own cutscenes for your game. Okay, so now with this done, I will catch you guys in the next one.